Chapter 276. The thing finally makes a move and lunges forward to snap at me again. This time, I am ready and easily step back out of reach. As soon as the thing opens its jaws to attack me, the growling stops and Bones quickly rushes in and slashes the back of one of its legs. The beast lets out an angry roar and spins around to go after Bones. As it spins, I jump forward and inflict a long cut along its side. It instantly reverses its spin and attacks me again. As I dodge, I must admit, I am impressed by its movements. Being able to instantly reverse directions like that indicates it always keeps itself in perfect balance. Bones again is able to dart in and inflict another small wound while it is attacking me. Dodging is all I am able to focus on for the next minute as it repeatedly attacks me with teeth and claws. Bones is able to get several hits in while it is furiously trying to catch me. If I still had the manacles on, I would be struggling, but without them, I am far too fast for it to catch. However, with it attacking constantly, I am not able to get any hits in on it, and only Bones is doing damage. Bones has been focusing on one area, and the thing is finally starting to show a slight limp. He would have done a lot more damage by now, but he is having to dodge the tail constantly. The Rex has finally had enough and crouches down before spinning in a full circle. Bones and I are forced back by the tail that whips around at high speed. Getting hit by that would seriously hurt. The thing resumes growling and swings its head back and forth as if watching both of us. It seems to be learning as we fight, which doesn't bode well. I need to figure out a way to end this before it learns too much. Now that I finally have a break from dodging its attacks, it is time to test my speed against its reflexes. I decide to go for the leg opposite the one Bones has been attacking, mainly because to hit anywhere else I would have to jump up. While I can jump that high easily, the reason I am not doing so is because I can't dodge while in the air. Just before I attack, I activate Mind Blade and Lightning Aura. Then I dart forward and swing at the leg. As soon as I complete my swing, I jump backwards, and not a moment too soon. Seeing the big clawed hand pass right in front of my face and slam into the ground tells me I almost wasn't fast enough. It started swinging almost the instant I moved. Its reflexes are superb. As I am dodging its counterattack, Bones is leaping up to inflict a cut on its tail. Being attacked simultaneously seems to be more than it can cope with as Bones gets away without being attacked. We repeat this process several more times, but the Rex's counterattacks get more accurate. On my next attack, the Rex manages to anticipate my dodge and hits me with a claw as I am moving away from it. You have suffered a claw attack. Damage 1,307 horsepower. HP remaining 2765. You have suffered a severe injury. You will lose 130 horsepower per SE-Con due to bleeding. That really hurts. Not even the Drake hit that hard. Clutching my chest where the claw cut me, I stagger away from the Rex. Bones launches an attack to keep the thing from coming after me. The worst part is I have no way to stop the bleeding. I don't have any healing items. It isn't like I can meditate in the middle of a fight, and currently that is my only recovery skill. If the claw did that much damage, a bite would kill me in one hit for sure. Now I need to end the battle before I bleed to death. So as one of my favorite characters would says, it is time to roll the dice. From the minute I saw that it was blind, I had a crazy idea pop into my head, but I didn't want to risk it. Now it looks like I'm going to have to gamble everything on that idea, because with this wound, I don't think I can outrun the Rex. Bones, I need you to keep its head still for 1 second. Bones yells, "Master." Then he throws away caution and charges straight at the Rex, which, sensing him coming, lowers its head and prepares to bite. As soon as it opens its mouth and the growling stops, I throw myself forward at top speed. Instead of attacking with blitz, I jump towards its head. My aim is good, and I manage to land standing on the top part of its jaw just in front of its ears. Here goes nothing! Lions roar. As soon as my roar hits its ears, its entire body jerks as it screams in pain, and I find myself thrown high into the air. As I am flying up, I see Bones charge in to attack the Rex's body, but I can also see the thing's mouth open wide below me as it screams. Seeing a chance, I throw Blitz as hard as I can into the thing's mouth, but I don't get to see if it worked. By my best guess, I was thrown about 100 feet up, about 30 feet shy of the cavern roof. However, I wasn't thrown straight up, so coming down, I am headed into the jungle instead of the clearing. On the way down, I bounce off a few of the trees and eventually land on a fern-type bush with large purple leaves. You have suffered falling damage. Damage 219 horsepower. Diamond, congratulations. Skill Safe Fall has progressed to level 3. Safe Fall level 3. You take 15% less damage from falling. The landing knocks the breath out of me, so I lay there for a minute until the world stops spinning. Hitting branches on the way down hurt, but probably saved me from taking a lot more damage. If after all this, the Rex is still able to fight, then I think my best bet is going to be to try and run away. If I head for the nearest wall and get lucky and find a tunnel too small for the Rex, I might just survive. When I try to stand up, a wave of pain and dizziness forces me back down. Either I have lost too much blood, or I broke something in the fall. Either way, I doubt I could fight off a bird thing right now, let alone the Rex. Bones has gained a level. Bones yells, Master. I am over here, Bones. Bones comes over, and as he approaches, I notice he is fairly beat up as well. But even as I watch his armor is repairing itself, it seems he will be fine in just a few minutes. On the other hand, I am in pretty bad shape. From the slight pain when I breath, I am guessing I at least cracked a rib. I need to recover before I try to do anything else. Chapter 277. Bones. I need to meditate to heal? Guard me. Bones gives me a nod and starts walking around me, looking in all directions. I lay back and clear my mind and drop into my meditation, focusing on stopping the bleeding first. When I finally come out of meditation, I am not sure how much time has passed, but a quick check shows my HP is back to full. Standing up comes easily, and a few stretches show that I am back to full strength. When I check myself over, the only remaining sign of the fight is the gaping slash across the chest of the armor and a lot of dried blood. The blood is easily taken care of using the cleaning stone, but the armor is not something I am going to be able to repair. Oh man, Walter is going to be pissed when he sees the armor. After making my way back to the clearing, I stand looking at the body of the Rex for a few minutes. Even dead, it looks terrifying. Enough that I almost wish I could take the body back intact and have it stuffed and mounted somewhere. Since that isn't possible, I start looking for Blitz. I find it wedged deep in the mouth, so it did actually hit the Rex. Blitz didn't do much damage from the looks of the mouth. The majority of the damage is to the neck, so this is Bones' kill. Although, I am happy that during the fight our teamwork and coordination improved quite a bit. As I kneel down and start the long process of skinning the Rex, I replay the battle in my mind, looking for ways I could have done better. Hiding. Congratulations. Skill skinning has progressed to level 6. Skinning level 6, Agi plus 6. You can skin well enough to preserve the hide. For once, I ignore the skill notification window as I continue going through the battle step by step in my mind. My worst mistake was getting caught off guard and almost eaten. Other than that, I mainly lack flexibility. A sword is probably the worst weapon for a fight like that, but I am limited to swords by the choices I have made. The main problem with a sword is the lack of reach. Blitz is a long sword, but I still could only attack the Rex's legs. A ranged weapon would have worked much better, but even something with more reach would have made the fight much easier. Now that I think of it, I wonder if a naginata would count as a type of sword. After all, it is a sword blade just on a pole. When I get back, I will have to have one made and see if I can use it. If so, that would give me the reach I need for this type of fight. Although, I really hope I do not have to get into another fight like this anytime soon. What I really wish is that there was a way I could get my magic back. Having spells would have made this fight easy. Once I am finished removing the hide, I scrape it clean and store it in my pouch. Then I start butchering the Rex. When I find the heart, it is almost as big as I am. It is going to take days to eat all of it. Since I am fairly hungry, I take a bite, and while it is chewy, it is also fairly tasty, so I keep eating as I work. By how hungry I am guessing I was meditating for over a day, which isn't too surprising considering the amount of damage I took. The fact that meditating is my only way to heal is also a weakness I should work on. I need to find either healing potions or something like the first aid skill often found in games. The best cuts of meat and the most useful bones go into my pouch first, and as I had feared, the pouch is soon full. I really should talk to Roddick about getting more bags of holding made, if it is even possible. For now, I take a few of the smaller bones out of the pouch to make a little room for more Armatite. The bones I pull out, and those that wouldn't fit, I give all of them to Bones. He certainly earned it. As soon as I give him the okay, he happily starts munching his way through the pile. Even though it might attract another predator, I take out the pickaxe and start mining Armatite again. Once the pouch is completely full, I stop. I have gathered around 200 pounds of Armatite by this point. There is still more, but I am nervous about attracting another Rex, so I decide to not be greedy and just head back with what I have. Before heading back, I decide to climb the tallest tree I can find and get a better look at the cavern. While I was higher than this when the Rex threw me, I didn't exactly have the time for a good look around. I have come about 15 miles from the tunnel, and at this point, the cavern looks to be about 10 miles wide. Even from here, I cannot see the far end of the cavern, and as it stretches away from me, it continues to get wider. The thing that bothers me the most is I don't see any pillars anywhere, so to me it seems impossible for a cavern this large not to collapse. I am far from being a geologist or an engineer, though. Maybe someone with better knowledge could explain it to me. Thinking of that, I should grab a sample of the crystal before I leave. Maybe Roddick can tell me more about it. To do that, I am going to have to climb one of the cavern walls, and it would be a waste just to go back the same way I came. With that in mind, I focus on the cavern walls and look for something to indicate which one would be better to explore. What I spot that intrigues me isn't on the wall, but between me and the wall, I spot a long continuous break in the foliage. If I haven't gotten completely turned around, it is between me and the south wall, and a break like that should indicate a river. Or at least, that is what I am hoping for, although I am curious where it goes since I didn't see or cross a river on my way here. So with that decided, I climb back down and head south while munching on chunks of Rex heart. After about an hour of walking, I find out I am right that it is a river, and it is flowing towards the west where I came into the cavern. When I bend down to wash off the blood on my hands from eating the heart, I am surprised to find that the water is warm. Out of curiosity, I take a mouthful and find that it has a very strong mineral taste before I spit it out. If I had a vial or bottle that I could seal, I would take back a sample for Roddick to analyze. It turns out that I am very ill-equipped for this kind of exploration. But since I was hunting beasts, that isn't a surprise. Maybe, if I end up coming back down here, I will bring the proper tools and equipment to study this place properly. Chapter 278. Since it is heading in the right direction, I decide to follow the river. I will leave finding its source for next time, because I am expecting it to change direction at some point since I didn't see it on my way and I am only slightly surprised at what I find. About halfway to the end of the cavern, the river disappears. It drops down into a large hole. Leaning out over the hole, I can see light down below and faintly hear the sound of the river hitting more water. But since I am above the source of light, I cannot see past it to see what is down below. Judging from what I can see and hear, there is another cavern below, and either a pond or lake that the water falls into. At a rough guess, the light below me is around 1,000 feet away and is the same color as the light from the crystals, which makes me wonder if one of the many tunnels leading out of this cavern might connect with it. As much as I would like to satisfy my curiosity, I cannot afford to spend a month down here exploring. It would be nice to just be an adventurer and explorer and not have the fate of the world hanging over my head. But the reality is, I don't have time to explore this place. I only came because helping the guildmasters is good for me in the long run. Just as I am about to stand up, something big goes down the waterfall, and I jump back with a scream of surprise. As I pull myself to my feet, I notice Bones is laughing at me, and all I can think is that I am glad he can't tell stories. Drog could, but currently I don't plan on letting him out anytime soon. His attitude is a problem. Since Chronosia is knowledgeable about demons, I plan to talk to her about Drog soon. After dusting myself off, I turn and look at the cavern wall until I find a decent spot to climb up. The climb up is easy. It is holding on while breaking off a chunk of crystal that is the hard part. Once I have the crystal in hand, I drop back down to the floor. It is time to leave. To make room in the pouch for the crystal, I pull out one of the bird thing's bones and toss it to Bones. As we walk, we are both munching, me on the heart and Bones on his bone. We make it back to the tunnel and all the way up to the mine shaft without encountering anything else. Once we are back in the mine, I stop to think. When I widen the opening to get the shell out, I squared it off fairly well. Now, though, I am trying to think of a way to prevent anything else from coming up into the mines. since there is no way to be sure all the bird things are dead. The next best option is to stop them from coming up to hunt. Devour activated, plus 20 strength plus 10 bite damage. Well, the strength is nice, but the bite damage is practically useless since I don't run around biting things. At least now I can stop eating the heart. When I get back up top, I will give the rest to Lizzie. For now, I start walking slowly up the mine shaft, looking for a flat section of wall that is big enough for what I have in mind. Once I find a decent spot, I take out the pickaxe and start scraping the outline of a rectangle slightly bigger than the opening down into the tunnel. The best idea I could come up with is to basically make a plug that is too heavy for the bird things to move. If I do it right, nothing that will fit in the tunnel will be strong enough to move it, and I didn't see any signs of anything tunneling through rock. It isn't perfect, but it is the best I can come up with right now. And it also depends on what Scott wants to do with the place. If they don't plan to try mining down there, then they can always improve the seal with magic. However, if they do try going down there, then they can move the plug easily enough. I plan to recommend that they seal it up nice and tight. I doubt any of the adventurers could handle things down there. However, it is not my call to make. Whatever they decide, I will offer my advice and leave it to them. Once I have reported everything I plan to head for the Temple of Wind, I have put my quests off for long enough. After scraping the outline a dozen times, it is a couple of inches deep, and I figure that is enough to start mining away the surrounding rock. Once I get the basic shape of it free from the wall, I can always modify it a bit so it fits. I am not looking for perfection or anything, just a temporary measure. The plug is heavy enough that I have to remove the manacles to move it into place. That should block the bird things for sure. With that done, I move quickly back up to the central area of the mine to find Lizzie. When I spot her, she is crouched defensively in front of two bird thing bodies. She relaxes instantly when she spots me. The bodies are fresh enough that they must have come up ahead of me in bones. While Lizzie is finishing her meal, I try to figure out how we are going to drag the shell back to the city. In the end, I simply end up using rope to connect it to the back of Lizzie's saddle. Once she is done eating, I call her over and put her saddle on her. Then I check to make sure I used enough rope that the shell won't be too close to her tail. As I am doing that, I notice Bones is pulling the bones out of what Lizzie left behind and eating them. Since Lizzie doesn't seem to care, I don't worry about it. But if she cared, I would have to order Bones to leave it alone. The last thing I want is these two fighting each other. I am pretty sure Lizzie would win, but I don't know what would happen to Bones. From what I remember from the skill book, he should just disappear for a while, and then I could resummon him. But since he hasn't been defeated yet, I don't know how long he would be gone, and I am not all that interested in testing it out. After I have Lizzie walk around a bit to make sure the shell isn't going to hamper her, I dismiss Bones and mount up. When we ride out of the mine, I realize it is the middle of the day. From the position of the sun, it should be an hour or two after noon. That means we can take it slow going back and still make it in plenty of time for dinner. Since I have to explain things to the guildmasters, I may as well do it over dinner. Dragging the shell doesn't really slow Lizzie down. But since she just finished eating, she moves at a slower pace than usual. I don't mind at all and let her set the pace however she wants. When we arrive in Ilium, we create quite the stir, as usual, but maybe a bit more so because of the shell. Chapter 279. Once we make it to my street, I am surprised to see a bunch of kids running around everywhere. Then I remember the discussion we had before I left. I guess we did end up taking over the orphanage. Of course. All the kids gather around to get a look at Lizzie. She doesn't seem to mind, so I ignore them. Before heading to the inn, I stop off to give the shell to Mitch and discuss the possibility of doing barding if he can figure out how to work with the shell. Then I head across the street to see Walter. I don't want to, but I am going to need my armor repaired before I can leave for the temple. Rather than being angry like I expected, he wants to know what did the damage and how much I was hurt. Walter says, "Angry? Why would I be angry? It is armor. It is meant to protect you, not be some showpiece that sits on display. I am more concerned with why it didn't protect you." So to show him, I take out one of the Rex's claws for him to take a look at. After describing the full creature and going over the fight in detail, he promises to work on making the chest piece better. Since I am there anyway, I unload all of the hides I have, including the Rex hide. Since I am unloading anyway, I go back over to Mitch's shop and unload all of the bones I collected, except the Rex skull. I will give that to him tomorrow after I have met with the guildmasters. I want them to see it first. After all, I can tell them about it, but seeing it with their own eyes will be a completely different experience for them. As soon as I walk into the inn, Sarah comes and hugs me. From her, I find out that this is the 5th day since I left. Once she is reassured that I am fine, I ask her for paper and something to write with. Then, I pen a short note to each of the 5 guildmasters inviting them to dinner. After sending off the messages with some kids, I head upstairs to sit down and relax. Sarah follows, wanting to know how things went, and since she won't be at the dinner, I tell her the short version. Then after she leaves, I start drawing a map of what I did actually explore, although it wasn't much. Biden, congratulations. Skill cartography has progressed to level 5. Cartography level 5 int plus 5. You can draw basic maps. Another skill I had forgotten I even had. But thanks to that, my map turns out pretty decent. It is at least good enough that Scott will be able to see what he is dealing with. Again, it isn't necessary, but I believe people react better when they can see things for themselves. The guildmasters arrive well before dinner because I ask them to. I want the discussion done before the food gets here. This doesn't really concern all of them directly, but they will eventually need to know. This way they all get it firsthand and none of the details get skewed with the retelling. Scott says, "So, are they all dead?" "All the ones I could find, but there are bigger problems than them." Before they can start pestering me with questions, I start telling the story. I tell it in as much detail as I can and even show the map and the wreck skull when I reach the right part of the story. I also tell them about the Armatite and how much I was able to mine. I won't withhold information to get them to do what I want. Palos says, "Surely, that was the only one of those things down there." Roddick says, "I doubt it. What Ash is describing sounds like a complete ecosystem that has been around for a long time. They are probably few in number, but there will be more than one." Boric says, "I agree with Roddick. No way are we lucky enough that there was only one." Scott says, "But we can't just leave the Armatite." Ambrose says, "My adventurers are not qualified to fight that kind of beast." Boric says, "I won't be sending any of my boys down there either." Roddick says, "There is another problem. If Ash is right about his directions and distances, then that cavern is under the Empire." Pelos says, "Who cares? There is no way they know it is there." Ambrose says, "Pelos is probably right, but that aside, it is still too dangerous." Scott says, "Ash, what do you think? Is it possible to mine down there?" "Possible, yes. Cost effective, no," Scott says. "What do you mean?" "The cost of mining down there would be too high, not only in money, but in lives." Ambrose says, "You are saying the number of deaths wouldn't be worth the amount of ore we could extract?" "Correct," Pelos says. "If you were going to mine down there, how would you do it?" "Well, for one thing, you would have to bring in people from the other nations." "Sorry, Ambrose, Boric, but your people don't have the experience with beasts that would be needed." Ambrose says, "Huh, I hadn't thought of that." Boric says, "No offense taken, you are absolutely right. You would also need mages and heavy weapons." Scott says, "What kind of heavy weapons?" "Heavy crossbows at least, but portable ballista would be better." Palos says, "That would cost a fortune. Even with all that, you should still expect a high number of casualties. Hiring priests from the temple would help lessen the deaths." Ambrose says, "What you are talking about would be a major investment by the entire city." Roddick says, "He is right though. From what he described, it would be the best bet. So is the Armatite worth? It is the question." Scott and Pelos says, "Absolutely." Boric says, "Pulling in experienced people from the other nations will not be as easy as it sounds. We can't leave our guilds in those areas short-handed. For that, simply set up an exchange program." Ambrose says, "What do you mean?" "I mean send an equal number of your people from here to replace them. That way no guild is short-handed, and your people from here can get some experience with beasts." Boric says, "I like it. This is sounding more and more doable." Roddick says, "I can do the same with my mages." Scott says, "So we are doing this." Pelos says, "I think we should. Just one weapon made of Armatite could go for millions." Ambrose says, "Do we even have anyone capable of working with Armatite?" Pelos says, "Well, we don't have a smith with experience working with it. but I do have a couple of master blacksmiths who should be able to do it. Scott says, "We have Ash. He has forged armatite. I won't be around for any of this. I have a quest for the goddesses that I can't put off any longer." They all seem disappointed when they hear that, but no one tries to argue with me. Just then, Sarah comes in with helpers carrying our dinner and the conversation pauses. Throughout dinner, one of them will occasionally put forth an idea about how to improve the plan. From everything I am hearing, it seems like they are set on at least trying to mine the armatite. For the most part, I just answer questions when I can and offer advice on tactics for dealing with beasts. This is not going to happen quickly. Just moving people around will take months. Chapter 280. By the time they are ready to go down into the cavern, I may be back and able to help. But since I have no idea how long dealing with the Temple of Winds is going to take, I can't make any promises. So for now, it is best for them to plan on doing everything without me. Armatite must be even more valuable than I thought, for them to invest so much of the city's resources. Maybe if dealing with the temple doesn't take too long, I will be able to return and at least explore enough to give them better maps. When there is a break in the conversation, I suggest to Roddick that sound-based attacks might work really well. At his questioning look, I explain how my roar affected the Rex and how everything else stayed as silent as possible. Since I have his attention, I also describe the lighting and hand over the crystal sample I took. As soon as he touches it, he gets really excited, almost like I gave him a chunk of pure gold. Roddick says, "This crystal has inherent magic in it." Scott says, "What does that mean?" Roddick says, "It means not only can it be used to provide light, but it can also be enchanted very easily." Since he is so excited by it, I decide to tell him how I made ruby swords. After hearing my story, Roddick is even more interested in the mining project going through, since if the miners are down there anyway, it should be easy to get crystal while they are at it. Once dinner is finished, the others leave after agreeing to meet again to discuss things further. Only Roddick remains behind. He noticed from my story that I used magic in a unique way when I had it. We end up spending another couple of hours just talking about magic theory. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any ideas about how I might be able to regain my magic. I am a little disappointed, but honestly, I wasn't expecting anything else. Although, I was kind of hoping to hear about a legendary item or something like that, since that is how it would work in a manga. Looks like I will need to just continue on as I have been. Maybe I will get lucky and come across a way somewhere down the line. It is not that I don't like being a warrior. I just want magic to help out in certain situations. Once Roddick leaves, I climb into bed and sleep like the dead for about 12 hours. After waking up, I've only been moving around a few minutes before food is brought up to me. I have no idea how Sarah does it. From the food brought in, I guess it is closer to lunch than breakfast. I didn't expect to sleep so long, but I guess I needed it. I feel great after I finish eating. My first stop is at Walter's shop to check on my armor, but he isn't done yet and tells me to come back in a couple of hours. Since I have free time, I check on the movements of my people. Isabella and Miria haven't returned yet. Pole has left with the first merchant caravan. Vacker has a few classes going, and the orphanage is up and running. So far, everything is going according to the plans. But that leaves me with nothing I really need to do. I stop by the stables to check on Lizzie, I groom her, and then give her the Rex's heart. Then, I decide to head over to the smithy to see how they are doing with the new ore. "Hey guys, how is it going?" Harold says. "Hey boss, it is going great. This ore is amazing. It basically enchants itself." "Oh, the finished item comes out magical," Harold says. "It is random, but we haven't seen a useless enchantment yet," Hung says. "The enchantment also gets stronger based on the forging of the item," Harold says. Right? The more effort we put into making something, the stronger it is? Wow, that is impressive. No wonder the ancient empire built such a strong fortress to protect the mines. Harold says, "You said you had more ore, right?" "Yes, 200 to 300 tons. Harold says, "That much?" Hung says, "We can work with that for the rest of our lives." As I said, I found the mines of the ancient empire and they had quite a stockpile built up. Harold says, "And you are going to supply it to us, as long as you continue to make items for Pole to trade, yes?" Hung says, "You still aren't going to tell us what to make." "Nope, that is still up to you. When Paul gets back, he may have suggestions as to what will trade best, and I would appreciate it if you considered his opinion. But what you make will always be up to you, Harold says. In that case, you can consider us as your personal blacksmiths. Hung says, yes, we give you our allegiance. I appreciate it, but that isn't necessary, Harold says. We already discussed it when we were able to get our blacksmithing to master rank because of you. We will serve you from now on. Well, if that is your decision, I won't argue, Hung says. That is what we both decided. All right, then, it is settled. I do have a special request, although I expect it to take a while since it is a special material, Harold says. Ooh, another new material? Not so much new, it is armatite, Hung says. You got your hands on armatite. Harold says, I don't know how to work with armatite. So as I take the armatite out of my pouch, I tell them about the forging of blitz and everything I learned about working with armatite. I also explain that without the help of an elemental, I don't know how to get a forge hot enough to work with the stuff. These are challenges they are going to have to overcome on their own, Harold says. Maybe if we make a new forge out of the magic iron, and we get lucky and the enchant comes up as fire. Hung says, once we figure it out, what do you want made? I would like Harold to make a sword set, long and short, for Vacker. You can get the details of his preference from him, Harold says. Okay, no problem, Hung says. And me? I would like you to make me a naginata. After that, the rest of the ore is for you guys to use however you want, Hung says. A naginata? I can do that. As I said, no rush. Just do it once you have figured everything out. Both say, okay, boss. Shaking my head, I turn and leave the smithy and head back to the inn. I leave a note for Isabella to provide them with ore before I forget. I also explain that I could be gone for a while. Then I tell Sarah about my leaving so that she can tell anyone else who comes looking for me. Sarah says, but you only just got back. Shouldn't you at least rest for a day? Chapter 281. No, I would have left already if I didn't have to wait for my armor to be repaired. Sarah says, what is with the big rush? This is a quest from the goddesses, and I have put it off for long enough, Sarah says. Oh, all right. Just be careful, okay? Don't push yourself too hard. It is fine. The trip there will take about a week. I will have plenty of time to rest. Sarah says, it is a bit early, but would you like some lunch before you leave? Sure. I will never turn down your food. Sarah disappears into the kitchen for a minute and then returns with several plates of steaming food. Instead of stuffing my face like I normally do, I take my time and enjoy every bite. Once I have emptied all the plates, I walk down to Walter's shop to collect my armor. Walter says, it is done. Here, try it on. Wow, I can't even tell that it was damaged. You are a master. After putting on the armor and testing the fit, Walter shoos me out of his shop so he can get back to work. I step into the inn just long enough to let Sarah know I am leaving and then head to the stables. Lizzie greets me by almost knocking me over as usual, and I saddle her and mount up. During the ride out of the city, I study the map. To get to the sacred mountain would take about a month by horse. Considering Lizzie's speed, I should be there in a little under a week as long as nothing delays me. The entire trip will be through the lands of the Beastmen. But from what Miria told me, the flag of the goddesses should allow me to pass unhindered, since there aren't any roads in the Beastmen's territory once I leave Ilium. I set the direction and let Lizzie choose the pace. Now that I am on the way, there is no real need to rush. I will just enjoy the trip for now. After 2 days, I am able to see the mountain in the distance, so I tell Lizzie that is where we are going and leave the rest to her. As we travel, I see groups of beastmen several times, but they do not approach me. They simply stop and observe me as I pass. I guess Miria was right about the flag. While I wouldn't mind stopping and talking to them, now is not the time for that. Powell will take care of spreading my name. In fact, my plans for the beastmen are all going to have to wait until Powell has done his job. Once he convinces the outcasts to follow me, then the rest of the plans can start. I also have to wait until Mercy no longer needs the beastmen for the war. Once they return home, things will change quickly. It is nice to be away from the noise of the city. Camping out under the stars is quite relaxing. After all the plotting and planning, it is really good to clear my head and not have to think about anything. There will be time on the way back to worry about all that stuff. For now, I simply enjoy the ride and the scenery. The plains leading to the mountain have an untouched, rugged beauty, like they have never known the touch of man. It is the kind of thing I never got to experience in my own world. And once again, I find myself glad that I was summoned here. I have suffered a lot and gone through many horrible things, but overall, I feel it has been worth it. The further we travel, the larger the mountain ahead looms. I can now see the other mountains around it, but they look like children compared to it. The clearer the view of the mountain becomes, the more rugged and dangerous it looks. Climbing that monster is not going to be an easy task. I should have thought ahead and found some climbing gear. It is only the 6th day since I left Ilium when we entered the foothills before the sacred mountain. Here for the first time, I come across a group of beastmen who are barring my way. From their looks, they are obviously from the Tiger Clan, and while they don't have their weapons in hand, they are standing in a line to block my path. "Why are you blocking my path?" Tiger says. "This moon, it is our clan's task to guard the sacred mountain. For what reason do you approach it?" "The goddesses have commanded me to journey to Karabos and climb to its peak," Tiger says. "Then the goddesses must want you dead. No one has ever passed the guardian and lived." "Guardian? What guardian?" Tiger says, "There is a beast that lives halfway up the mountain. It guards against all trespassers. If it tries to prevent me from climbing to the peak, then I will just have to kill it." Tiger says, "Such confidence. Who are you to speak so easily of killing the sacred guardian?" "My name is Ash, and I am also known as the Drake Slayer. I am the chosen of the goddesses and the one who will become their champion." Tiger says, "A drake, you say? If you really killed such a beast and are not all talk, then you might stand a chance against the guardian." "Shall I bring back its head as proof?" Tiger says. "If you manage to kill it, then yes, by all means bring us the proof. In that case, I will stop and show it to you on my way back." With that, the Tiger Clan members move out of Lizzie's way while smiling like they just heard a great joke. With a gentle nudge, I let Lizzie know she can move forward. She walks forward, as if the beastmen don't matter to her. Then again, if this is all there is, then she probably could take them all without too much trouble. After passing the beastmen, it is only about an hour before we reach the base of the mountain. Up close, it looks even harder to climb than it did from a distance. But it isn't like I have a choice. I take Lizzie's saddle off and store it in my pouch. Then I tell her she is free to roam around while I am on the mountain. She seems to understand. She even looks up at the mountain, and I remind her not to attack the beastmen. Once she is gone, I turn and start heading up the mountain. But I haven't gone far when I suddenly feel a pulse from my pouch. At first, I think it is just my imagination. But then it happens again, so I start searching through my pouch to find out where it is coming from. The pulse is regular. It happens about every 30 seconds, but I can't for the life of me think what it could be coming from. The more I pull things out of my pouch, the more confused I become. What on earth is causing this pulse? Chapter 282. Eventually, I am forced to give up trying to remember what it is and just empty out the pouch completely. It has been about an hour since the first pulse before I finally find what is causing it. In my hand is an amulet that I remember seeing before, but I can't remember where it came from. After putting everything else back in my pouch, I try putting the necklace on. I feel a little silly because it is a small, dainty thing, but as soon as I put it on, what I see changes. Where before there were sheer rock faces and horrible terrain, I now see an easy path to follow. That is when I remember the library I read about in the Archmage's journal, which means this is the necklace I got off of him. I had forgotten all about it because I couldn't identify it. It has been sitting in the pouch all this time. Since it is showing me a path, I decide to start following it. And thanks to that, I have a much easier time progressing up the mountain. That is not to say that it is easy going, just easier than climbing sheer rock faces. There are numerous places where I am too big and have to move slowly while shuffling sideways to pass them. The path winds its way around the mountain in a spiral. Even using the path, it looks like it will take days to reach the summit. Did the Archmage really use this path? Or did he just fly up to the library? I wonder. Just as I am thinking that, a sudden gust of wind almost tears me off the mountain, and I am forced to drop flat and dig my claws into the rock until it passes. Once it is safe, and I am able to move again, I remember hearing in a movie that mountains create their own weather. So I am guessing the Archmage didn't fly up. But maybe he teleported instead. I just can't see him using this path every time he wanted to visit the library. I don't know for sure, but it seems to me like the Archmage would be way too busy to waste days climbing this mountain. As I continue up the path, I am keeping an eye out for the Guardian, but I am also wondering if this path takes me safely past it. After all, I wouldn't think the Archmage would want to fight his way past a Guardian. Or maybe the necklace somehow makes the Guardian recognize the wearer as friendly. Despite my promise to the Tiger Clan, if I can avoid a fight, I will. No point in risking my life if I don't have to. As the sun starts going down, I start looking for a place to camp. It is far too dangerous to try to continue in the dark. The best place I can find is just a wider area of the path against a rock face. At least it should shelter me from the wind. Since I didn't think to bring firewood with me, I end up making a cold camp. And I do mean cold. The temperature is already about 20 degrees colder than it was in the foothills. It makes me very glad of my fur, which so far is keeping me mostly warm. But as I go higher, and it gets even colder, that might not be enough. Not just climbing gear. I really should have picked up some cold weather gear. I was so set on getting this quest done finally that I didn't think. Now I am going to have to suffer through it, and all because I didn't put any thought into the fact that I would be climbing this huge mountain. All I was thinking about was the temple itself, but getting there may be harder than dealing with the temple. Of course, I don't really know anything about the temple or what I am going to find inside it. All I know is that I have to find a way to destroy it to restore the power of the goddesses. After eating some meat, I curl up against the rock and try to get some sleep. As soon as the sun rises, I get up, eat some more meat, and then continue following the path. The path continues the same as before until about the middle of the afternoon. Then, I find myself moving slowly along a small ledge above a 1,000-foot drop. The footing wouldn't be so bad for a human, but it is a little narrow for me, so I have to take it slow. As I am inching my way along, I suddenly hear the sound of wings behind me. I crane my head around to try and get a look and find something hovering behind me looking at me. It is like nothing I have ever seen before. I can't even put a name to it from my old world. It has the legs of a lion on the body of a horse. The head is like that of a dragon, and the tail looks like a scorpion's. It has 2 sets of bright yellow feathered wings, which is what is allowing it to hover there looking at me. It doesn't seem to like the look of me and suddenly starts flapping all 4 wings really hard. The wind it generates starts trying to rip me off of the ledge, and with no room to move, all I can do is dig in my claws and hold on. The wind lasts for several minutes, but I manage to hold on. When it finally ends and I look around, the beast is gone. That is a relief. This is not a good location to try and fight something. I would end up falling to my death. Even if I was able to keep from falling, I have nothing that could reach the thing. Again, I need more options for attacks. I move along the ledge as quickly as I can. I don't want to still be here if that thing comes back. If that was the Guardian, and that is how it normally attacks, then it is no surprise no one has ever come back. Only a mage who was well prepared would stand a chance alone against that thing. Other than that, it would take at least a party of 5 or more. Even then, if it caught them on a ledge like this, they wouldn't stand a chance. It is a beautiful creature, though. It isn't like a chimera, where it is a bunch of parts put together by someone. It looks completely natural, even though I describe it as different parts, it is blended together perfectly. I have no idea how something like that might have evolved, but for this type of terrain, it is perfect. The double wings probably give it plenty of strength and control to deal with the unpredictable winds around the mountain. It also has its claws, bite, and that tail, so it has a lot of attack options, not to mention the wind it used to try and blow me off the mountain. If I am going to fight this thing, I am going to need to do it in an area that limits its flight. Chapter 283. Once I reach the end of the ledge and get back on solid ground, I breathe a sigh of relief. Until I take care of the Guardian, I don't want to cross another ledge. I don't want to be in that situation again. So the best way to avoid that is to deal with the Guardian first. I just have to find a good spot and then lure it in. I am not quite sure how I am going to lure it, but first things first, I need to find a good spot to fight it. So I continue to follow the path while looking for the right kind of terrain to take away some of the thing's advantages. After moving around to the other side of the mountain, I find an area where a long, gentle slope meets the path I am following. The slope has a lot of trees on it, which will be good for making the thing land to come after me. Even better, at the top of the slope, it looks like there is a cave entrance. If need be, I can hide in there. Hopefully, it won't come to that. If I can get it down on the ground, I think I can beat it. As I move up onto the slope to look for the best place to fight, I get a rather nasty surprise that I hadn't considered. The Guardian comes out of the cave I spotted. It must be its lair, and its eyes instantly focus on me. It spreads its wings and launches into the air, and I dash into the nearest group of trees. The Guardian starts flying in circles around the cluster of trees I am in. It is probably trying to figure out how to get to me. After a minute, it stops and hovers while staring straight at me. It seems frustrated that it can't reach me. I stare straight back at it, just waiting for it to come down and face me on the ground. However, it has other plans and starts flapping its wings much harder while staying in the same spot. There is no cliff to push me over, so I am confused by its actions until I see the trees between us start getting shredded. The wind from its wings is forming blades and cutting up the trees. I hide behind a tree trunk to avoid the attack. This continues for several minutes, and when it ends and I take a look, all the branches are scattered on the ground. Now only the tree trunks are left and I have a lot less protection. With a thud, the Guardian lands and folds away its wings. I take off the manacles and put them in my pouch. Then I draw Blitz and wait for the Guardian to come after me. It doesn't make me wait long. In under a minute, it charges into the trees coming straight at me. It is faster on the ground than I was expecting, but its speed is no match for mine. After easily dodging its charge, I retaliate and manage to cut into its shoulder. My first goal is to cripple its wings so it can't fly away. If I can do that, then the speed advantage will remain mine. After cutting it a couple more times, it seems to realize that I am faster, so it switches tactics. It rears back and takes a deep breath. It catches me off guard because I was not expecting it to have a breath attack. With no other cover, I duck behind a tree trunk and hope it will shelter me from most of the damage. The Guardian's breath attack pours out of its mouth, and the tree provides very little protection. However, I am in luck. The breath weapon the Guardian uses makes me feel great. This is because the breath weapon it uses is lightning. So all my cuts and scrapes and sore muscles get healed instantly. As it continues to release its breath attack, I come out from behind the tree and charge straight into it. I manage to inflict a long, deep cut into the Guardian's chest, making it end its breath attack to roar in pain. Now that I am in close, I don't want to give it any time to recover, so I attack with Blitz relentlessly. This does allow it to hit me a couple of times with its claws, but the armor protects me from most of the damage. In desperation, it tries to use its breath weapon again, but all that does is heal what little damage it has managed to do to me. As I deliver a fatal blow, I find myself feeling sorry for it. At this point, all I can do is make its end quick. It makes only a last sound of pain before it falls to the ground lifeless. It was a much easier fight than I had anticipated. That is mainly due to it using lightning against me, which just heals me. A bad matchup, which is why I feel kind of like a bully. As its last cry fades away, I hear an answering cry from higher up the slope. As I turn to look, I see a ball of fur running this way. It is about the size of a house cat and doesn't have wings yet, but it is obviously the Guardian's child. This must be why she attacked me. She was defending her young, and that just makes me feel even worse. As the baby reaches its mother, it starts crying and nudging the body, which reminds me of a scene from Lion King that always made me cry. At this point, I can't take it anymore and drop to my knees to try and comfort the baby. It allows me to pick it up and pet it, and as I am doing so, I see an amazing sight. A mass of energy flows from the Guardian's corpse into the baby. With me petting and cuddling it, eventually the baby stops crying, which helps me to stop crying as well. I am really glad that no one is with me to see me crying. I would never hear the end of it. I take some meat out of my pouch and feed it to the baby. I keep feeding it until it falls asleep. Once it is asleep, I stand up and carry it back up the slope to the cave and walk inside. It isn't a big cave. The Guardian would barely have been able to fit inside, but off to the side I find a nest of twigs and leaves where I can put the baby down. Once I am sure it isn't going to wake up, I head back outside to go deal with the Guardian's corpse. The first thing I do is separate the head, drain the blood, and then put it in my pouch. It needs to be intact to show to the Tiger Clan on my way back off the mountain. Then, I start working on skinning the body, which is tricky since it is part hide and part scales. The wings I separate and place in my pouch, I am not sure if anyone will be able to use them, but I will keep them anyway. Once the wings and hide are removed, I start butchering the rest of the body. When I find the heart, I remove it carefully, and then sit back and eat the whole thing. Devour activated. Agility plus 20, Wisdom plus 50, Willpower plus 10, Region plus 5. Wow, what is with the wisdom and willpower? Wasn't this just a normal beast? Not to mention Region? I guess I am lucky that I was able to kill it quickly. Chapter 284. While I am pleased with the results of Devour, it leaves me with a lot of unanswered questions about the Guardian. Obviously, it was not just a normal beast. Could it be that the ancient mages actually placed it here to guard the mountain? If there are any answers to be found, they will most likely be inside the library at the top of the mountain. Since I was already planning to check out the library, nothing really has to change. If anything, I will just end up having to spend more time inside the library. Before that, though, I search what is left of the body until I find the beast's core and then stare at it intently. Legendary item Sacred Beast Core. Would you like to absorb it? Can I? Should I? What is the worst that could happen? Yes. Absorbing Sacred Beast Core. Core fusion commencing. Core fusion. No. Cancel. Abort. Despite my pleas, the process begins, and the crippling pain hits me just like last time. All I can do is drop to the ground and curl into a fetal position before darkness takes me. When I wake up, the baby is licking my face and seems worried about me. Sitting up is a struggle. Not only do I hurt all over, but I feel really weak for some reason. In fact, I feel like my body is too heavy to move properly. I even check to make sure I don't have the manacles on. Right? The core fusion must have done something to me. I need to see what it did. Status. Name, Ash Race. Black Lion, Sacred Demonic Beast Type. Unique Sacred Beast Rank, 0 titles. 4. The Merciful Blessed by the Light, Anti-Hero, Angel Slayer HP. 4072 divided by 4072 SP Sacred Power. 1. 1325 divided by 1325 Strength. 50525 Agility. 50284. Enduron CE 50. 377. Intelligence, 204 Wisdom, 397 Charisma, 166 Willpower, 50 Luck, 25 Toughness, 35 Region, 10 Unspent Points, 50 Fire Resist, 70 Cold Resist, 32 Magic Resist, 25 Hellfire Resist, 31 Shadow Resist, 35 Lightning, Greater Immunity Physical Resist, 28 Darkness Resist, 20 Abilities, 8 Quests, 5 Skills, 17 combat skills, 10 magic skills, 3 crafts, 14 beast skills, 2 mental skills, 5 sacred skills, 5. Huh, I am a sacred demonic beast? What is that? Rank 0? I have to start all over again. As I am thinking things through, I pet the little one to calm it down. It climbs into my lap and curls up. So it looks like my physical stats are being limited, and that is why I feel so weak. Is it because I am rank 0? If so, then ranking up is my new priority. I can't continue up the mountain while I am this weak. It also looks like everything that was demonic has been changed to sacred. Even my demonic power is now sacred power. Wait a second. I thought I only had 4 demonic abilities. Sacred skills. Sacred skills. 5 sacred touch level, 1 absorb level, 1 lightning aura level, 2 sacred body level, max sacred assault. Huh, what is that new one? Sacred touch level. 1 SP cost, 100 healing touch. Heals Wiz X2. A heal, yes. Let's see. Wisdom times 2. Wait, my wisdom went up almost 100 points. So I can heal for almost 800. Except for having to start over with the rank, this turned out awesome, just based on the healing ability. With my current sacred power, I can cast it 13 times, which basically means I can fully heal myself a little over 2 times. And that is just at level 1. I am betting the healing will go up if I raise its level. First, though I have to raise my rank. I am not even sure I can make it to the cave like this. I feed the little one some meat from my pouch and wait till it falls asleep in my lap. Once it is asleep, I close my eyes and enter meditation. Then I sink down until I can see my core. It is still the same size, but now it is a dark green in color. I guess it is meant to represent wind. I know a lot of games at least used green for wind, even though it always looked more like an earth color to me. Either way, I focus in and start using my sacred power to chip away at the outer layer of the core. Core upgrade progress. 57% after about an hour's work. My sacred power is exhausted. But I have made decent progress at least. Unfortunately, it will take hours to restore my sacred power, and the sun will be setting soon. Staying out here, I risk death from exposure, so I struggle to my feet and start trudging up the slope towards the cave. The little one wakes up when I move, but seems perfectly content to stay in my arms and be carried. It isn't acting like a wild creature at all. Maybe I should give the thing a name. After all, it looks like I am going to be here a while, and it isn't like I was planning to just leave it to fend for itself. With how young it is, there is no way it can survive on its own. And since I already feel bad about killing its mother, I can't just let it die. The first thing I do is roll it onto its back and pet its stomach while I look to see what gender it is. Since I can't find any obvious signs, I am just going to assume that it is a girl. So, I need a good name for a girl. It needs to be a cute name since she is such a cute little thing. Thinking about names helps me ignore how sore I am and how much trouble I am having breathing. By the time I reach the cave, my legs are trembling and I am gasping for air, a mix of the altitude and how weak I am right now. Once inside the cave, I collapse next to her nest. I put her down in it and pet her until she settles down. Then, I go into my recovery meditation to restore my sacred power. While I am meditating, I go through all sorts of names before I find one I like. It is from a book I read in my past life, and in that book's language, it means one who is beloved. Chapter 285. When my sacred power is restored, I open my eyes and look around for her. She is sitting on the edge of the nest watching me. When she sees that my eyes are open, she gives this adorable little chirp and jumps onto my lap. She is simply too cute. Even if I could leave right now, I couldn't leave her behind to die of hunger. Little one, I am going to name you Kachara. As soon as I finish pronouncing the name, there is a flash of light that seems to come from everywhere and flow into Kachara. For a solid minute she glows, and then it slowly fades away. SP 325 divided by 1,325. What? Naming her cost me 1,000 sacred power? Either it is my imagination, or as the light faded away she grew a few inches. Now that I think about it, naming Lizzie cost me about the same. But that doesn't make much sense. After all, Lizzie was a fully grown creature with serious combat abilities. And yet Kachara, who isn't more than a baby, cost the same amount? In this world, naming things seems to invoke power. I get that mostly. But is it just a set amount? Or is there some other factor like potential involved? Maybe I should ask the goddesses about it the next time I speak with them. For now, Kachara seems very happy with her new name, and the burst of light doesn't seem to have hurt or scared her. If anything, she seems to be more energetic than before, even so far as wanting to play now. Watching her try to wrestle my hand into submission is not only hilarious, but seriously, the cutest thing I have ever seen. It makes me glad none of the girls are here. The last thing I need is one of them trying to adopt her and take her home. While I wouldn't really mind taking her home, I get the feeling she is meant to stay here and become the new guardian. That is the only explanation I can come up with for the energy that moved from her mother's corpse into her. As I am playing with Kachara, I suddenly realize that for some reason, my upper body is really itchy. So I start removing my chest piece so I can scratch the itch. As soon as I do, fur goes flying everywhere. Kachara immediately starts pouncing on random tufts of fur. But I am not paying any attention. Instead, I am staring in shock at my chest, which is now free of any fur at all. I quickly remove the rest of my armor to see how far the loss of fur has gone. The fur is gone from my upper arms, shoulders, chest, and back. My forearms, hands, legs, and feet, however, still have fur. And when I pull out my little mirror, I find my head also still has fur. But as I am looking at myself in the mirror, I find some other changes have taken place. They are subtle, but there is a definite change in the structure of my face. I now look just a bit less beastly. If anything, I would say I look more like a beast man and less like a humanoid beast. I wonder if this process is going to continue as I go up in ranks now, and if so, how far it will go. I hope I don't change too much. I have gotten used to this body, and I have grown to like it as it is. As I turn my attention back to her, I find Kachera struggling to gather up all my shed fur and push it into her nest, laughing. I lean over to help her get the fur into her nest. She isn't satisfied until every piece is gathered. Once it is all in the nest, she spends a few minutes moving it around before she curls up and goes to sleep on top of it. Since she is sleeping, I go back to meditating to recover the sacred power I spent on naming her. Once that is done, I switch to working on my core again. I want to get to rank 1 before I try to do anything else. Right now, the progress is quick and easy, but I know that won't last. Core upgrade progress, 100% core upgrade complete. Congratulations. You are now rank 1, sacred power plus 100, all stats plus 5. Stats: strength 150, 530, agility 150, 289, endurance CE 150, 382, intelligence 209, wisdom 402, charisma 171, willpower 55, luck 30, toughness 40, region 15, unspent points 50. Wow, it raised all my stats, even region and luck. I was worried since I wasn't getting the 10 point of SPI for every 10% increase like I was before. Now that more of my physical stats are unlocked, I can move a little bit easier. This is a good thing because I have a lot to get done. I am going to be staying here for a while, so I should make it a bit more comfortable. First, I need to finish cleaning up the Guardian's corpse. But when I step outside, I get a shock. It is snowing. Luckily, it is only a light snow. But it tells me that I need to get a move on because winter is coming. I can't help laughing to myself as I head down the slope to take care of the corpse. After I am done with that, I gather all the branches that fell during our battle for firewood. As long as I keep the fire small, I should have enough for a few days at least. If nothing else, at least I will be able to enjoy some cooked food. Raw meat is getting a little old. I will keep feeding Kachera meat from the wrecks. It doesn't seem right to try feeding her part of her mother. Without my fur, I feel the cold a lot more. So I hurry back to the cave. I find Kachera is still fast asleep on her fur bed. Before I start a fire, I take a long look around the cave. I want to make sure there is a way for the smoke to escape. I learned that lesson the hard way while I was in the pit, and this cave is a lot smaller. Thankfully, I find a crack in the ceiling at the back of the cave that should act as a natural chimney. So I move some rocks over to make a fire pit and start a small fire that I can cook with. Once the meat is cooking, I again look around the cave. But this time, I am looking to see how I can improve it. The most important thing is to find a way to make a door or something to block the entrance. The little fire isn't going to do much unless I can block the wind from blowing into the cave. Squaring off the entrance wouldn't be hard, but a stone big enough to block it would be too heavy considering my current strength. Walking to the entrance, I take a look at the slope. There are a couple of dozen trees in total, so if I cut down a few, it should be all right. With that decided, I get to work. I take out my pickaxe and start cutting away at the stone. It takes a lot longer than I thought it would since I am a lot weaker than I used to be. The noise shortly wakes up Kachara, who quickly comes to see what I am doing. Instead of pestering me like I thought she would, she just sits calmly and watches me. Then after a while, she seems to understand what I am doing, and she runs over to start pushing away the rock chips that are falling on the floor. Chapter 286. It is insanely cute watching her try to clean up the mess I am making. Each new rock chip that hits the floor gets pounced on instantly. It also shows a remarkable level of intelligence to figure out what I am doing and how she can help. By smell, I can tell when the meat is done cooking, so I take a break to go sit and eat. Kachera follows me, and since I cooked some Rex for her, I try to show her how to blow on it to cool it off. She seems to understand me, but to my surprise, she is able to create little gusts of wind just by focusing. This ability must be related to her mother's wind blades that she used against me. If she can already use an ability like that as a baby, then it probably won't be as long as I thought before she can take care of herself. That is reassuring since I would feel horrible if I had to leave before I was sure she would be okay on her own. As it stands, I am guessing it will take me about a month or so to get high enough in rank that I can continue my journey up the mountain. By then it will be winter up here for sure. Even if it is still only fall in the lowlands, it makes me realize that I never asked anyone about the seasons here, or even how many months there are. Basic things like that just completely slipped my mind. And I just assumed that it was the same as on Earth. Yet when I count how long I have been in this world, it adds up to almost a year, but I've only seen summer weather. I would ask the goddesses, but I decided when I left for the temple that I wouldn't bother them until after I destroy the temple. This is mainly because I feel kind of guilty that I put their quest off for so long. When I get back, I will ask Sarah. I am sure she has found out about it by now. For now, I need to finish squaring off the entrance and then cut down 4 trees or so to make a door. I plan to cut the trunks in half and use the bark sides as the outside of the door. It may be primitive, but it should work for a while at least. As soon as I start swinging my pickaxe, Kachera runs over to do her job of pushing the stone chips outside. She is totally adorable, especially when she is trying to be so serious about helping me. Even when a rock chunk almost as big as she is falls down, she doesn't give up until she manages to move it. At that point, I just have to stop my work to crouch down and congratulate her. She stops long enough to receive my petting, then gives a happy little chirp and goes right back to work. Following her example, I get back to work. I want to finish squaring off the entrance today. When I am finished, I go to tend the fire and set some more meat to cooking. Kachera looks exhausted, so I give her as much raw meat as she can eat. As soon as she has finished eating, she falls fast asleep. She doesn't even twitch when I pick her up and move her to her nest. After I have eaten, I go about setting up my hammock. I hang it so I am between the nest and the entrance to give Kachera a little protection from the wind. She doesn't seem to suffer at all from the cold. If anything, she is better off than I am, but I still try to do what I can. Before I go to sleep, I enter meditation to use up the sacred power that I have regained throughout the day. Core upgrade progress, 37%. As soon as I am done, I drop into a deep restful sleep, and I sleep all the way until the sun rises. When I wake up, I find that at some point during the night, a large, warm lump attached itself to my chest. Since she is still fast asleep, I again meditate to use up my sacred power. Core upgrade progress, 63%. It is still progressing fairly well, but I don't want to fall into the same pattern as I did last time. I will use it as it is available, but I am not going to do nothing but meditate for days on end. I especially don't want to leave Kachera alone for that long. Isolation is very bad for babies, as far as I know. When I open my eyes again, Kachera is awake and staring at me. Maybe she felt the energy moving around inside my body. I reach up and pet her for a while before I decide it is time to get up and start making breakfast. All it takes to get Kachera to move is the mention of food. Apparently she is really hungry. Yet, when I give her the choice between raw and cooked, she chooses to wait for cooked food. Again, I find myself surprised by her intelligence level. It is definitely higher than a human baby. It makes me wonder just how old she is. I mean, for all I know, her species could be babies for years. In the animal world, it is typical for babies to mature quickly to help ensure their survival. But I have no idea what rules apply to a magical race. She is definitely growing quickly, though. She is already noticeably bigger than when I first saw her. Who knows? She may be fully grown by the time I am ready to continue up the mountain. That would definitely make me feel better. After breakfast, I move outside to cut down some trees to make a primitive door. Kachera follows me, but stops when she encounters the snow. It is probably her first time seeing it. Watching her sniff and nudge it with her paw reminds me of a curious kitten. Once she decides it isn't dangerous, she starts playing in it, and she is obviously having a ball. Meanwhile, I am selecting the 4 trees I want to cut down. They are the 4 with the straightest trunks and are the closest in size. Unfortunately, since I don't have an axe of any kind, I am going to have to use Blitz to cut them down. Even with my reduced strength, I am able to fell each tree in one strike. Then it is just a matter of removing all the branches. Those get carried back to the cave to use as firewood. Then, I just have to cut them to the same length and split them down the middle. By now, Kachara has had enough of playing in the snow and has come over to watch me. After a while, she starts picking up twigs and small branches and carrying them up to the cave. Again, she has found a way to make herself useful without getting in my way. It is only after I am done splitting the trunks that I remember that a long time ago I made woodworking tools, including a saw. When I check my pouch, they are all still there, which makes me feel like an idiot for not thinking of it sooner. At least with the tools, I will be able to smooth the wood and make it fit a lot better. Chapter 287. After dragging everything up into the cave, I take a break for lunch, which makes Kachara happy. Like any growing child, the only time she isn't hungry is right after she finishes eating. I give her a drink from my endless water skin, and then she settles down for a nap. I am really glad I have this water skin, because I have yet to see a water source anywhere near here. There must be one somewhere since the Guardian lived here, but since she had wings, it may not be close by. Before I leave, I will need to find one and make sure Kachara can get to it, which makes me wonder when her wings will grow in. She will have to learn to fly all on her own. No way I can help with that. However, once she grows a bit more, I can totally start teaching her how to hunt and fight. Still, before all that, I should worry about finishing this door. It is only going to get colder at night now that it has snowed. After she finishes her nap, just out of curiosity, I lay out the woodworking tools and name them as I point to them. Then, as I am working, I ask for a tool by name, and Kachara will grab the tool and hand it to me. What is surprising is that even though I only named each tool once, she doesn't make a single mistake. That kind of memorization is really impressive. Even most adult humans need more than once to memorize something. It is also fairly puzzling. Kachara's mother didn't show any signs of having a high level of intelligence like this. It also makes me wonder if Kachara has a father. And if so, what species he might be. Because the more I look at Kachara, the more small differences I notice when comparing her to her mother. Probably the biggest one is where her mother had a mane body similar to a horse. Kachara's is more like a cat. Kachara's tail is also more dragon, and doesn't have a stinger like her mom's did, although that may grow in later. In fact, Kachara looks like she is just a mix of cat and dragon. There are no signs of other animal parts. Of course, that could all be due to age. It is possible that her body will change a lot as she ages. For now, it just makes her much cuter than her mother was, and I kind of hope she doesn't change. Once I am finished trimming and aligning the logs, it is just a matter of connecting them together and making sure there are no gaps. Since I don't have a hammer and nails, I am guessing the best way is going to be making crossboards and using wooden pegs to hold them. It is the best I can think of with what I have available, and it should hold against the wind at least. As another test, I cut a branch into small segments, and I use my claw to carve a segment into a peg. I set it down in front of Kachara, and then make a second, making sure she sees everything I do. When I ask her if she thinks she can do it, she chirps at me and starts working on one. While she does that, I work on carving down branches to use as connecting boards. When Kachara finishes her peg, she rushes over to me to have me take a look at it. To my surprise, it is almost the exact same as the two I carved. Looks like I need to stop underestimating her. When I ask her to do the rest of them, she nods at me and rushes back to work. I watch her with a smile on my face. Forget the girls, I want to keep her. I think I will check in the library, see if there is any mention of the Guardian. If there is anything binding her here, maybe I can break it. It is something to keep in mind once I make it to the library. But for now, I should focus on the task at hand. Looking down, I realize with my mind wandering, I ruined the branch I was working on. So I toss it over by the fire and start again on another. As I am working, I glance over at Kachara from time to time to see how she is doing. And because watching her is fun, Dine, congratulations. Skill Woodworking has progressed to level 5. Woodworking level 5 AGI plus 5. You can make tools or structures from wood. I wonder if Kachara can learn skills. Maybe she learned woodworking from helping me. There is no real way for me to know, though, unless I make some sort of bond with her that would allow me to see her status. Which, if I do end up taking her with me when I leave, is a definite possibility. If I still had my magic, I would probably try to make her my familiar. But since that isn't possible, my best bet would probably be some form of contract. Maybe when this is all over and I get back, I should track down Emily and ask her about her contract with Silveria. Come to think of it, the Guardian's core was a sacred core. Does that mean she was similar to Great Mother Wolf? This time I managed to catch myself before ruining another branch. I really need to stop letting my mind wander and focus. By now, Kachara is done with all the pegs, and she comes over to me and whines at me. When I ask her what is wrong, she looks over towards the fire. By that I know that she wants food. So I stop what I am doing and start cooking dinner for the both of us. While the meat is cooking, I manage to finish making the connecting boards and assemble the door. Once I hammer all the pegs into place, it is fairly sturdy. It turned out better than I expected. So before we eat dinner, I manage to prop the door in place. It isn't perfect, but it should do for now. While we are eating, the temperature in the cave does go up noticeably. Not that it gets hot or anything, but with the fire going, the air does lose its frigid bite, which makes it much more comfortable. Tomorrow I will make a few more improvements to the door, and then I will work on the rest of the cave. Chapter 288. As soon as she is done eating, I take Kachera and lay her down in her nest where she curls up and goes to sleep. Or at least, she seems to be asleep, but I won't be surprised if by morning she has managed to migrate to the hammock. But before I go to sleep, I want to burn through my sacred power. I should be able to hit rank 2 this time. Core upgrade progress, 100%. Core upgrade completed. Congratulations. You are now rank 2. Sacred power plus 100. Gained sacred ability. Wind blade. Wind blade level. 1 speed cost. 50 blades fired. 1 damage per blade. Int X1. Oh, this must be the ability Kachara's mother used against me. Normally I would test it out immediately, but since my sacred power is exhausted, I am going to have to wait. I was hoping for another +5 to all stats. But I am not disappointed since now I finally have a ranged attack again. I am definitely going to have to put some effort into leveling the skill up so that it does more damage. Right now, it does a little over 200 damage since that is my current intelligence. Leveling up the skill should increase the damage, and that will be easier than raising my intelligence. It would have been better if it used my wisdom, since my wisdom shot up so much when I absorbed the Guardian's core. As I climb into my hammock, I glace over at Kachara and catch her with one eye open watching me, as I thought she was just waiting for me to go to sleep. So I tell her it is okay. She immediately gets up and jumps onto the hammock where she curls up on my chest and goes to sleep. With her warm weight on my chest, I fall asleep very easily, and she is still there in the morning when I wake up. As I reach up and start petting her with a smile on my face, I notice that she has grown another couple of inches. So, I carefully check her back, but there is still no sign of her wings growing in. It worries me a little. I don't want to leave her on her own before she learns how to fly. The main reason for that is because I have not seen anything on the slope for her to hunt. If she hasn't learned to fly by the time I am ready to leave, I should probably just take her with me. As long as I don't try to take her off the mountain before I find out more about the Guardian, it should be fine. If I am being honest, I just don't want to think about parting from her until I absolutely have to. Besides, my curiosity about how she will grow will drive me insane if I walk away before finding out. Maybe naming her was a mistake. I have become much more attached to her than I should have. Even if it was a mistake, it is too late to change my mind now. I will just have to figure out a way to free her from this mountain. Anyway, first things first, I want to try out this new ability, so I aim at a spot on the wall. Wind blade. The blade of wind launches from my hand and strikes the wall, but not exactly where I was aiming, so I fire off the spell a few more times until I manage to get the aim right. To my surprise, after my last spell, another wind blade strikes the wall. It came from Kachara. Apparently, watching me allowed her to learn to use the ability as well. That makes me happy since it means she isn't defenseless anymore. I will worry a little less now. When I get up to check, my slashes cut into the wall about 2 inches, whereas Kachara's is only about 1 inch. Considering how young Kachara is, I am still fairly impressed, since that means her intelligence is about half of mine already, given that she will most likely end up with a higher intelligence than me by the time she is fully matured. The only thing I don't know is how long that might take. It could be months or years. Since there is no answer right now, I set aside such thoughts and instead turn my attention to making breakfast. As soon as I am done preparing the meat and have it in place over the fire, Kachara attacks me. She has been sitting watching patiently, and now she attacks my hands and doesn't stop until she has licked all the blood off. It is cute, but it is also evidence that she is developing more of a personality, which is good. Once my hands are clean, she sits and watches the meat cooking. She is obviously eager for breakfast. While the meat is cooking, I drop into meditating to burn through the rest of my sacred power. Core upgrade progress. 11% only rank 2, and it is already slowing down this much. I won't be able to get back to rank 6 at this rate. If I remember right, last time I could only get to rank 4 through working on my core. After that, I had to rely on eating demons. That does bring up an issue. Am I still going to be able to rank up by eating demons? If not, then I may be in trouble, since creatures like the Guardian are probably even harder to find than demons. That is a worry for another time. For now, I will advance my core as much as I can through meditation. Once I can't advance anymore, then I will head for the temple and the library and see what happens. Who knows? Maybe those aren't the only two options, and I will be able to find a third way to increase my rank. What I knew of the rules only applied to demons. I have no idea what the rules might be for sacred creatures. Come to think of it, I really don't know anything about sacred creatures. That should probably be something I search for in the library. The library is hopefully going to provide me with all sorts of information. Considering its location and how much effort the Empire put into keeping it a secret, it must contain a lot of useful knowledge. According to the diary, only the Archmage and the royal family knew about the existence of the library. You don't keep something restricted that much unless it is of great value. My curiosity is burning. I would go straight there if I thought I could make it. Even though with my rank going up I am able to move normally again, I still don't feel that I am back to my former condition. Stats: Strength 250530, Agility 250290, Enderon CE 250382, Intelligence 209 Wisdom, 402 Charisma, 171 Willpower, 55 Luck, 30 Toughness, 40 Regen, 15 Unspent Points, 50 at rank 0. My stats were limited to 50. As I went up in rank, another 100 was unlocked each time. If it stays that way, I won't be able to use my full strength until rank 5, which, since I am not sure if I can go past rank 4, might be a problem. I will just have to hope I can figure something out when the time comes. Chapter 289. Once the meat is done cooking, I give Kachera her portion and start eating mine. As I am eating, I start hearing the sound of water dripping, but looking around, I don't see anything. Once I am done eating, I get up and walk around until I find the source of the sound. At the bottom end of one of the cuts made by my wind blade, there is a very slow drip of water. Somewhere behind this wall, there is a water source, which means I can make sure Kachera has water available. All I need to do is make a catch basin beneath the cut to collect the water. That should be easy enough. For some reason, this idea feels familiar to me. And after thinking for a minute, I remember doing this same thing when I was first thrown into the pit. Just a glance at Kachera, who is being all cute and curious, is enough to dispel the bad memories that are running through my head. The pit was a long time ago, and I have long since put it behind me, except for killing the king. That is something I will do no matter how long it takes. He has to pay for what he has done. It isn't just about revenge, though. If it was just what was done to me, it wouldn't matter so much. What he did to Maricel, his own daughter, is what is truly unforgivable. To sacrifice his own daughter for the sake of power, for that he has to die, and die painfully if I can manage it. I also haven't forgotten about those poor women in the pit. If I can find out which nobles did that, then they will all die as well. When I get back from this mountain, I really need to go check in with Mercy and see how things are going. I hope I don't miss the final attack. Then again, since there is the Shadow Demon to deal with, she probably won't attack until I am with her. She isn't the type to waste her troops fighting against something they can't beat. Although, now that I have dropped in rank and am not strictly a demon anymore, I am not sure if I can beat it. When I was only 1 rank lower, I thought I had a good chance. But if I am 3 ranks lower, I doubt I can handle it. Maybe if this stat lock gets removed, I might stand a chance. But that will be a big risk. Only using physical abilities against a shadow demon doesn't sound like a good plan to me. While I do still have my demonic powers, although now they are sacred powers, I don't really think they will be effective. Maybe if Justin has leveled up enough, he might be able to deal with the demon. After all, he is a paladin. Fighting evil is what paladins are all about, so maybe they won't need me after all. Either way, that is something to worry about later. For now, I am going to focus on improving the cave. Moving around, I check the floor near the water until I find a crack. Leaning down, I feel air moving through the crack. That should mean it connects to another open area somewhere, which means it should act as a drain just fine. So for the rest of the day, I work on carving the floor beneath the water into a basin. It is much easier and turns out better than my last one since I have tools this time. I also carve an overflow drain from the edge of the basin to the crack in the floor. Hiding congratulations! Skill Masonry has progressed to level 5. Masonry level 5, STR plus 5, End plus 5, able to build simple structures using brick or stone. I still don't think this counts as masonry, but I'll happily accept the stat points. Although, I guess my stats going up really doesn't help me right now since my stats are capped. After a break for lunch, I get right back to work. I want to make it nice for Kachera. I am making it a bit bigger than I did last time. I want it to hold enough water for her to get a good drink even when she is her mother's size. After all, if I am unable to take her off the mountain with me, then this will be her home for the rest of her life. Once the basin and drain are finished, I find the spot the water is coming from and hit it once with my pickaxe. This increases the flow of water to a steady trickle, enough to fill the basin in about an hour. Kachera is absolutely fascinated by the water pooling in the basin, and she doesn't stop playing with it until I call her for dinner. After she is finished eating, she goes back to the basin, and when she finds it full, she jumps in. I hadn't thought about that, but the basin is pretty much the perfect size for her to take a bath. At least for now. She will probably outgrow it in a week or two at the rate she is growing. Speaking of, the rate she is growing is also increasing the amount she eats. At this rate, I may run out of meat before the month is up. If that happens, I guess I will have to try my luck at hunting. At least I have a ranged attack now. Trying to chase down something like a rabbit with a sword does not sound fun at all. Once Kachera is done with her bath, she comes over and sits next to the fire. As I sit here petting her, I start thinking about the way I have been fighting. Up till now, I have pretty much just relied on my superior stats to survive. Back when I was in the pit, I counted more on stealth, so I suppose I could try that again. However, stealth doesn't work in a lot of situations. Like a large-scale battle, I need to work out a better way of fighting. I have my evasive steps to help me avoid damage, but enough attacks coming at me at once would make that useless. It also wouldn't help me against magic that affects an area. Since I am strong enough to wield Blitz in one hand, I could go back to using a shield to increase my defense. But that would make me a tank, and I already have Bones to act as my tank. He just needs to get stronger so he can keep up with me in a fight. I need to remember to summon him when there is a fight. Chapter 290. In fact, I should probably summon him soon and introduce him to Kachera. I don't want her to freak out if he appears suddenly, and he needs to know she is an ally that needs to be protected, so I try to explain to her as simply as I can what is about to happen, and she seems to understand. Summon Bones. When Bones suddenly appears, Kachera jumps a little bit, but other than that, she seems okay. Bones looks around, and when he sees Kachera, he starts to go for his sword. Bones, no, she is a friend. Bones says, "Master, there is nothing here to fight. I just wanted you to meet her, so if I do summon you in a fight, you will know she is an ally." Bones looks disappointed when he hears that there isn't anything to fight. He kneels down and holds out his empty hand towards Kachera. She approaches and sniffs at him before trying to bite his gauntlet. Since the gauntlet is enchanted, she doesn't have any luck chewing on it, but it is still amusing to watch. Once Bones frees his hand, I toss him a bone to chew on, and Kachera just turns to look at me. Her eyes seem impossibly huge, and she looks as if she is about to cry. I can't possibly resist that look, and so I pull out another bone and give it to her. She wraps herself around the bone and starts chewing away at the end. Both of them look happy. It is almost enough to make me want to try chewing on a bone almost. Even though I am not a human anymore, it seems there are still things I won't do. Once he has finished his bone, I dismiss Bones and pick up Kachera to put her to bed. She refuses to let go of the bone, so she ends up chewing on it in her nest. She seems to really like the bone. Before I climb into my hammock, I sit down to meditate and use up my sacred power working on my core. Core upgrade progress, 27%. At this rate, I should rank up again in just a few days, which is faster than I remember it taking last time. Then again, last time, I really had no idea what I was doing and just fumbled my way through it. This time, I am using the more advanced method I figured out for working on my core, which is probably why it is going faster. Either way, it seems like my estimate of a month may have been a little high, which is fine by me. The sooner I can continue up the mountain, the better. From what I have seen looking out of the cave, I am only about a third of the way up the mountain. The path so far has been following a spiral around the mountain, so I could probably climb the cliff above the cave and pick it up again. Since I plan to take Kachera with me, and I have no idea how good she is at climbing, I should probably stick to the path. At the rate I was moving before, I figure it should take me 2 to 3 days to reach the summit of the mountain. Maybe a bit longer, since Kachara probably can't move as fast as I do yet. I think tomorrow I should take her outside. If I am going to take her with me, I should start at least getting to know what she is capable of. Besides, with the amount she is eating, if she doesn't start getting some exercise, she might get fat. With that thought in mind, I climb into my hammock and get ready to go to sleep. In less than 30 seconds, Kachara jumps onto my chest and curls up and goes to sleep. As usual, I wake up before her and meditate to use up the sacred power I regained while sleeping. Core upgrade progress. 41% after we finish breakfast. I take Kachara outside to do a little exploring and get some exercise. It feels good to get outside and stretch my legs after staying in the cave for the past 2 days. The sky is covered by dark gray clouds that look almost close enough to touch. The wind is cold and carries the scent of snow. I guess up here winter is already starting. I need to finish everything and get off the mountain before winter hits down there. I am worried about Lizzie. Since she is a lizard, she probably won't do well in the cold. She may even need to hibernate or something. From the cave mouth, I turn right and start exploring the portion of the mountain that is between the upper and lower path. As I move, I make sure to keep a close eye on Kachara, who is running around exploring every nook and cranny she notices. She is obviously curious about everything out here since it is all new to her. For the most part, I let her explore, only occasionally calling for her to catch up to me. I don't want her to get too far away just in case there are other predators on this mountain. The Guardian may have hunted them all down, or she might have left them alone as a food source. There probably won't be anything too close to the cave considering how aggressive she was, but it is better to be safe than sorry. The further we get from the cave, the rougher the terrain gets. I have to slow down so that Kachara can keep up. She may have problems with the terrain, but no matter how hard it is, she doesn't give up or complain. Just as I am about to turn around and head back, I come across a break in the terrain. The rocks end and a small meadow opens up in front of us. There are even a few flowers showing between patches of snow. Kachara charges into the meadow and heads straight to the closest patch of flowers. While keeping an eye out for trouble, I smile and watch as Kachara goes around smelling each and every flower. I stand guard for the next hour and just let her play in the meadow to her heart's content. The entire time I simply enjoy watching her and how much fun she is having. Chapter 291. Eventually she wears herself out, and I end up having to carry her as I head back to the cave. I don't mind though. She doesn't weigh that much. And watching her play was worth it. On the way back to the cave, I choose a different path that looks a bit easier to traverse. While I was right that it is the easier path, it ends up being a dead end and I find myself standing at the top of a cliff. When I take a look down, it turns out that I am directly above the ledge where the Guardian first attacked me. As I am turning around to retrace my steps, I spot a weird shadow. When I move to a better angle, I can tell it is an opening. Of course, with a mountain this big, there are bound to be caves. But unlike Kachara's cave, this opening gives me a bad feeling. It is like my instincts are telling me that this isn't just an ordinary cave. For now, I turn and backtrack till I can cross to the path back to Kachara's cave. Once we are safely back in the cave, I start wondering about the other cave. So far, I haven't seen any signs of creatures on the mountain. Maybe because they all live inside the mountain. Knowing my luck, it is going to lead to a vast underground world where everything wants to eat me. It is a fairly safe guess, since that is what has happened almost every time I have gone underground. I will keep the cave in mind, but I am not going to go rushing into it until I have to. For now, I still have plenty of food for Kachara, so I am going to hold off on exploring the new cave. If possible, I would like to rank up again and let Kachara grow some more before I take her into a dangerous situation. She needs to be able to at least look out for herself, if not fight at a decent level. Even with Bones, I am not sure we will be able to protect her, especially against a large number of opponents. If she wasn't in an exhausted sleep, I would start right away. But she is too tired right now, so I let her sleep. She sleeps right up until dinner and goes back to sleep as soon as she finishes eating. So I move her to her nest and let her sleep while I meditate for a while, recharging and then using my sacred power. Core upgrade progress, 56%. Instead of sleeping, I spend the night meditating so that I recharge faster and can upgrade more in the morning. However, I plan to only meditate while Kachara is asleep. During the day, I will remain active. The main reason is so I can spend time with her, but through playing, I plan to start teaching her. Core upgrade progress, 87% after we have had breakfast. I take her outside and start a game where she tries to tag me and I dodge her. This helps her develop her coordination and will play an important role in her learning how to fight. For now, though, it is just a game to her, one which she enjoys immensely. After lunch, I switch to a different game. Using some of my silk rope, I make a ball. Then I tech Kachera how to play catch. She runs out of energy before dinner, which isn't too surprising since she is still young. So she naps until dinner and then eats everything in sight until her stomach bulges before passing out. Core upgrade progress, 98%. When I see how close I am to ranking up, I can't possibly sleep. So I meditate for a few hours to recharge and then use it to hit the next rank. Core upgrade progress, 100% core upgrade completed. Congratulations. You are now rank 3, SP plus 100, all stats plus 5. The fact that I got plus 5 to all my stats makes me very happy, especially since I have no other way to raise stats, like luck and regen. So it seems on odd ranks I gain the plus 5, and on even ranks I gain an ability. That means when I hit rank 4 I should gain another ability. I can't wait to see if I am right. Since I am too excited to sleep anyway, I spend the rest of the night meditating. When the sun comes up, I end my meditation by using up my sacred power to work on my core. Core upgrade progress, 4%. While the progress is disappointing, at least I can still work on my core using meditation. If the speed holds to what it was this morning, then I should hit rank 4 in just under 2 weeks. After checking on the food supplies, I should have just enough to last that long with how Kachera's appetite keeps growing. So as long as nothing changes, the plan for the moment is to put off going into the cave until I am rank 4. That also gives me 2 weeks for Kachera to grow and increase her stamina. As I am thinking things through, I glance over to check on her and realize I might be underestimating her appetite's growth. The reason I change my mind is because I realize, as I am looking at her, that she has doubled in size since I first found her. If she continues at this rate, she will be half her mother's size before the 2 weeks are up, meaning she will go through the food I have for her faster than I was planning, and I will be forced to hunt to keep her fed. After breakfast, I take Kachera outside with me to do some more exploring. I am hoping to find something huntable on the mountain itself, but my hopes are crushed when we head outside to find it snowing heavily. Kachera starts playing in the snow. The cold doesn't seem to bother her at all, but I am definitely feeling it. It makes me wish I had asked Walter to prepare me some winter gear since the armor doesn't really protect me from the wind. The cape he made me is too small to wrap around me, and now that I don't have as much fur, I can feel the wind through the armor. Since I have some cold resist, I am guessing the temperature is really low, low enough to kill a human in a few hours. Chapter 292. Considering how cold it is, I am seriously tempted to turn around and go back into the cave. The only thing that stops me from doing exactly that is my worries about our food situation. Even some type of vegetable that I could use to make stew would help stretch out the food. Kachera can eat them since she has the teeth of an omnivore. In fact, a pure meat diet isn't a good idea. The same goes for me. Just eating meat all the time is not healthy. But finding vegetables in all this snow won't be easy. Wandering around the mountain in a snowstorm isn't exactly a wise idea either, especially since I don't know the area very well. The only other option is to go somewhere the snow doesn't reach, such as a cave. The question then becomes, do I want to explore it now, or wait until we are almost out of food, and I have no choice? Waiting till I have no choice is obviously a bad idea, so I will split the difference and go once we are down to half the current food supply, which means today I can just play with Kachera. So since she isn't paying attention to me, I prepare a snowball. The snowball hits her just right and knocks her into a pile of snow. As I am laughing, she glares at me. For the next few hours, I keep throwing snowballs at her as she attempts to dodge them. By lunchtime, she has gotten pretty good at dodging, although she still falls for a feint every time. Through these games, she is learning, and she is also getting better about how she moves her body. Control is the most important thing she can learn right now. She needs to overcome the typical clumsiness of the young. The fact that we both have tons of fun playing these games is just a bonus. In fact, playing with her these past few days is probably the most fun I have had since I came to this world. Realizing that just makes me all the more determined to find a way to take her off this mountain with me when I leave. After eating lunch, I keep her inside with me to play some games to help her develop her mind. She is quite smart. She even manages to learn how to play tic-tac-toe with me. I keep coming up with new games to make sure she doesn't get bored and lose interest. When I switch back to a previous game, she remembers it completely, and it even gets to the point that she can figure out when I am cheating. The glare she gives me when she first figures it out is absolutely hilarious. And when I fall over laughing, she is quick to pounce on me and turn it into wrestling. The next 4 days are all the same, with us just playing all day long while outside the snow keeps piling up. During those 4 days, Kachara doubles in size again, and now she is about the size of a pony. She has finally developed 4 lumps on her back, which should be the first sign of her wings growing in. Core upgrade progress, 47%. Unfortunately, with her growth has come an increase in appetite, and now we are down to half of the food remaining. So now, it is time to go check out that cave and see if I can find another food source. So after breakfast, I have Kachara climb onto my back and hold on to me. Having her on my back feels like a slightly heavy backpack, enough to know she is there, but not enough to cause me any real problems. To make sure she knows to hold on, I jump around and climb the walls until I am sure she is not going to have any problems. Then I head out into the snow and make my way down the slope. It isn't snowing currently, but the snow is a couple of feet deep. The glare off the snow is fairly intense, making me squint to see where I am going. It isn't as bad once I reach the bottom of the slope and turn onto the path, headed back the way I came from. The snow is piled up on the path as well, making me take it slow to be sure of my footing. Kachara is twisting her head back and forth, trying to look at everything at once. Seeing as she has no concept of the danger involved, this is just a fun new experience for her. As I move, I worry constantly that she is going to see something interesting and try to go running off for a closer look. When I reach the start of the ledge, I remind her to hold on tight as I turn sideways and start shuffling along the ledge. Luckily, the snow isn't as deep on the ledge, but in places it is covering ice, so I have to be extremely careful. Kachara keeps craning her head around to look down, which worries me even more. Once I have crossed 200 feet of the ledge, I stop and start moving straight up. I reach as high as I can and dig my claws into the stone, and then pull myself up. Once I am as high as I can go, I kick my feet into the stone until my claws dig in, then I reach up and repeat the process. Finally, after what seems like an hour, my hand encounters a ledge. Instead of more cliff, grabbing the ledge, I pull myself up until I can see into the cave, which looks like just an ordinary cave. As I pull myself up and into the cave, I find myself hoping that I haven't just wasted all that time and effort. Once I catch my breath, I climb to my feet, and Kachara hops down from my back to start sniffing around in the cave. As I move further into the cave, and my eyes adjust to the darkness, I can see that the cave doesn't end. It turns into a tunnel that leads down. From here, I can't see how far it goes. It is a long, straight slope that looks too regular to be a natural creation. As I start following the tunnel, I draw Blitz and caution Kachara to stay behind me and not to wander off. The odd thing is the tunnel is round. If it was man-made, it would be square, but the walls are smooth. Water could make a tunnel like this, but it wouldn't be straight, and there would be bumps in the walls and floor. The only thing I can think of is that a different race made this tunnel, and that means it has to lead somewhere. After following the tunnel for a half an hour, I come to a wall blocking the tunnel. It isn't a wall of stone. It is a wall of darkness. Reaching out my hand, I can see my hand pass through the wall, which should mean I can walk through it. Since I haven't seen any side passages, this is the only way to go. So taking a deep breath, I step through the wall. Chapter 293. As I pass through the wall, my entire body tingles, and then I am blinded by a bright light. As soon as I can see again, my mouth drops open in shock. I can't believe what I am seeing. Unless it is some kind of illusion, I am looking at a city. A ruined city, but still a city. It is just sitting there in the middle of a lake. I can see hundreds of buildings, and in the middle a massive column that looks like it reaches the ceiling. I can't see much of the ceiling because the light is too bright. It is as bright as the sun in summer. From where I stand to the edge of the lake is a long rolling meadow with normal-looking grass and flowers. Around the lake itself is what looks to be orchards, but I can't really see what is on the other side of the city from here. I was expecting another weird colored mushroom forest, like I found beneath the mine. Not something I would expect to find on the surface. Kachara is staying close to my side, which surprises me. Either she is being good and remembering I told her to stay close, or something is worrying her about this place. Keeping that in mind, I move slowly into the meadow, instead of rushing straight to the city, which is what I want to do. No matter how I focus, I can't detect any kind of threat. The meadow seems perfectly normal and peaceful. There are even small animals here and there. From what I can see, they look like a cross between a rabbit and a squirrel. They stop and look at me as I pass, not showing any signs of fear, which should mean there are no predators here. Kachara stares at them, but still stays by my side instead of running off to chase them. When I reach down to pet her, I find that her muscles are tense, like she is ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. I try to reassure her that everything is okay, but she doesn't let down her guard for a second. Trusting there is a reason for her behavior, I turn my paranoia up a few notches, so all my senses are on high alert. Summon Bones. Bones says, Master. Unknown area, possibility of ambush. Stay alert. If we are attacked, focus on protecting Kachara. With a nod, Bones steps up to Kachara's other side, so she is sheltered between us. Even with Bones now protecting her as well, Kachara doesn't relax at all. But I can't sense anything dangerous. As we walk across the meadows, I find my attention again drawn to the city. Who built it and why built here? If it was built by the ancient empire, then the location would make some sense, after being almost wiped out by a dragon. Although this cavern is big enough for a dragon to fly in, if they kept all the entrances small enough, then it couldn't get in. But if that is the case, then why is the city abandoned in ruins? My curiosity is prodding me to move faster. But instead, I keep my pace slow, and my senses sharp. I don't know what Kachara is reacting to, but I don't plan to let my guard down. When I ask Bones if he senses anything, he points to one of the small animals and then shakes his head, so he can't sense any danger either. But I still keep my guard up as we cross the last section of meadow. Reaching the trees around the lake, I can see several different types of fruit, so this was probably an orchard. Stopping the others, I pick a couple of each type of fruit, and then take small bites to check for poison. Once I am sure they are safe, I offer one to Kachara. She sniffs it and then eats it before going back to looking around warily. Instead of trying to cross to the city straight away, I decide to circle the lake first. As I walk, I pick every ripe fruit I see and put it in my pouch. After all, food is why we came down here. Circling around the lake reveals that all that is behind the city is more meadows. The meadows go from the orchard to the walls all the way around the lake, although I do see a few more entrances. Except for one large one, all the entrances I see are the same size as the tunnel we came down. The one large one is at the very back of the cavern and is about 5 times the size of the others. I can't see much from here, but it definitely looks like it goes down deeper. I will leave checking it out until after I have explored the city and hopefully solved the mystery of this place. When we return to the point we entered the orchard, I turn and cautiously approach the lake itself. The water is clear enough that I can see fish swimming around, but not enough that I can see the bottom. Since anything could be hiding down there, I keep my guard up as I crouch on the lake's shore. After a minute of nothing happening, I scoop up a handful of water and sniff it, not smelling anything unusual. I take a small sip and find that it is completely normal water. If anything, it has a slight mineral taste to it, such as one would get from spring water. Now the problem is how to get to the city. It is obvious that there used to be bridges across the lake, but they have all collapsed. While keeping one eye on the water, I move towards the nearest bridge. When I reach it and take a closer look, I can see that it was made with marble, and the seams are so fine I have trouble seeing them. The bridge was obviously well made, and when it was intact, it was probably very beautiful. The problem is, I don't think 1,000 years is enough time for this kind of damage. So either the bridges were destroyed intentionally, or this is a lot older than the ancient empire. Moving away from the water's edge, I sit down and pull out the Archmage's diary. After skimming through it for an hour, I can find no mention of a city being here. It only talks about the library and the temple, which probably means the ancient empire never found this city, and it may have been built by the race that built the temples. Chapter 294. If that is the case, then I can probably learn a lot if I can get into the city and explore. The problem now is how to get over there. Either I can swim, or I can try to build a raft. Since there might still be something nasty at the bottom of the lake, I am not inclined to try swimming across. So building a raft it is. Good thing there are plenty of trees around. Instead of just cutting down trees randomly, I look around for the ones that aren't doing so well. Removing them should actually help out the trees around them. In total, I cut down 12 trees. The next step is to trim off all the branches, which go into my pouch since I need more firewood anyway. The interesting thing is that as I am trimming off the branches, I can feel mana in the tree trunks. It surprises me since it has been a long time since I was able to feel mana this easily. To test it out, I reach out with my will and give the mana a little nudge, and it obediently moves where I pushed it. This means I can manipulate mana again, which gives me an idea. In a lot of fantasy stories, elves can sing to wood and reshape it as they wish. I am wondering if I can do something similar. I take 2 of the clean trunks and lay them side by side. Then I focus my will and slowly merge the 2 sets of mana together. When I open my eyes, I find that the 2 tree trunks have merged together perfectly. One by one, I add the other trunks using the same process until all 12 are merged into one piece. Harding, congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Mana Manipulation. Mana Manipulation level, 1 SP cost, 25 centiminute, the ability to manipulate mana into new shapes. Wow, it has been a long time since I made a new skill. This feels awesome. Deciding to play around with the skill a bit, I start changing the shape of the raft. After experimenting for about an hour, I find out some of the rules that apply to the skill. For one thing, I cannot alter the mass of the object, but I can alter the density. If this also applies to metal, I should be able to turn lesser ore into higher quality. But that will have to wait for later. I can also add my sacred power into the object to patch weak spots in the mana. The 2 seem to merge just fine. This means I should also be able to enchant items using my sacred power just like I did when I was using mana. Although, while I have tried to create spells again, for some reason it doesn't work with sacred power, something seems to be missing. That is something I will have to experiment with later. Maybe I can figure something out with enough time. For now, since rafts aren't very stable, I decide to turn it into a canoe instead. Dieting, congratulations. Skill Woodworking has progressed to level 6. Woodworking level 6 AGI plus 6, you can make tools or structures from wood. Congratulations. Skill Mana Manipulation has progressed to level 2. Mana Manipulation level, 2 SP cost. 25 divided by 2 minutes, the ability to manipulate mana into new shapes. By the time I am done, it has turned out quite well, and I am fairly proud of it. The last thing I do is turn a large branch into a oar, and once that is done, I am ready to cross the lake. After pushing it into the water, I have Bones take the front and tell him to watch for danger, while Kachara gets put in the middle. Then, I take my spot in the back and start paddling us across the lake, which with my strength is pretty easy. Despite my expectations, nothing attacks us as we are crossing, so it only takes about 15 minutes to reach the other side. Since there is a wall around the city, I beached the canoe near where the bridge was. When we climb up to the road, we can see a gate in the wall. It is partially collapsed, but is still a sight to see. It is wide enough for 4 wagons to pass through at once and is completely covered in carvings. The gateway is about 30 feet tall, which would make the walls of the city about 40 feet tall. That isn't just for decoration. Whoever built this city did so with defense in mind. That means they were aware of war at the least, and that maybe they expected the city to be attacked. In front of the gate on either side are 2 massive lion statues, sitting on pedestals. The lions look like they would be about 15 feet tall if standing upright, and they are beautifully carved. It is strange how the city was built to be defended, but they seem to have insisted on the defenses being beautiful. As I step between the statues, I see the gate light up and I can feel mana moving before the gate scans us. Seems some of the magic is still working. And somehow I doubt the scan is going to identify me as friendly. As soon as the thought pops into my head that the statues are going to come alive, they start glowing. I should have known better statues. Outside the wall would have to be more than just decoration. As the statues start moving, I realize they are not coming to life. They are animating. They must be a type of golem. The eyes of the lions start glowing red, and both of them turn towards us and let out a fearsome roar. Bones and I draw our swords and back away from them to give us room to fight. Kachara runs back down to the boat when I tell her to. I don't want her getting hurt. After the roar, the lions jump down from their pedestals and start moving towards us. Telling Bones to keep the other one busy, I activate Mind Blade and dash in to attack my lion. As I rush in, I throw a wind blade at its face to distract it. This lets me get a good solid hit in on its leg. Unfortunately, even though it was a good hit, all it does is take a small chunk out of the lion's leg. As I dodge back away from the paw it swings at me, I realize that this is not going to be easy. A sword is not the right weapon for this. Even worse, as I am trying to think of a plan, I notice the wound in its leg has already healed. Chapter 295. As I dodge the lion's attacks, I move around it looking for a weakness I can use. But since it is made of stone, I can't find one, so I start paying attention to the mana moving around inside it. Feeling a sudden surge of mana towards the thing's eyes, I look at them and see they are glowing brightly. Before I can even think about reacting, the glow suddenly turns into a beam and hits me in the side. You have suffered a fire attack. Damage 307 horsepower. HP remaining 3,971. What the hell? They shoot laser beams from their eyes? While the damage isn't too bad, that is probably because I have a decent amount of fire resistance, the problem is the beam was way too fast to try and dodge it. So if it keeps using that ability, it can just wear me down. Trying to think of how to beat this thing, I can't help but regret giving up all my other weapons. A hammer would be perfect right now. My skills with the sword are great, and all but a sword doesn't work for every situation. The Supreme Swordsmanship style, while pretty awesome, just doesn't seem worth losing all other weapons. Especially since I haven't even been able to finish learning it due to lack of time. Maybe I should wait until I see if it works with a Naginata before I make a decision. After all, the middle of a fight is not the place to be thinking about this. I need to focus. Just as I think that I see the statue's eyes light up again, so I throw myself to the side. Unfortunately, its eyes simply track my movement and hit me as I am moving. You have suffered a fire attack. Damage 311 horsepower. HP remaining 3,660. If I am taking 300 damage with 70% fire resist, that means it is doing over 1,000 damage per attack. As I am getting back to my feet, the statue turns and returns to its pedestal. Then it moves towards Bones, who is still fighting the other one, so I move quickly to intercept it. As I charge at it, I drop Blitz down by my side ready to thrust. Since a slash didn't do much, maybe Pierce will. While it doesn't seem to do much damage when I hit it, it does knock it over. Seeing it get up quickly, I grab Bones and pull him back until we are at the start of the bridge. Once we cross a certain point, the lions stop chasing after us and return to their pedestals. Seems they are defensive, and once we leave their area, they return to standby mode. Bones, of course, wants to go back to fighting, but I stop him and check on Kachara. When she sees me, she jumps into my arms and starts rubbing her face against mine. Guess she was worried. Deciding it is probably best to avoid the lions, I lead the way and we start walking along the city wall. I am hoping to find a spot where we can get into the city without having to fight the defenses. I didn't pay too much attention to the wall when we circled the lake, but I do remember there being 4 bridges that were collapsed, so it stands to reason that there are 4 gates. Maybe one of them will have broken down enough that the defenses won't activate. As we walk, I see several places where the wall has been damaged, but not enough for us to get through. If nothing else, I might be able to jump up or climb the wall, but I can feel mana in the wall, meaning it might have defenses as well. When we reach the next gate, which I think is the west gate, I see another pair of statues. These are gorillas instead of lions, but even from a distance I can feel the mana lying dormant in them. Deciding to keep looking, we walk past the gate and continue following the wall. Thanks to my regen, my health is fully recovered by now, but my armor has 2 holes in it from where the lasers hit me. Now that I can manipulate mana again, I am thinking that I need to enchant my armor, at least enough so that it can repair itself. I don't want to have to keep going back to Walter for him to fix it. As we come around to the north side of the island, I stop in shock. The north gate isn't there. The gate, along with a good chunk of the wall, are missing, and instead there is a huge crater. All the buildings I can see that would have been behind the gate are nothing but piles of rubble. What the hell happened here? It is starting to look like this city isn't in ruins because of age, but because it fell to an invader. As I look around, I wonder if this crater is the result of the statues blowing up. If so, I am glad I wasn't able to destroy one. Even with my health and resistances, I doubt I could survive an explosion that would create a crater this big. The crater is at least 100 feet across and 20 feet deep. Yet looking around, I can't find any debris, meaning the stones that made up the gate and the wall were vaporized, or thrown so far I can't spot them. Either way, it must have been a huge blast, but at least now I have a way into the city without fighting the statues. Edging around the crater, we managed to pass the walls and enter the city without triggering any more defenses. Once past the walls, we can see the destruction is not limited to near the gate. This quarter of the city is basically rubble. If the explosion didn't kill off all the attackers, they would have been able to enter without much opposition. What surprises me is I don't see any fallen weapons or armor. If there was a battle here, I would expect some signs to remain. Unless the invaders were wiped out and the inhabitants cleaned up before abandoning the city, I am hoping I can find the answer further into the city, so we start to make our way towards the center. Chapter 296. Kachara is still very tense, so I go slowly and keep my senses on high. Anything could be hiding in here? From what I can tell, the 4 gates, each connected to the city center by a road. These roads split the city into 4 quarters. The explosion seems to have destroyed most of the northeast and northwest quarters. From the size of the rubble piles, there weren't any major buildings. So my best guess is that this was the residential area. From what I can see of what is left, all the buildings were well built and beautiful. Amongst the ruins are still areas of green that were most likely parks or something similar. Everything I have seen so far points to a civilization with both advanced architecture and impressive magic. Once past the worst of the rubble, I start checking each building we pass looking for clues. The closer we get to the center of the city, the bigger and fancier the houses get. Also, the bigger the houses get, the more things that have survived are inside. I figure out why when I touch the wall of a house and feel faint traces of mana. After checking a bit, I am convinced that the bigger houses used to be enchanted. Enchanting houses suggests a society that had very abundant magic resources. It also tells me this city is a lot older than the ancient empire. After all, magic spells don't fade this much in just 1,000 years. Which means my guess was probably right. And this city was built by the same race that built the temples. Of course. I can't be completely sure since I haven't visited any of the temples yet, but I just feel that it is the correct answer. The closer we get to the main buildings in the city center, the more nervous Kachara gets. So I slow down even further to completely search every building we pass. When I find one of the houses where the kitchen is mostly intact, I decide it is a good time to stop and camp since we have been exploring for hours. Since Kachara is acting so nervous before I start cooking, I barricade all the doors into the house. Once everything is secured, I set Bones to keep watch, and then I cook dinner for Kachara and myself. It isn't fancy since I only have meat and fruit, but some of the spices are still good, so I managed to add a bit of flavor to the meat. The fruit is nice since we have been eating nothing but meat lately. Kachara especially seems to enjoy it. Once she is done eating, I lay my hammock on the floor in the corner and lay down with her. I curl myself around her and start petting her. Since she is so tense, it takes a while for her to relax. When she finally falls asleep, I burn through my sacred power before going to sleep with my arm around her. Core upgrade progress. 58% in the morning after breakfast. We head out to resume exploring. I don't use up my sacred power, just in case I need it. While it may slow down my core progress, I would rather lose some time than have something worse happen, because I didn't have any power when I needed it. Looking around, I realize there are only a few more houses left before we reach the buildings around the city center. They are, of course, the biggest of the houses with extensive grounds around them, and they are walled off from the streets. There are signs of defensive enchantments, but luckily, they have faded enough to no longer function. In these houses, I have seen all sorts of gold decorations and jewels, but money doesn't really interest me. However, I am kind of hoping to find some useful enchanted jewelry somewhere for the girls. So even if I wasn't curious, I would still be searching these big houses since they most likely belong to the nobles of the city. In the second to last house, I do find an enchanted dinner set, complete with plates and glasses. The odd thing is all of them are enchanted to neutralize poison and enhance the taste of whatever is eaten. With human nobles, I wouldn't be surprised. But I was hoping this race's nobles were better than that. But if they went so far as to enchant everything against poison, there must have been a reason for them to do so. Shrugging, I put it all in my pouch. It will be somewhat useful, and I can always get rid of it later if I need the room. While I find a lot of other valuable stuff in the house, that is the only thing I can consider somewhat useful. It is possible there are other things hidden away, but I don't really have the time to tear apart the walls looking for secret compartments. While I don't exactly have a time limit, it has gotten to the point that the more I put off dealing with the temple, the guiltier I feel. Maybe after I take care of the temple and library, I will come back to do a more thorough exploration. For now, I just want to see if there is a library or armory I can loot, which is why I want to search the city center. Moving on to the last and biggest house I have to go up over the wall, since there are statues at the gate that still have a lot of mana in them. I don't want to take a chance of getting hit with more laser beams if I can help it. The wall was enchanted as well, but it has mostly faded, and as I go over it with Kachara on my back, I feel a very mild shock. It doesn't really do anything since it is lightning-based, but better for it to try and zap me than Bones, who is following me. Once over the wall, I find myself on the edge of a jungle, or at least that is my first impression. In truth, it is just an overgrown garden, but it is really overgrown. There are all sorts of flowering bushes in every color imaginable, and if there used to be paths, there is no sign of them now. I decide to try and find a way around instead of pushing through the plants. Not only are several equipped with thorns, but who knows what else could be in there. After all, I can sense mana from several of the plants, and while it isn't especially strong, I don't want to take a chance with Kachara with me. Chapter 297. Luckily, there ends up being a gravel driveway from the gate to the house, probably for carriages. While the sides are covered by plants, there is a gap between them that is wide enough to walk down. Looking at the house, which is at least half again the size of the last house, I can't help but wonder if this was the governor's house. Or maybe the mayor's. Well, whoever ruled the city at any rate, since it is by far the biggest and fanciest house, that would make sense. It is 4 stories tall and completely covered in carvings and decorations. In my opinion, it could do without the extra decorations. Just the carvings would be enough to make it beautiful. With all the extras added on, it looks a little tacky, as if the owner only cared about showing off his wealth and power to his neighbors. Entering the house ends up being easy, since the front door isn't even locked. As soon as we enter, we see a grand stairway dominating the entry hall, the kind I would see in mansions in old movies. The entire room is designed to draw the eyes to the stairs, and whoever would be walking down them. Everything in the room is over the top, as if the owners wanted to crush their guests with wealth. I already don't like whoever owned this house, and I am tempted to just skip it. However, I know that if I do, I will always wonder what I might have found in here. Sometimes, having strong curiosity is really a curse, so I may as well just explore the place now. Before I get started, I notice the entryway is clean. There isn't a speck of dust anywhere. That is something I haven't seen in the other houses. It must mean the enchantments on this house are still working. Hopefully, the defensive enchantments are only on the outside of the house, keeping my guard up just in case I start by exploring the ground floor. The main floor consists of the entry hall, a dining hall, a grand ballroom, and a massive kitchen. The kitchen is what interests me the most since everything is still in working order. There is even a stocked pantry. It is curious since it is full and everything is still fresh, so I spend some time examining it. It turns out that when the door closes, it completes a circuit that activates a stasis spell, meaning time only flows inside while the door is open, so everything in here is still fresh and usable. Since it hasn't been that long since breakfast, I leave the kitchen for later and move to the last door on this floor I haven't opened. When I open the door, I find a set of stairs going down into the basement. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I freeze and immediately tell Bones to take Kachara back upstairs. I was expecting to find a wine cellar, but instead I find myself looking at a full-on torture room. The place gives me a bad feeling, and what fur I have left is all standing on end. I even see a few flickers that look like ghosts, so I slowly back up the stairs. Once I am back on the ground floor, I close the door and pile up furniture in front of it. Wishing I had some kind of sealing or locking spell, I quickly move away from the door, taking Kachara and Bones with me. I am now convinced that whoever owned this house was a monster. I was really hoping that this race was better than humans, but it turns out they were just as depraved. Again, I think about ending my exploration here, but in the end, I decide to continue. After all, that should be the worst thing I am going to find in the house. At least I hope so. Moving up to the second floor using the grand staircase, I start searching room by room. The first half of the floor that I search is nothing but bedrooms. And since they aren't anything fancy, I figure they were guest rooms. When I move on to the other half of the floor, the first door I open leads to a large study. Seeing a bookshelf with a few dozen books, I am glad I decided to continue exploring. Grabbing the first book and opening it, I see a completely foreign language. Since that is exactly what I was expecting, I don't hesitate to grab all the books and put them in my pouch. When I have time, I will use them to start figuring out the language. For now, I continue exploring. Since the study is the first interesting room I have found, I take my time and search it thoroughly. I find a couple more books in the desk which get added to my pouch. I also find a writing set that I feel mana from. After studying it for a minute, I find that it never runs out of ink and can create 10 pages of blank paper per Dalton Y. Having something on hand to write with might come in handy, so it also ends up in my pouch. Not finding anything else of interest, I leave the study and move towards the next door in the hallway. Opening the door, I find a lavish bedroom, and from the choice of colors, I can tell it belonged to a woman. After all, the huge canopy bed has gauzy pink curtains draped all around it. When I spot the stuffed animals on the bed, I think that this room must have been for a daughter. At least I hope so. I don't even want to think of another reason to have a room for a female child in the house. Since it is a kid's room, I only give it a short search before closing the door and moving on. The next room is another bedroom. And from the armor hanging on a stand, I am guessing a teenage boy's room. Walking over to inspect the armor, I find myself impressed. While it is obviously for training it is very high quality, it is also enchanted to prevent the wearer from being seriously injured, but it does allow minor injuries. I decide to take it with me. While it is too small for the girls I am thinking, Vacker can use it for his students once he finds some kids to train. Since it allows small injuries, it is perfect. If it prevented damage completely, then it would make the user overconfident. Finding a couple more books on the desk, I grab them before moving on to the last door on this floor. It is a large double door, so I am expecting it to be the master bedroom or something of that nature. To my surprise, it is another study, but this one is decorated with stuffed beasts, so I am thinking it is more of a man cave than a study. Chapter 298. The walls are lined with the heads of beasts I have never seen before, and there are a couple of complete bodies in the corners. While there is a desk in the room from the chairs around it, I doubt any work was ever done in here. It looks more like the kind of place men would sit and talk over cigars and drinks. Searching the room, all I find is a few hidden cabinets full of bottles, booze from the looks of them. A few are unopened, so I drop them in my pouch. Not that I want to drink them, but they may come in handy anyway. Leaving the room, I head up to the third floor, which only has 2 doors, one to the right and one to the left. Opening the door to the right first, I find a massive bedroom done in pinks and pastels with lots of lace. Opening the door on the left also reveals a massive bedroom, but done in hardwoods and earthy colors. These must be the bedrooms of the master and mistress of the house. Interesting that they had separate rooms. Walking into the feminine room first, I start looking around. The first thing I find is a massive closet that is almost 20 feet deep. It is completely filled with fancy dresses and styles I've never seen and made of materials I don't recognize. Since I am no expert, I try to pick out a few that look the most interesting and put them in my pouch. Taking all of them would probably fill my pouch. At any rate, I am fairly sure Amara will be interested in these, especially the material they are made of. Moving on from the closet, I find a sit-down dresser that is completely full of jewelry. While a lot of it is enchanted, most is just cosmetic spells which I ignore. But I do find 2 pieces that are useful enough to take with me. One is a set of earrings made from blue gems that enhance spell casting, which might work for Isabella. The other is a necklace made with rubies that adds extra fire damage to spells, which will be perfect for Ruby. She is probably going to be mad at me, so having a gift for her is probably a good idea. Those are the only interesting finds in this room, so I move across the hall to search the master's bedroom. The first treasure I find is a sword. A great sword, to be precise. But when I swing it, I find it is light. The design reminds me of a thin scimitar. The way it flows and its weight make it easy to wield. I am sure Vacker would love this. Finding the sheath in the closet, I put it into my pouch and continue searching. There is an armor stand in the corner, but the armor it is meant to hold is missing. The sword I found was on the wall like a display piece, but I don't find any other weapons in the room. My guess is the master of the house either died fighting or ran off while wearing his armor and weapons. Considering what I found in the basement, I am hoping he died. Painfully. Unfortunately, other than the sword, I don't find anything of value. Well, not of value to me anyway. In searching the house so far, I have already ignored a fairly vast fortune, enough for a normal person to live the rest of their life in comfort. I am sure there is even more hidden away that I haven't found, but since money doesn't interest me, I am not really looking for it. Leaving the room, I turn to the stairs to the 4th floor, which are much narrower than the main stairs. Heading up, I find that the attic is split. Half is open and probably used for storage. The other half is tiny rooms. Probably the servants' quarters based on the size of the rooms, although they are empty now. The storage area is full of what looks like old furniture. Apparently the preservation spells aren't working up here since it is all heavily decayed. Just as I am about to start digging through it to see if there is anything of value, I hear a hissing sound. Looking around, I realize it is coming from Kachara. Her fur and feathers are all standing on end. She is staring intently at the point the peak of the roof meets the end wall of the storage area. At first, I don't see anything, but after a minute of concentrating on the area, it is like a veil is lifted. Now I can see a large cocoon made of webbing. It is big enough that it could fit 3 humans inside. It is either going to be a really big spider or a ton of little ones, and it is moving, or at least whatever is inside it is moving. I quickly back away until I am standing next to Kachara with Bones on her other side. I have dealt with giant spiders before, so I am not too worried, but better to play it safe. Besides, I need to be close enough to defend Kachara if I need to. After a minute, the cocoon rips open and the occupant falls to the floor. As it stands up, my first thought is spider, but then I see I am only partially correct. The lower body is that of a spider, but the rest of the body is humanoid. I immediately think of a Drider from D&D. The upper body is lean and pale. It even has the long pointy ears of an elf. However, looking at the skin and the eyes, it is obvious that the thing is dead, yet it is still moving. So, an undead Drider, if there is such a thing. Whatever it is now looking at us, so I draw Blitz and get ready to fight. It opens its mouth and starts speaking in a strange language. As it does, its hands start glowing with purple energy. 4 spots on the floor start glowing the same color, and in each spot a skeleton materializes. So not only is it undead, but it is also a necromancer. Still not enough to really worry me. Telling Bones to attack the skeletons, I move around them to go for the Drider itself. With my speed, I make it within range of the Drider in seconds, and with a single swing, I cut it from shoulder to waist. As it dies, it lets out a horrendous shriek that leaves my ears ringing for several minutes. Out of curiosity, I cut it open, but I find no sign of a core, and the heart is dried and shriveled. I can't bring myself to even try a bite of it, so I leave it where it is and look over at Bones. He is standing amidst the bones of the 4 skeletons, looking disappointed at how easily they went down. For a battle maniac like him, an easy fight like that is just a waste of time. Seeing that Kachara hasn't calmed down any, I decide it is time to leave, so I lead the way back downstairs. Before leaving the house completely, I stop by the pantry and fill my pouch with food and spices. As soon as I step outside the house, I understand why Kachara hasn't relaxed. I can hear skittering from all directions. I run down the path and jump to the top of the wall. What I see makes me gulp and wonder if we can even escape the city. Chapter 299. Everywhere I look, I see more Driders, in the streets, on the roofs of the other houses, and all of them are looking this way. The shriek of the one I killed must have woken them all up, and now we are stuck in the middle of them. Many of them have undead around them, not only skeletons, but also zombies and ghouls. Just at a quick glance, I am guessing there are at least 200 Driders that I can see right now. Not all of them have undead, though. Some don't seem to be casters since they don't have hands. Where their hands should be are long curved blades, about the length of a short sword. While the spider part of the bodies all look identical, the upper bodies vary a lot. There are both male and female torsos. Also, the hair is a variety of colors, including green and blue. It almost looks like these things might have been made using elven corpses. However, Now is not the time to wonder about that. We need to get out of here as fast as we can. If too many surround us, there is no way I am going to be able to keep Kachara safe. Putting Kachara on my back and telling Bones to guard her, I jump down and make a beeline towards the break in the wall we came in through. As soon as I start moving, the Driders react, those with swords towards me while the others send their undead. Telling Kachara to hold on tight, I start ducking and weaving as the first ones reach me. Not breaking stride, I dodge and counterattack any that comes close enough to attack me. My main priority right now is not to stop moving. If I stop, I will be surrounded instantly, while each Drider goes down with a single hit of Blitz, which is covered by my Mind Blade. Their numbers seem to be increasing, with more and more appearing from between buildings and other streets. The number of them quickly approaches 1,000. They show some signs of intelligence, instead of all charging me blindly. Quite a few move ahead of me to try and cut me off. I quickly lose track of how many I have cut down. All I am focused on is continuing to move forward. I get hit several times, since if I had dodged it would have hit Kachara, but my armor prevents me from taking any serious damage. However, the armor is taking the damage for me. If this keeps up too long, I will lose its protection. I don't have time to turn around to check, but I can hear Bones fighting behind me. So far, he has been able to keep up. When I reach the end of the intact houses and see the area of rubble ahead, I also see hundreds of Driders waiting. Trying to cut my way through that many in an open area does not seem like a good idea. Yelling at Bones to grab a hold of me, I wait until he does, and then turn and leap towards the roof of the nearest building. With the weight of both Bones and Kachara, not to mention my limited stats, I am just barely able to make it onto the roof. The roof creaks and groans from the impact of me landing on it, but luckily it holds. I rush to the peak of the roof, cutting down 2 more Driders on the way. A quick look around shows the next nearest roof is actually back the way I just came from, but I can't stay still too long. Dismiss, Bones. With the weight I am carrying reduced, I take off running along the peak of the roof and jump to the next building. My new plan is to try to get to the city wall by jumping from roof to roof. While there are Driders on the roofs, it isn't anywhere near as many as are down on the ground. At least not yet. The lone Drider that is on this roof rushes over and takes a swing at me. I lean aside easily. As I swing Blitz and cut it in half, I am already looking around for the next roof. Going south will be troublesome since that is back towards the center of the city and the buildings get bigger. Not only that, but they all have more distance between them to accommodate yards. That just leaves going east or west. But to the east is the rubble fields where there are a lot less houses. So I turn towards the west. Even as I am deciding which house to jump to, next I can see Driders swarming towards the houses and quickly climbing them. Figuring speed is my best option, I take off running again. I decide which house to aim for right before I jump. My only concern is to keep moving west and get to the city wall before the Driders manage to trap me. As I move across the rooftops, I keep killing the Driders that attack me. Luckily, the casters seem to only be able to summon undead. Hiding Congratulations, Sword Basics, has upgraded to Sword Intermediate. Sword Intermediate level 11, Styar plus 12 damage, plus 55% speed, plus 5%, while I am quite thrilled at my sword skill. Finally upgrading, I don't have time to enjoy it as more and more Driders are attacking me each time I jump to a new roof. When can I avoid most of them and jump to the next roof? But several times I am forced to cut my way through them. I have probably killed a couple of dozen by now, but they don't seem to care about their losses and just keep throwing themselves at me. Since they are undead, I am not surprised that they show no care for their fallen. The speed they reacted to me changing directions, however, isn't what I would expect from undead unless they are being controlled. If so, I really don't want to meet whatever is controlling thousands of undead Driders. Chapter 300. In fact, all I really want right now is to get Kachara safely out of this mountain. If she wasn't with me, I would be more tempted to stay here and massacre all these undead. However, since I don't get levels, all that would do is maybe give me a few skill ups, but it would allow me to finish searching the city. That is the thing about this situation that bothers me the most. These things are keeping me from exploring and satisfying my curiosity. Considering the quality of the sword I found, I really wanted to find the city barracks and armory to see what else I could take back. Then again, the Driders being here suggests this city fell to them, meaning most of the weapons and armor would have been in use. I can't help but wonder if there were survivors who fled the city or if they were all wiped out and turned into Driders. I also wonder if whatever is controlling them is also what made them into Driders. Right now, it does not look like I am going to get the answers to these questions. And that is also annoying. The next roof I jump to has a dozen Driders on it and more climbing up, so I am forced to cut my way through. As I cut each one down, I do my best to kick the corpse towards those that are trying to climb up to slow them down. After cutting down the first 6, a wind blade flies past my ear to hit one of the caster types. When he stumbles from being hit, I use the opportunity to cut him down. Then, I tell Kachara she did a good job, and to aim for where the spider part meets the humanoid part, since that is the weakest point I have found. As I cut down 4 more Driders, Kachara manages to kill a caster type with her wind blade. As I jump to the next roof, I congratulate her on her first kill and pat her on the head before returning my attention to the Driders. I can now see the city wall in the distance, but it is still a fair distance away. I am not sure if we are going to make it. All the rooftops I can see are now covered with Driders, and their undead minions are swarming around the houses. If I jump down, the undead will slow me enough for the Driders to catch up, but if I stay up here, I have to cut my way through the Driders. While they are fairly easy to kill, I am still getting hit occasionally, and that will only increase as I start getting worn out. Since I can't stay still, I jump to the next roof and start cutting down the Driders. As I do, I keep looking around for another option. Going back is out since the Driders have moved up behind me and are starting to jump across to the roof I am on. Since they are part spider, they can jump almost as well as I can. They will probably be almost as fast on the ground, too. I am starting to think that maybe I should find a defensible place and make a stand with Bones. The choice is taken away from me when I dodge an attack from one of the melee types, and it hits the roof below my feet. With a loud groan followed by cracking sounds, the entire roof collapses, taking me and the Driders with it. Luckily, I fall through into the second story of the house instead of into the street where the undead are waiting. Finding myself in a small room, I quickly cut down the 2 Driders that fell in with me. I can't tell what was in the room since it is buried under the debris from the roof, but there is a door, so I head for it. Kicking through the door, I cut down another Drider before it can react and move out of the room. Since I don't want Driders dropping down on me, I am looking for the stairs to go down. At this point, my best bet is to find a room with only one door and try to fortify it. Hearing a thud behind me, I quickly throw a wind blade backwards and cut the Drider in half. Ding, congratulations. Skill Wind Blade has progressed to level 2, Wind Blade level. 2 SP cost, 50 blades, fired. 2 damage per blade. Int X 1.5, turning right down the hallway, I cut down 2 more Driders before I reach a dead end. I chose poorly. Backtracking to go the other way, a hiss from Kachara warns me, and looking up I find a Drider attacking from above. Leaning out of the blade's path, I cut upwards with Blitz and cut it in half, only realizing my mistake after the fact. Now that both of us are covered in spider guts, I am struggling not to retch from the smell, but I have to keep moving regardless. After killing 3 more Driders, I finally find the stairs down, only to see a crowd of undead coming up them. It seems I took too long, and now the undead have entered the house. So unless I cut my way through them, I am trapped. Firing a pair of wind blades down the stairs, and another pair behind me, I buy myself a second or two to look around and think. Turning around again, I run back down the hallway. I would rather face the Driders than the undead horde. Spotting a door on the left that I didn't notice last time, I kick it open and take a look inside. This room is also covered in debris from the roof, but there are currently no Driders inside, so I quickly move into the room. Scrambling up the debris, I manage to get to the top of the outside wall of the house. When I raise my head above the wall to take a look, I see a Drider only a few feet in front of me. It is crossing a bridge made of webbing. Quickly pulling myself onto the top of the wall, I swing Blitz down and cut the webbing where it meets the wall. That Drider and 2 more behind it fall onto the undead crowding the street. But looking around, I see dozens more crossing other bridges. Looking down, I see that the 3 Driders that fell are fine and are already on their feet pushing their way through the undead towards the house. Chapter 301. Seeing all the Driders that are about to reach the walls of this house, I quickly jump across to the roof that the bridge I cut came from. There are slightly less Driders on this roof, so I do my best to cut through them quickly. Considering how many Driders are gathered behind me, if I can get away fast enough, maybe I can break through their lines and get some space to move. Now, I am less focused on killing them and more focused on just getting past them. Although, if I swing Blitz, I automatically swing with the intent to kill, so most of the Driders end up dead anyway. I only end up killing half the Driders on the roof, but Kachara kills 2 more with her wind blades. Making it to the far side of the roof, I quickly choose another roof and jump across. I notice most of the undead are still heading towards the house for a few seconds before they change direction. That should mean there is a delay between me doing something new and them getting new orders. Since that is the case, I stop trying to go towards the wall and instead change directions a few times. The more I change directions, the more the undead fall behind me. Each time they continue in the wrong direction for a few seconds. Whatever is controlling them seems to only be able to give limited instructions, which helps me out a lot. Changing directions again. I jump onto a roof that is in the direction of the city center. I watch carefully, and as soon as the undead receive new orders and turn the same way, I reverse my course. Jumping back to the roof I just left, I easily cut down the 2 Driders that were still alive. This gives me a clear path, and I am able to cross 2 more roofs in the direction of the city wall before the undead change direction. Now that I have a lead, I increase my speed to the max to try and get ahead of them. With the Driders all behind me, I am able to cover about half the distance to the city wall before I encounter another problem. Suddenly, sensing danger, I stop as quickly as I can. And just as I stop, I see a bunch of spider threads spread across the roof in front of me. Quickly tracing one of the threads, I realize it is an elaborate net trap. If I touch any of the threads, the whole thing would ensnare me. This doesn't look like the work of the Driders, but a quick look around doesn't reveal any enemies. Riping up a section of roof, I toss it onto the trap. The trap triggers and wraps up the debris I threw. A few seconds later, several spiders come out of hiding and move to the trap. They are about the size of a pony. They don't look like they are undead, yet they set a trap for me so they are on the same side. Stepping forward, I surprise them and manage to stab one before the rest vanish. It dies with a shrill scream which is painful to hear, but it is definitely alive. So whatever is controlling the Driders is probably also controlling these spiders. Moving past the trap, I jump to the next roof, but my speed has dropped considerably since I have to check for traps on each roof. Glancing back, I can see the Driders are catching up, as I expected they move pretty fast on the ground. At this rate, I have a minute, 2 at most, before they catch up, but they are on the ground and I am still on a roof. Although I expect them to move ahead of me to try and cut me off from reaching the city wall. If they can get ahead of me enough to have time to climb to the roofs, then I will either have to fight through or change directions again. For now, I continue straight while watching their progress and keeping an eye out for more traps. At my next jump, I have 3 options, but I can see traps on 2 of them, so I jump to the third. It is only after I jump that I realize they are herding me towards the south. I can now see the main street that goes from the west gate to the city center. It is to my left and is far too wide for me to jump across. They are trying to herd me that way so they can limit my movement. I can't see anything in the street, but I am guessing if I jump down there will be something waiting for me. Whoever or whatever is controlling everything has a decent level of intelligence to come up with this strategy. Seeing another similar situation ahead of us, I stop long enough to rip up a piece of roof before continuing. As I jump to one of the trapped roofs, I throw the chunk ahead of us to trigger the trap. As soon as the spiders spring out of hiding, both Kachara and I throw wind blades at them. We manage to kill 6 of them this time and land safely on the roof, allowing us to move further north and avoid being herded. The screams of the dying spiders are followed by cries of anger from the Driders, and since they don't show emotions, it has to be the anger of the controller. Knowing that its anger is getting the better of it makes me smile. Considering how much trouble it is causing me, it is only fair that I return the favor. The Driders at this point have managed to get ahead of us, and I have lost track of a lot of them. They are probably either climbing onto roofs ahead of me or setting up some other kind of trap. Either way, I will just have to deal with it when it happens. There is only about a quarter of the way left to the wall. Chapter 302. The wall is going to present a problem as well. There is a gap between the last houses and the wall. Not to mention the houses are only 1 story while the wall is about 4. I will have to cross the open area on the ground and then climb the wall. Even I can't jump that high. That is where I expect to be attacked. But there may still be traps before I reach that point. Then I remember that the west gate was open when I passed it earlier. I didn't approach because of the golems. Instead of climbing the wall, maybe I can just run through the gate. As long as I move quickly, the golems shouldn't have time to attack me. In fact, the golems should be able to at least slow down the Driders, if not kill most of them. But I don't want to move straight towards the gate. That would give the controller time to respond. Instead, I start moving north, away from the gate as much as I can while still moving west. Hopefully this will cause the controller to move most of its troops ahead of me and leave a mostly open path to the gate. As expected, I start seeing Driders on the roofs ahead of me, but there aren't many yet, so I just cut them down. After cutting down 2 more Driders, I jump to the next roof. Now there are only 3 rows of houses left before the wall. At the peak of my next jump, I am finally able to see the clear area before the wall. There are hundreds of Driders and thousands of undead spread out in the open area waiting for me. The controller really doesn't want me to reach the wall. This seems like an awful lot of effort for just me and Kachara. Then again, we are probably the first ones to find this place in a long time, possibly thousands of years. If that is the case, I wonder what the spiders have been eating. There must be other life somewhere down here for them to feed on. Not important right now, as I cut down another 3 Driders and jump to the next roof. There is only 1 more row of houses ahead of me, so after cutting down the lone Drider on this roof, I move to the end of the roof. Instead of jumping across, I drop down to the alley that is between the houses. I take off running at full speed due south. I try to avoid being seen as much as possible. The longer it takes the controller to realize what I am doing, the better my odds of making it out through the gate are. Kachara makes a few soft protesting noises, and I can feel her grip on me getting weaker. It isn't really a surprise. She is still young, and has been holding on to me through a lot of intense movements for a while now. Unfortunately, there isn't much I can do except encourage her to hold on for just a few more minutes. Using the alleys between the row of houses, I run flat out all the way to the main road leading to the west gate. With all this running, jumping, and fighting, even I am getting fairly worn out. I am going to need to rest soon. There is nowhere safe to rest in the city, though. If I stop for even a minute to catch my breath, I will end up surrounded. So when I finally run out into the main street, I immediately turn right and head for the gate. It is wide open, just like I remember. I was half worried the Driders would have closed it. As I am running towards the gate, I see Driders and undead start entering the street ahead of me, both from the north and south side. So, I didn't fool the controller completely. It still had some forces lying in wait here. Putting on a burst of speed, I try to make it past them before they can block the entire street. Unfortunately, I don't have enough speed to get through all of them, but I do pass most of them. There are only a few dozen Driders and undead between me and the gate. Now I am glad that I saved my sacred power. I start throwing wind blades with every step. Not only am I throwing them at the ones in front of me, but also at the ones to my sides. I have to keep them from slowing me down. My only hope now is to get through the gate. If I stop now, with as tired as I am, they will be able to overwhelm me fairly quickly. Aiming at the Driders' midsections and the heads of the undead, I am able to kill a dozen in a few steps. It is a good thing I have a decent pool of sacred power, because doing so burned through several hundred points. No longer worrying about saving my power, I throw out dozens of wind blades as I get to within 50 feet of the gate. Ha! Dang Ting, congratulations. Skill Windblade has progressed to level 3. Windblade level. 3 speed cost, 45 blades fired, 2 damage per blade. Int X2, while that would have been more helpful if it had happened a minute ago, I am not going to complain. After throwing a few more wind blades, everything in front of me is dead and I have a clear path to the gate. Lengthening my stride, I put everything I have left into my speed. I want to get out the gate and out of the golem's range as fast as I possibly can. As I pass under the gate, I can already see the golems starting to move. Behind me are more Driders than I want to count. Dashing past the golems, I turn left and head south along the lake's shore. Glancing back, I am expecting to see the golems going crazy attacking the Driders, but they aren't moving. The Driders are flooding out of the gate and onto the lake shore to chase me. Luckily, their undead minions are too slow to keep up. But with the golems ignoring the Driders, my plan is ruined. Then I realized the mistake I made. The Driders are made from the inhabitants of the city, so the defenses don't recognize them as enemies. Chapter 303. The plan was for the golems to buy me some time so I could catch my breath. But now I have no choice but to keep running. Sheathing Blitz, I pull Kachara off my back and carry her in my arms. This way she can at least rest. If I can't stay ahead of the Driders until I reach the canoe, then my last option is going to be to try and swim across the lake. While I really don't want to do that, it is better than trying to fight in my current condition. Kachara just lays in my arms staring at me. Even covered in dried spider guts, she can still look adorable. No way am I betraying the trust in those eyes. I grit my teeth and ignore my burning muscles as I push my speed back up. Slowly, the Driders behind me fall further back. Now, as long as nothing appears in front of me, we should make it to the canoe. I start limping as I develop a cramp in my leg, but I don't let my speed drop. Anytime I think of slowing down a little, all I have to do is look down and see those adorable trusting eyes, and all thoughts of slowing down disappear. Nothing appears ahead of us, and I manage to make it to the canoe with a few hundred feet of lead on the Driders. As I jump in and push off, I gently set Kachara down and then grab the oar and start rowing. As we move out into the lake, I hear a scream of frustration from the Driders, which makes me smile. Rowing with one hand for a few seconds, I grab the cleaning gem out of the pouch and touch Kachara, and then myself. While the fluffed up fur is annoying, it is a whole lot better than the smell of spider guts. Rowing allows me to give my legs a rest and finally stretch out the cramp. Got to be ready to run once we cross the lake. Considering how much trouble the Driders have gone through so far, I am not going to count on them giving up just because of a lake. So, even though I would like to take a real rest, I keep on rowing as hard as I can. We managed to cross the lake in less than half the time it took last time. As soon as the canoe hits the beach, I jump out. Once I pick up Kachara again, I get my bearings and take off through the orchard. Once clear of the trees, I aim for the tunnel we entered through, and only then do I take a look back. It is hard to make out from here, but it looks like there are spiders trying to build a web bridge over the lake. Guess the Driders can't swim. It doesn't really worry me. I will be long gone before they can finish their bridge. Just as I breathe a sigh of relief, I notice movement, and it is to the east and west of the lake. Out beyond the orchard, I can see something moving, and it is headed this way. After a few minutes of jogging, I can start to see them more clearly. It is more Driders, although I can't tell for sure. These Driders look different to me. Only when they get closer do I realize that they are moving faster than I am, so I do my best to increase my pace. Luckily, I have a decent head start on them, so now it is a race to the tunnel. As they close the gap, I am finally able to see why they look so different. Their upper halves aren't made from elves. As I study them, I notice something even more shocking. They are breathing. If these Driders are not undead, does that mean they are the ones who originally attacked the city? Their upper bodies are bulkier than the elves, and on every single one I can see there isn't a single bit of hair. Watching them move, I can tell they are faster than the undead Driders, which is why they are still catching up despite me doing my best. Watching the gap between us close and checking my distance to the tunnel, I think I can stay ahead of them just long enough to reach the tunnel. The problem is, if they are right on my heels, they will catch me before I reach the barrier. I need to find some way to slow them down, but the only thing I can think of is Bones. Bones should return to me even if he is killed, but I really don't want to take the chance on losing him. Maybe I can collapse the tunnel entrance behind me, or somehow block it long enough for us to escape. If the worst comes to pass, I can send Kachara on ahead while Bones and I stop the Driders from chasing her. Sacred power. Remaining sacred power. 985 divided by 1625, since I street ill have a decent amount. When the Driders get close enough, I start throwing wind blades at the ones in front. Unlike the undead ones, these don't die as easily, even if I hit them where the two bodies meet. It takes 4 wind blades to kill one of them, but as it falls, it slows down the ones behind it. So as I continue running, I keep targeting the ones in front with wind blades. By the time I reach the tunnel, the nearest Drider is still about 40 feet behind me. The tunnel isn't all that big. The Driders will only be able to enter one at a time. As soon as I see the first Drider enter the tunnel, I shoot 4 wind blades at it. The ones behind are forced to stop. They will be after us again as soon as they move the body out of the way. But for now, I have gained time and focus on running. Hearing the clicking of claws on stone, I look back to see a drider about 20 feet away. Immediately, I throw more wind blades at it, but as soon as I do, it summons a pair of zombies to take the hits for it. Realizing it will catch me before I make it to the barrier, I set Kachara down and tell her to run ahead. Then, I draw Blitz and turn around to face the drider. When I see the others crowding behind it, I decide I might need help. Summon Bones, Chapter 304. By the time Bones appears, the drider is already charging towards us. Bones takes a defensive stance. Without me having to tell him to, Bones uses his shield to stop the drider. As he does, I slash above his head and cut the drider's head off. Once it falls, we start backing up towards the barrier. I don't want to take my eyes off the driders. Watching them, I find out how they caught up so fast. They don't bother moving the body and just use the walls to go around it. For a minute, I forgot they were part spider and can walk on walls, and probably the ceiling if they want to. They are charging at us again when I feel my back hit something solid. But when I look back, I don't see anything. In fact, I can see Kachara sitting catching her breath a few feet from me. But when I try to move backwards, it is like there is a wall there. It must be the barrier, but why isn't it letting me through this time? The fact that Kachara passed it must be the key. She was able to pass it, so I quickly call out to her. Before she can reach me, the driders launch an attack against me and Bones. Bones and I work together to kill the first couple of driders and let their bodies block the tunnel. When I look around, I find Kachara is next to my leg, so I quickly pick her up under one arm and try to go through the barrier. Unsummon Bones. Holding Kachara, the barrier just feels like air as I pass through it. But the air on the other side is much colder, so I know I am through. Looking back, I again see a black wall across the tunnel. Now that I am safe, I let myself collapse to the ground. Kachara immediately wiggles free of my arm and climbs up to start licking the fur of my face. Reaching up to pet her to reassure her that I am okay is about all I am capable of right now. I decide that we are going to camp right here. There is no way I can climb down the cliff right now. It takes a few minutes before I can muster enough energy to sit up and build a small fire to cook us some food. At least we accomplished my original goal. We should have enough food for a few months now. Not to mention we won't be on a meat-only diet during that time as long as I don't go overboard. As soon as I am done eating, I curl up with Kachara, pull the hammock over us, and fall asleep instantly. When I wake up, other than being sore from sleeping on rock, I feel 100 times better. I think I would have been less tired if I just killed all the driders instead of trying to run away. Although, now that I can think, I can't help but wonder why Kachara was the key to passing the barrier. Since the barrier is one way, it is safe to assume that it was put in place to trap the driders, which means there were survivors from the city. If that is the case, then maybe the guardian for the mountain has nothing to do with the temple. The guardian might just be here to make sure those things never escape this mountain. I hope that isn't the case, because if it is, then Kachara will most likely be stuck here. Another thing I am curious about is where did the living driders come from? I saw no signs of them on the way in. At this point, I just hope all the barriers are holding strong. I don't want to think about what would happen if the driders got loose. Once we are done with breakfast, I clean up and then put Kachara on my back and head for the exit. The closer to the surface we get, the colder it becomes. I am not looking forward to being outside. When we reach the tunnel entrance, the wind instantly finds all the new holes in my armor and I can't help but shiver. Lowering myself down, I start to descend along the cliff face towards the ledge. Kachara is a nice warm weight against my back, and she helps shield me from the wind. When I check, she seems perfectly happy. The wind and cold don't seem to faze her at all. I am a little jealous. Already, I can't wait to get back to her cave and start a fire, especially since I need to take my armor off. For now, I focus on moving carefully, especially once the cold starts making my hands numb. I manage to make it down to the ledge without falling, and then I start shuffling my way along the ledge. Once I am off the ledge, I let Kachara down, and then race her back to the cave. She wins, but only because I am slow in the snow. Once we are back in the cave, I start a fire to warm the place up. Only once it warms up do I take my armor off to check the damage. There are a lot of small cuts all over the armor, and I don't have any materials to repair it with since I gave everything to Walter. Out of curiosity, I try pushing some sacred power into the armor, but it doesn't work. Guess it requires mana as well to work. That means I can't enchant things myself since I don't have mana, but Kachara does. After a few minutes explaining it to her, I teach her how to expel some of her mana. Once she releases it, I can gather it using mana manipulation and move it into my armor. Once there is mana inside, I find I am able to add my sacred power to it. The two powers seem to merge. First, I manipulate the mixed powers to repair all the damage done to the armor. This requires me to add more power several times. Tiding, congratulations. Skill mana manipulation has progressed to level 3. Mana manipulation level. 3 speed cost, 20 divided by 2 minutes. The ability to manipulate mana into new shapes. By the time the armor is completely repaired, Kachara is showing signs of being tired, so I tell her to take a nap. I am not surprised she ran out of mana already. She is still young after all. While she is napping, I take out one of the books I got in the city and start trying to puzzle out the language. Chapter 305. It is a slow process since I have to try and figure out one letter at a time, especially since this language doesn't resemble any other language I have learned. After I have been studying the book for a few hours, Kachara wakes up and indicates she is hungry, so I start cooking. Once she has eaten, I again ask her to feed me mana so that I can push it into the armor. When the armor has a decent amount of mana inside it, I tell her to stop and rest while I put as much sacred power as I can into it. Once the armor won't hold anymore, I start trying to use the mana and sacred power to enchant the armor. The mana and sacred power slowly bond to the armor under the pressure of my willpower, and I am eventually able to enchant my armor to repair itself. Hiding, congratulations! Skill enchanting has progressed to level 6. Enchanting level 6, int plus 12 whiz plus 6 che plus 6, I can enchant again. It is a lot harder, and I need someone else to provide the mana, but at least I can do it. It turns out I am limited to a single enchant using this method. So while my armor now repairs itself, it doesn't do anything else. I was hoping to be able to add to its defense and maybe add a nifty ability, but I will have to be satisfied with this. At least now I won't have to take it back to Walter every single time it gets damaged. This method is all right. But if I have Walter make me anything else, I should probably just pay an enchanter to do the work. Then again, if my equipment becomes too good, I may come to rely on it too much. I would rather avoid that. A lot of stories from my old world had characters who relied on their gear, and then when they lost it, they were worthless. Thanks to my Mind Blade, I can still fight fairly well, even if I have nothing but my hands. That is how it should be in my opinion. Gear should be useful, but not required. Rather than spending a lot of time trying to improve my gear, I would much rather spend the time improving myself. Since I used almost all my sacred power on my armor, I won't even be able to work on my core today. That, and it has left poor Kachara exhausted. I won't be asking her to do this again. This method of enchanting just isn't worth the cost right now. So for now, I am going to stop and only use it again if I absolutely have to. Moving the tired Kachara to my lap, I sit petting her while I work on the figuring out the language. I spend the rest of the day like that. And it makes me a little sad to see how long it takes Kachara to recover her energy. After dinner, I decide the best thing is to make it an early night. Hopefully a good night's sleep will allow Kachara to recover fully. When I wake up in the morning, Kachara is still sound asleep. She doesn't even wake up when I climb out of the hammock. After tucking it around her to keep her warm, I do some stretches and then sit down to meditate. First, I practice my mindscape a few times, and then I burn through my sacred power working on my core. Core upgrade progress, 64%, since I don't plan to go exploring again. I don't need to reserve any power. Even then, I only gained 6%. If I devote every bit of energy I have, then I should be able to rank up in a couple more days. Once I am done working on my core, I build a fire and start preparing breakfast. The smell of food wakes Kachara up, and I am relieved to see her jump out of the hammock and run over to the fire to see what is cooking. Looks like the mana loss didn't do any lasting damage, which is a good thing. I would have felt horrible if it had. Normally, I wouldn't be worried, but because she is so young, I don't know if simple things might do lasting damage. Once I feed her, Kachara seems to be completely back to normal, so we spend the morning playing. When she takes a nap after lunch, I spend the time working on the language in the book. I am starting to figure out a few of the letters and how the language is structured. Piding congratulations. Skill Linguistics has progressed to level 8. Linguistics level 8 int plus 16. You are adept at deciphering other languages. When the skill goes up, decoding the runes that make up the language gets just a little easier. Still, it is going to take days just to figure out the basic alphabet. I won't be able to start reading until then. Several times I have to correct my mistakes. A lot of figuring out a new language is guesswork. When Kachara wakes up, she spends quite a bit of time trying to scratch her back. When I call her over and take a look, I see that the bumps on her back are growing into wings. Since it is obviously bothering her, I spend a while scratching her back for her. As I am scratching her, I realize she has gotten bigger again. She now no longer fits in my lap. Once she is satisfied with the scratching, she wants to play again, so I start play fighting with her. She is now about 3/4 of the size her mother was when I fought her, so it is time to start teaching her to fight. She seems to understand what I am doing and takes the play fighting fairly seriously. It ends up being a good thing I managed to enchant my armor. Kachara's claws are really sharp. Of course I am not moving at my full speed. I slow myself down to about half so that she can have a chance to learn. As her combat abilities develop, I will slowly increase my speed to keep challenging her. She makes a happy sound every time she manages to hit me. And when she manages to dodge my attack, I make sure to encourage her. I end the training when I notice her getting tired. Her body is still developing, so it isn't a good idea to push her too hard just yet. When I sit down, she curls up next to me with her head in my lap and rests while I go back to studying. An hour later, I tell her to let me up so I can cook dinner. She moves instantly. All the exercise seems to have given her quite the appetite. So when I start cooking, I make sure to make more than I usually do. As I am cooking, Kachara suddenly sneezes and a small bolt of lightning hits the floor. She freaks out a bit, so I quickly calm her down and try to explain what just happened. Looks like I need to figure out how to teach her to use her breath weapon. I am just glad I am immune to lightning. Chapter 306. At dinner, Kachara eats everything I give her, and still seems hungry, so I share my portion with her. After she eats the last bite, she immediately falls asleep. I am about to move her to the hammock when I realize she is too big. If I put her in the hammock, there will be no room for me. She is also too big for her nest now. Deciding her comfort is more important, I put her in the hammock, then settle myself on the floor. Instead of trying to sleep on the floor, I plan to meditate through the night. I should be less sore that way. First, I burn through my sacred power by working on my core. Core upgrade progress. 70%, only 30% left to go. That is about where I expected to be, so a few more days to rank up. Checking on Kachara one last time, I notice she is almost too long for the hammock. Tomorrow I should see about improving her nest. Then, I close my eyes again and practice with my soulscape for the rest of the night. 10 ding, congratulations. Skill Soulscape has progressed to level 5. Soulscape level. 5 whiz plus 25, you can create a detailed soulscape. It finally gained another level. It only took months of practice. I really wish there was a faster way to level it up. I want to explore the other realms. When I feel that it is morning, I am about to work on my core. When I feel something tickling my nose, opening my eyes, all I can see is Kachara's tail. It is hanging right in front of my nose, and the feathers on it are what is tickling me. After pushing her tail back up onto the hammock, I close my eyes and go back to working on my core. Core upgrade progress. 74%, only 4% this time. That is probably because my sacred power didn't refill as much as usual because I was practicing my soulscape. It seems everything I do slows down my progress with my core. I could probably have ranked up by now if I just meditated and worked on my core for a few days. Opening my eyes, I start stretching before I freeze upon seeing a strange movement. It is coming from above the hammock, so I slowly stand up so I can see what is going on. There are 4 half-formed wings slowly moving back and forth above Kachara's back. What is more, she seems to have grown another foot overnight. This fast growth is starting to worry me. I know that some species grow to maturity very quickly, but Kachara's rate of growth seems to be too fast. Maybe I am feeding her too much or too often. As if she can hear me thinking about putting her on a diet, she snaps awake and looks at me. It almost looks like she is about to glare at me, but then she notices her new wings and her eyes widen in surprise. She gets this cute look of concentration on her face, and then her wings stop moving. For the next few minutes, as I watch, she figures out how to control her wings. Once she manages to make them be still and lay along her back, she climbs out of the hammock and over to the cold fire. She turns her head to look at me and makes this cute little mew sound, as if asking where breakfast is. She is far too adorable, and I simply can't resist her, so I start making breakfast. I give her a normal-size portion, which she quickly gobbles down. Then she turns those eyes on me and starts begging for the rest of my breakfast. With a sigh, I hand it over and start thinking about what I can do to improve her nest. Digging out the walls to expand the alcove should be easy enough, but just a rock shelf isn't much of a nest. If I turn the shelf into more of a bowl, that will give her room to curl up, but it still won't be all that comfortable. Trying to think of a way to make it more comfortable, my eyes fall on my hammock. If I cut the seams and spread it out, it might do. When Kachara finishes eating and goes for a drink, I clean up everything and then pull out my pickaxe. When I start enlarging the alcove, Kachara rushes over to see what I am doing. Since she is growing so fast, I plan for the nest to fit her, even if she ends up twice the size of her mother. Except for a short break for lunch, I spend the entire day working on the nest. As I am working, Kachara uses her tail like a broom and sweeps all the dust and rock chips outside. She has to do this over and over, but she doesn't seem to mind. In fact, she looks like she is having fun. Hiding congratulations. Skill Expert Mining has progressed to level 12. Expert Mining level 12, X-Star plus 14 and plus 7. You are an expert at mining ore. By dinner time, I have finished expanding the alcove and carving a bowl for her nest. While the food is cooking, I start cutting apart the hammock. Kachara seems distressed while she watches me. Her expression turns to happiness when I use the hammock to line her nest. She immediately jumps up and curls up in the nest to try it out, while I go back to cooking. After a minute, she comes over and starts licking my face. It seems she approves. As soon as she is done eating, she climbs into her nest, curls up, and she is soon fast asleep. Sitting by the fire, I work on translating the book for a few hours. I am starting to make progress. I think the book is titled History of Altsvein, but I am not completely sure about that yet. I also don't know if that is the name of a city, a country, or a race. The paper and pen from the study have been very useful. Being able to write notes makes puzzling out the runes a little easier. In total, I have 23 books that I found while exploring. I can't wait until I can read them. Once the fire dies down, I put everything away and use my sacred power before going to sleep. Core Upgrade Progress, 81%. Chapter 307. When I wake up in the morning, Kachara is still fast asleep. She is even snoring softly. Taking a look at her, it doesn't look like she had another growth spurt this time. Before she wakes up, I close my eyes and work on my core until I am out of sacred power. Core Upgrade Progress, 87%. Getting up, I walk over to the door to check the weather. It isn't snowing right now, but it is cloudy. As long as it doesn't start snowing, I plan to take Kachara outside to play. It isn't good for her to stay cooped up, especially since the cold doesn't seem to bother her. Outside, we have more room to play. Kachara only wakes up when she smells breakfast cooking. As she gets up and stretches, I can't help but think she is a beautiful creature. Her body is more harmonious than her mother's was. If I had to name her species, I would call her a dragon cat. I do find it strange that she is so different from her mother. She doesn't have any of the horse looks or the scorpion tail. After breakfast, we head outside, and Kachara immediately starts running around playing in the snow. I feel cold just watching her, but she is having a lot of fun, so I let her play for a while. Once she has burned off some energy, I call her over and resume her combat training. With the snow slowing me down more than her, it makes it a fairly fair fight without me having to hold back much. She learns quickly and won't fall for the same trick twice. She even learns the tricks and tries to use them on me. As we train, I realize she has gotten stronger and faster, and the training is teaching her control. Now, if we were to get into a fight, I wouldn't have to worry as much about her. After lunch, we go back outside. But this time, I summon Bones and have him train with her. Training with different opponents will make her learn to use different methods against different opponents. Being able to adapt to your opponent is one of the most important lessons I can teach her. After all, the main reason I defeated her mother so easily was because she had no idea how to fight me. There isn't much chance of someone else climbing the mountain, but if they do, Kachara will know how to fight them. Although I still hope to take her with me, I want her to be able to take care of herself if I can't. The more I think about it, the more certain I am that the Guardian is meant to keep the Driders contained rather than protect the temple. After all, if the Guardian was supposed to protect the temple, then it would live closer to it. Maybe that is why the Guardian attacked me when I was on the ledge. I was really close to the cave even though I didn't know it. Since her mother was a sacred creature, Kachara should be as well, meaning she should have a core. When Kachara starts showing signs of being tired, I dismiss Bones and take her back into the cave. After she lays down to rest until dinner, I put a hand on her side and try to use my sacred power to scan her. It takes me a while to figure out how to do it, but once I do, I can see that she has a core. Although it doesn't seem to be a sacred core like her mother's, it is very close to one. While dinner is cooking, I explain to Kachara what I know about cores and how I use meditation to improve mine. She seems to understand everything I am saying, so I start teaching her how to meditate. After we are done eating, I meditate with her and try to show her how to improve her core. As I am showing her, I accidentally touch her core with my power. The core reacts in a way I never expected. The core absorbs the sacred power. In fact, it somehow drains every bit of power I currently have. Suddenly, being drained breaks my meditation. And I open my eyes to find myself lying on the floor, on the other side of the cave from where I was sitting. When I look at Kachara, she is still curled up with her eyes closed, but now her body is surrounded by a golden glow. While I am fairly worried about her, I don't want to interfere since I don't understand what is going on. The color of the glow around her is pretty close to the color of my sacred power, so I don't think it is hurting her. If I had any power left, I would try to scan her to see what is going on. But since I don't, all I can do is wait and worry. Observing her carefully, she looks peaceful. There are no signs of pain on her face, which reassures me a little. After about a half an hour, the golden glow slowly fades away. Then a few minutes later, Kachara opens her eyes. Once the glow is completely gone, I notice some things have changed. Kachara's scales are now a pale golden color instead of green. Her fur also has a hint of gold to it. But the most noticeable for me is the ring of gold around the iris of each eye. The gold makes her eyes look darker. They were sky blue, but now they are the blue of deep water. Her eyes now have a knowing look about them, as well as giving off a feeling of nobility. When Kachara sees me studying her, she gets up and starts twisting her body around to get a look at herself. After laughing at her for a minute, I pull my small mirror out of my pouch and let her get a look at her eyes. After seeing her reflection, she snatches the mirror from me and uses it to take a good look at all the changes that have happened. After a minute of looking at herself, Kachara suddenly turns, and in a flash has knocked me onto my back and is licking my face. Of course, I saw her coming. But since I didn't sense any hostility, I let her hit me. After letting her lick me for a minute while I laugh, I push her off and pick myself up. Then I see my mirror lying broken on the ground. Kachara probably dropped it when she rushed at me. As I clean it up, she realizes what she did and gives me a sad look. But I don't mind. I can get another easy enough when I get back. Once her excitement dies down, I can tell she is really tired from what happened, so I send her to bed. She is out almost as soon as she lays down. But other than that, she seems fine. In the morning, when I have some sacred power back, I will try scanning her again to see what happened. Chapter 308. Since Kachara is fast asleep, I decide to study the book for an hour or so before I go to sleep as well. When I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do is check on Kachara, who is still fast asleep. I notice her wings have grown a bit, but other than that, I don't see any more physical changes. Then, I carefully use my sacred power to take a look at her core, being very careful not to let my power touch it. I really don't want to be drained again, like I was yesterday. Although, as I look at her core, maybe I should let it drain me. Kachara's core has become a sacred core, meaning Kachara became a sacred beast. From what I understand, that means she evolved to a higher grade of beast, meaning she should be much more powerful. As I watch her core, I notice something odd. Her core is slowly improving itself. After looking at it from every angle, I still can't figure out how or why it is improving. The changes are very slow, but it is still something I have never seen before. and it will be very useful if I can figure it out. If I can make my core upgrade itself over time, then maybe I won't be limited to just rank 4. Unfortunately, I didn't notice this last night when I scanned her, so I can't be sure if it was already happening before I was drained. Kachara is still fast asleep, so this isn't something she is doing through meditation. I do know that last night before this happened, she had mana, but now all I can find in her is sacred power. Which means even if I wanted to enchant something, she no longer has mana to give me to work with. That is fine. I had already decided that my new way of enchanting was only good for emergencies. Right now, I am far more interested in studying Kachara's core to try and figure out how it is improving itself. The only way I can think to get a better look is to let my sacred power touch it. But I want to use up most of it first, in case I get drained again. Core upgrade progress, 94%. Once I only have a little bit of sacred power left, I reach into Kachara with it and allow it to touch her core. Luckily, I don't get drained. But her core does absorb the power that I touch it with. While I lose the power I used to touch her core, I am able to get a little information at the same time. By using up the last of my power this way, I am able to get a sense of what is going on. There is a massive energy in the center of her core that is causing the improvements. My best guess is this is the energy that I saw move from her mother's corpse to Kachara. That would make sense. It is a way to guarantee that the next generation becomes a sacred beast, capable of being the guardian. I would imagine that the energy would get stronger with each generation as well. It can probably only do so much improvement. After all, Kachara wasn't a sacred beast before I interfered. The fact that I helped her become a sacred beast early means the energy should improve her rank instead of just making her a sacred beast. While I can't use this method on myself, maybe I can figure out something similar. If I take a mass of my sacred power and figure out how to give it a mission, then maybe I can inject it into the center of my core. That is a lot of ifs and maybes, but it still will be worth a little experimentation at least. If I can learn more about my sacred power, then it will be worth the effort even if it doesn't work out. Besides, if I can understand what is happening to Kachara, I might be able to help her out as well. Since Kachara is still asleep, I decide to meditate to recover some sacred power. When she wakes up and starts moving around, it wakes me up. About an hour and a half has passed. When I open my eyes, Kachara is looking at the cold fire pit, and then she turns and gives me a look. With a laugh, I get up, start a fire, and start cooking some breakfast for the two of us. Kachara sits by my side and waits, impatiently. For her breakfast, you would think she was starving from the way she is watching the food cook. Once the food is ready, she digs in without even waiting for it to cool down. Maybe becoming a sacred beast increased her appetite. Thinking of that, I don't even try to resist when she turns to look at my breakfast. I give her half. Then I very quickly eat what is left on my plate so that she can't beg for more. When she is sure there isn't a crumb left, she goes over to get a drink. I am starting to wonder if I have enough food after all. When she is done drinking, I have her come over and lay down in front of me. I place my hand on her side and again send my sacred power into her body so I can examine her core some more. Now that I am not as worried about being drained, I let my power touch her core, and as it is absorbed, I replace it. I continue feeding my power into her at a slow rate until it is all gone again. This allows me more time to study. Through the constant connection of my sacred power, I am able to learn a lot about the power that is at the center of her core. My guess was right. It is a power that has passed down through all the generations of the Guardians. From it, I also learned that the Guardian is indeed meant to keep the Driders and what controls them contained. In fact, the Guardian's life force is what maintains the barriers. If ever there is no Guardian, then the barrier will fail. It would be a nightmare if those Driders were to suddenly escape this mountain and spread to the lands of the Beastmen. While I am confident the Beastmen could fight back, they would not work together to do so. The tribes would be picked off one by one, and what is worse is the bodies may be turned into more Driders. A Beastman Drider is something I never want to encounter, not unless I have a dragon on my side. Chapter 309. This immediately makes me sad. Most likely I will not be able to take Kachara off this mountain. Just the thought of having to say goodbye to her is enough to make me start crying. Since Kachara is still young, and I don't really know how long I will be on the mountain, I decide to delay telling her. If I wait to tell her, hopefully she will be more mature and have an easier time understanding. I know it is going to break both our hearts, but if it can't be avoided, all I can do is try to make it easier. Easier for Kachara anyway. My heart is already broken just by thinking about it. When I open my eyes, I see Kachara's worried eyes staring at me. I quickly wipe my face and tell her nothing is wrong. I am not lying to her. Nothing is wrong right now. My tears are for future problems. Pushing all that to the back of my mind, I calmly explain the rest of what I found out to Kachara. The original amount of energy was only meant to bring her to being a sacred beast. The addition of my energy turned her core into a sacred one straight away, and the remaining energy joined what was already in her core. This means it should at least take her to rank 2. Maybe higher if I feed it more energy. It will remain a slow, gradual process, but since Kachara isn't done growing yet, that is probably the best way to do it. I think I can extend the process to allow her to go to higher ranks by feeding my power into her core. However, that would mean stopping my progress with my own core, so I will probably wait to do that until I reach rank 4. Since Kachara has a little sacred power, about 100, I do teach her how to feed it into her core. I tell her to only do it before sleeping, and only if she's in a safe place, since it will lower her ability to defend herself. This way, even if I am not around to feed her core, she will be able to advance at least a little bit farther, after talking to her for a while longer. About what I know of sacred power and cores, I start cooking lunch. While lunch is cooking, I have her start practicing flapping her wings. Even though they are still growing, she can start developing her muscles. Then, after we eat lunch, I spend the rest of the day continuing her combat training. Now that I know we will probably be forced to part, I am even more serious about teaching her how to fight. With Bones helping, I even work on teaching her how to fight multiple enemies at once. While Kachara is obviously having fun, she is also taking it seriously enough that it eases my worry a bit. Seeing how fast she is progressing in a week or so, she should be fairly proficient in combat. Even if I get to rank 4 before then, I think it will be worth the extra time to finish training her before I head to the temple. Since I have no idea what I will have to face in the temple, it will be much better to have her fighting beside me instead of having to protect her. By dinner time, she is really worn out, so I dismiss Bones and head inside to start cooking. She follows me inside, and after having a long drink that empties the basin, she lays down next to me and watches me cook. Seeing how tired she is, I decide to double her portion size. Since she is still growing, I figure she probably needs it. While her rapid growth still worries me, I haven't seen any negative effects so far. Besides, the bigger she is, the more she will be able to protect herself. That, and once she learns to fly, she will have a major advantage against most things that might bother her. Since the Driders I saw didn't have any ranged weapons, or spells a flying enemy is probably their worst nightmare. If any of the barriers were to fail, it would be the Guardian's job to kill any that escape, so that was probably intentional. The Guardian was probably designed to be the best possible weapon against the Driders. Thanks to our little adventure, Kachara will at least have seen what they are like if she ever ends up having to fight them. The thought does cross my mind that if I wiped out the Driders, and whatever is making them, that Kachara might be freed from the mountain. Considering their numbers, and how much I still don't know about them, I think that is probably outside my capabilities. However, that is how things currently stand. I still have years before the war with the demons. Who knows what might happen? I also can't help but wonder if I will still die after the war. I doubt the goddesses expected me to become a sacred beast. Maybe if I become strong enough, I will be able to live on without Krenosha's power. At least, that is what I am secretly hoping, although I am trying my best not to get my hopes up too much. I really like this world, and I have come to enjoy this life, especially the people I have met. Lizzie and Kachara are counted among those people, even though they are technically beasts. Once the food is done cooking, I stop thinking so much and just sit back to enjoy my food. For once I have made enough that Kachara doesn't end up stealing half of my dinner. By the time she is done eating, she can barely keep her eyes open. She doesn't even protest when I tell her to go to bed. After she climbs into her nest, I pull out the book and work on my translations. I am finally getting to the point that I can slowly puzzle out words instead of just going letter by letter. If I am not completely wrong, then it seems this history book is starting thousands of years before the humans arrived. Chapter 310. What really surprises me is that the Temple of Wind is mentioned in the very first paragraph. Even taking my time, I can't believe what I am reading, but it stays the same even after I recheck my translation 3 times. According to this, the city I found was built to protect the temple, but the temple wasn't built by them. Since I can't trust this information easily, I put the history book away and look through all the others I picked up. Finding the one that seems the simplest, I start translating it. The title reads Basic Combat. If I remember right, this was one of the books I found in the boys' room in the mayor's house. Since it seems to be a teaching book, the language used should be a lot simpler. While I may not learn anything from this book, it should be much easier to translate. Once I am more sure in my grasp of the language, I will go back to the other books. After staring at the book for around an hour, my eyes start to ache, so I put the book away and decide to get some sleep. However, I really don't want to sleep on the stone, so I start going through my pouch looking for something I can use. While I have the hide and wings from Kachara's mother, I don't want to use them here since it might upset her. The only other thing I have is the piles of silk rope I made ages ago out of silk from the giant spiders. Since the hammock is made from the same thing, I figure I can pile the rope up in a way that should be comfortable enough. Before I go to sleep on my makeshift bed, I burn through my sacred power. Core upgrade progress, 97%. My last thought before sleep claims me is that I should be able to rank up in the morning. When I wake up, I realize the sun is already up. It seems I overslept a bit. When I open my eyes and check on Kachara, the only way I can tell she is asleep is from the soft snoring. The reason for this is that her wings have finished growing and are wrapped around her, hiding her from sight. As much as I want to wake her up and see if anything else has changed, I decide to wait. I can wake her up after I have ranked up, so I drop into meditation and start pouring my power into my core. Core upgrade progress. 100% core upgrade completed. Congratulations. You are now rank 4. SP plus 100 new ability. Wind armor. Wind armor level? 1 SP cost. 100 duration. 1 minute projectile defense. 50% magic defense. 10%. Well, that seems really useful. Let's try it out. Wind armor? When the spell activates, it covers my body in a light layer of air that is moving rapidly all around me. As I stand up and move around, it feels weird, but the spell isn't affected by me moving. No matter how I move around, the armor completely covers me. This is a really useful spell. After a minute, the armor fades away. But even with a short duration, I am still really happy with my new spell. Even though I haven't run into anything that uses ranged weapons lately, I can think of many situations where this spell will be really important. Between the spell and my Drake armor, I should be pretty much immune to ranged attacks. Especially once I level up the spell some, hopefully the defense will increase when it levels up. Since my rank up is out of the way, I decide it is time to start cooking breakfast. The smell of food cooking is the easiest way I have found to wake up Kachara in the morning. When Kachara wakes up, she seems confused. Her wings are wrapped tightly around her and she can't really move. So for a few minutes until she figures out how to untangle herself, all she can do is wriggle around like a worm. I find it hilarious, and despite trying hard not to, I end up laughing at her, which earns me a dark look. When she finally figures it out and unwraps her wings, I quickly notice that her wingspan is larger than her mother's was. If her wings are fully grown, that means she will probably end up about twice the size of her mother. As she is getting up and inspecting her wings, I also notice that she is already as big as her mother was. She grew more during the night. I can't help but wonder if I am the reason she is growing so big. Maybe her mother's growth was limited by the available food. While her body has gotten longer, it is still streamlined. She won't have much trouble fitting in places. Of course, that may change as she matures. I will just have to wait and see how she develops. Kachara is standing and flapping her wings. It looks like she is working on her control. By the time the food is ready, she can already flap just one wing at a time or flap all of them at different speeds. Of course, as soon as I say food is ready, she folds away her wings and rushes over to eat. As she is eating, I realize my schedule for going to the temple was way off. I expected it to take me at least another day or two to rank up, and Kachara is progressing much faster as well. After checking the food left in my pouch, I think I still have about a month's worth of food for both of us. Since I don't have to worry about food, I can probably spend the next couple of days training Kachara and then head to the temple. Of course, that will depend on Kachara and her instincts. After all, I can't teach her how to fly. That will be the next step. So after breakfast, I take her outside where she has room to test her wings. Chapter 311. When I walk outside, I am instantly blinded. The sun is shining, and the glare off the snow is intense. Once my eyes adjust and I can look around, I realize that Kachara doesn't seem to be having any issue with the glare. While that is totally unfair, I can't help but be jealous. If an enemy attacked me while my eyes were adjusting, it would have been a huge pain. Now that we are outside, I tell Kachara to grab onto a large rock and then practice flapping her wings. As she exercises her wings, all the snow within 20 feet of her is blown away. Unfortunately, I am standing within that range, so I get blasted by snow and feel like I am standing in a blizzard. As I expected, it only takes about 10 minutes before Kachara stops flapping her wings. New muscles don't have much stamina, so after letting her rest for a minute, I summon Bones and we resume combat training. I take it easy on her at first to allow her time to adapt to the changes in her body. Before we head inside to have lunch, I have Kachara exercise her wing muscles again, but this time I stand farther away. After eating, I decide to give Kachara an hour to rest and relax before we go back to training. As she is resting, I resume working on figuring out the language of the city. After a bit, Kachara raises her head to look over my shoulder to see what I am doing. Seeing that she is curious, I decide to teach her what I have figured out so far. Then I start slowly reading the book to her. Since the book is about basic combat, it is something that can help her broaden her knowledge. Besides, since this race created the Guardian, as far as I know, I don't see anything wrong with Kachara learning about them. Now that I can slowly read the language, the more I read, the better I get, although I still have to stop to figure out anything new. The most useful thing is now I can use the context to help figure out the meaning, especially for words with multiple meanings. Ding, congratulations. Skill Linguistics has progressed to level 9. Linguistics level 9 int plus 18. You are adept at deciphering other languages. After reading with Kachara for an hour, we head back outside to continue her training. She has already gotten to the point that she can fight Bones and I at the same time. She might not be able to beat both of us, but she can hold her own against us, which is impressive. With occasionally breaks for her to exercise her wings, the rest of the day passes quickly. After eating dinner, I again read with Kachara for an hour before she starts having trouble keeping her eyes open. Sending her to bed, I put away the book and use my sacred power to try and work on my core. Core upgrade progress. 1%, it is just as I feared. Trying to work on my core past rank 4 is so much harder. Using over 1,000 sacred power just to get 1% of progress is way too slow. At this point, I have no idea how to progress. I can't absorb any of the cores I have in my pouch. I already tried. Hopefully I can still absorb demon cores, but until I run into another demon, I won't be able to test it out. I should be able to absorb sacred cores, but they seem to be even more rare than demons since the Guardian is the first I've killed. I know that Great Mother Wolf is a sacred creature, but there is no way I am going to try and kill her. In fact, if other sacred creatures are like her, I don't want to kill them either. If the Guardian had been able to communicate with me, I probably wouldn't have killed her. Of course, if that was the case, then I wouldn't be in this situation. I'd still be a demon. For now, I won't worry about it. I will ask the advice of the goddesses after I have destroyed the temple. Hopefully, they will know more about sacred beasts and how I can continue to get stronger. Until then, I think my best bet will be to focus on helping Kachara reach her maximum potential. With that thought in mind, I go to sleep. And as soon as I wake up in the morning, I feed all my sacred power into Kachara's core. Examining her core after adding my energy, I can tell her progress towards rank 2 is going well. If I keep feeding her core with my power, she should reach rank 2 in a day or two. As for the amount of power inside her core, my best guess is she already has enough stored up to reach rank 3. It is actually a lot easier for me to learn from studying her core than it is my own. My plan right now is to learn as much as I can while seeing if this method can progress past rank 4. If it can, then I will turn my attention to duplicating it within my own core. It is my only hope of ranking up without absorbing cores, based on my experiences with Mother Wolf, Brother Raven, and now Kachara. I do not want to hunt sacred creatures. Even if it means I can't get any stronger, this world would be much poorer without these kinds of creatures. After all, this peninsula is only a small part of this world, and I already know the demons won't exterminate all life. As much as I like the goddesses, I would rather see them fall than let the humans turn this into another Earth. Of course, I don't plan to let that happen. But if it comes down to a choice, that is the way I am leaning. What heavy thoughts for first thing in the morning. Shaking my head, I start cooking breakfast. As usual, the smell wakes up Kachara, and as she stands up and stretches, I can see she has grown a bit more. She walks over and rubs against me as she buries her head under my arm. Laughing, I reach down to pet her as I tell her good morning, not that I have to reach down far anymore. In fact, if she was to stand on her hind legs, she would tower over me now. I am finding it really hard to compare her to the tiny ball of fur she was when I first met her. After we finish eating, I have her lay down and stretch out. I am curious about how much she has grown. When I measure her from nose to tail, I find out that she is almost 20 feet long now. If I don't look into her eyes, she isn't as adorable anymore. But she is definitely beautiful. She still has the ability to widen her eyes in a way that makes me powerless to resist her. Luckily, she only really uses that when she wants to steal my food. I barely remember what it is like to eat my fill. Seeing how much she has grown, I figure today is a good day to let her make her first attempt at flying. Chapter 312. Once we are outside, I tell Kachara to try flying. She looks both nervous and excited at the same time. With a snap, she unfolds her wings and jumps into the air. Once she starts flapping, she quickly lifts further into the air. When she gets about 30 feet in the air, she stops and hovers as she looks around. Watching her, I can't help but smile at the joyous look on her face. I wonder what it feels like to fly. Now that she is less nervous, she starts flying around the slope, but her legs are still moving like she is running. I can't help but laugh as I watch her. After a few minutes, she returns to me and lands. Her landing is a bit rough, but her legs absorb the impact, so she isn't hurt. She will need more practice. I can tell that she is very happy, but also quite tired from her short flight. Taking her back inside, I sit down and start talking to her about wind resistance and airflow. She has some understanding of what I am saying from her natural instincts, but I go into a lot more detail. I can see from the look in her eyes that she is following everything I am saying, and she wants to go try it out. While I can appreciate her enthusiasm, I make her stay inside and rest for a while. While I am at it, I tell her everything I can remember from my old world about weather patterns and how air tends to move in the world. I also talk to her about how she moves her body, since she is serpentine, like a Chinese dragon. Based on the way her body is built, she should try and move through the air like a snake, not just depend on her wings. After lunch, we go back outside so she can try again. As I watch, I can't help but be a little jealous. It takes her a few tries, but she improves quickly, and soon she is soaring around with a lot more grace. She is obviously having a lot of fun, but watching her dance around in the air, I realize it would be very hard to hit her with a ranged attack. Deciding to add a bit of training, I make a snowball. She isn't paying any attention to me, so it hits her in the head. She quickly shakes it off and turns to give me a dirty look, just in time to see the second one and dodge. During the next 10 minutes, I throw about 100 snowballs, but Kachara is able to dodge every single one. By then, she has started to slow down a lot, so I call her to come back down and rest a bit. Her maneuverability is very impressive. Thanks to having 4 wings, she is almost as maneuverable as a hummingbird. The fact that this is her first day flying makes it even more impressive. Once she builds up some experience, she will be untouchable. After she lands, she rubs up against me. It seems she has forgiven me for that first snowball. I am not surprised. She had a lot of fun dodging the rest of them, and she is smart enough to know why I did it. By the end, I was using my current full strength, so the snowballs were flying much faster than an arrow. As long as no one manages to catch her by surprise, I don't think she will ever be threatened while in the air. Once we are back in the cave, I start talking to her about tactics that she should think about for fighting against something else that can fly. While I haven't seen anything else flying around the mountain, it is something she should be aware of. Since aerial combat is the only thing I can't help her practice, I have to settle with just talking theory with her. I tell her about dive bombing and using the sun to hide, and every other tactic I can remember from movies and video games. She sits and listens to every word with absolute attention. I can tell she understands how serious this is. I end up talking until her growling belly interrupts us. With a laugh, I start cooking dinner. After dinner, I sit down and pull out the basic combat book. Kachara curls herself around me and we read together. After a couple of hours, I send her to bed, and before I go to sleep, I pour my power into her core. In the morning, after breakfast, I summon Bones and have Kachara practice attacking the 2 of us from the air. While attacking from the air is fairly easy, I am more interested in having her practice dodging counterattacks. The fact that she can fly backwards is her biggest advantage. She can attack in reverse direction in an instant. Of course, she quickly learns that she has to pay a lot of attention to her surroundings. Flying backwards into a tree is a really unpleasant lesson for her, but one she isn't likely to forget. After that, we take a break for lunch, and I decide to leave Bones out since he hasn't been out except for practice. While Bones wanders around outside exploring, Kachara and I enjoy our lunch. After lunch, when we head back outside, there is no sign of Bones, so I ask Kachara to fly around and look for him. She jumps into the sky and quickly flies out of sight, so I sit down to wait for her return. While I could easily dismiss and resummon Bones, this is also good practice for Kachara. Trying to find Bones will teach her how to hunt while flying, something she needs to know. While I am planning to take her to the temple with me, most of this training is so she can take care of herself after I am gone. The Beastmen consider this mountain sacred, so I am not worried about them coming up here. Humans, on the other hand, if they can get here, they will climb the mountain thinking there is treasure. After all, if it is sacred, then there has to be a reason. Humans just can't accept that others don't think the same way they do. Although, in this case, they would be right. There is treasure on this mountain. Besides the temple and the library, there is the city, which definitely has treasure in it. I can just see the humans breaking the barriers in search of treasure and setting the Driders free. Or they might kill Kachara thinking she is guarding treasure, which would also set the Driders free. Either way, it would be a disaster, one that I would very much like to prevent. The easiest way will probably be to tell the Beastmen the truth, so that they know to always guard the mountain. That is something that I can take care of once I am their king. For now, Kachara will be enough of a guardian. Once the goddesses restore the leveling system, then humans will become much stronger. Then, they might be a threat. By then, Kachara will be much stronger than she is now, but I don't want her to have to constantly fight off humans. Even though it will be far in the future, long after I am gone, I still want to do everything I can to give her a good life. It is bad enough that she will probably be very lonely on this mountain, but there really isn't much I can do about that. Maybe, in my travels, if I come across more sacred beasts, I can convince them to come live here with her. Chapter 313. Another option would be to ask the goddesses to send something to keep her company. I doubt they know about the Driders. Once they do, I am sure they will want to keep them contained. I will have to remember to talk to them about it once I have destroyed the temple. Come to think of it, I haven't taken Kachara into the Soulscape yet. I am sure she would love it. Not to mention in the Soulscape I can make opponents for her to fight, including flying ones. That way I can at least train her mind in how to fight against any type of opponent. Kachara should have been back by now. Bones shouldn't have wandered too far. Just as I am about to go looking, I see both of them returning, and Bones is dragging something. When they get closer, I can see that it is a Drider corpse, so I rush over to see what happened. The Drider died from sword cuts, so I am pretty sure that Bones killed it. The problem is he shouldn't have found it to begin with. Telling Bones to just leave the corpse there, I have him lead me to where he found it. He immediately drops the body and turns around to head back the way he came. Kachara and I follow him to the cliff that is above the tunnel that leads to the city. Worried about what I might find, I start climbing down to the tunnel. No time to take the long way around. At least this time, I don't have Kachara clinging to my back. It only takes a few minutes to climb down. As soon as I set foot in the tunnel, I am attacked by some skeletons. I don't even bother to draw Blitz. Just a light punch is enough to shatter their skulls and leave them as a pile of bones on the floor. Since Bones can't climb well, I dismiss and resummon him in the tunnel. Kachara just flies down easily. Since the ceiling is a little low for me to wield Blitz, I let Bones lead the way down the tunnel. When I spot more Driders coming, I tell Kachara to go help Bones, while I stay back and watch. There are only 4 Driders. I could kill them in seconds, but I want Kachara to get some experience fighting for real. True, she killed some in the cavern when I was carrying her, but that was with her wind blades. This time, it will be with tooth and claw, and since I am here to make sure nothing bad happens to her, this is a good chance for her to experience real combat. As I watch, Bones engages one Drider while Kachara attacks the other. The tunnel isn't wide enough to fight more than 2 at a time. The lead 2 are melee types, while the 2 behind them are casters, who are summoning their undead. they end up summoning more skeletons. It seems they can just keep summoning more if they get destroyed. That could get annoying quickly if there is no limit to the amount of times they can summon them. Kachera kills her Drider first, but the skeletons rush in to keep her busy. These Driders are the living type, and seem more intelligent. By the time Bones has killed his Drider, Kachera has smashed all the skeletons and the two of them rush the Driders. They make quick work of the casters, and then turn to wait for me to join them. Bones has gained a level. Stepping over the Driders, I continue down the tunnel. I pat the both of them on the head as I pass. When I get to the barrier, I see that it has a bunch of tears in it. That must be how the Driders GF'd out. I quickly send out my power to take a look at the barrier and try to figure out how it failed. While I am concentrating, another Drider comes through the barrier, but Bones and Kachera deal with it easily. After a few minutes analyzing the barrier, I figure out what went wrong. The barriers are maintained and powered by the Guardian, but since the Guardian changed, they haven't been powered up. The barrier is already repairing itself. By that, I can tell that it is Kachera's presence that is repairing it. From this, I figure out that the Guardian has to fly around and check the barriers every so often. That actually makes sense. After all, if they weren't recharged and repaired, they probably would have failed long ago. Letting go of the barrier, I turn and start asking Kachera some questions. She can't talk, but she can nod or shake her head to answer. Turns out that she can feel the presence of the barrier and even sense the Driders if she is close enough. The barrier only takes a few minutes to repair itself. Once it is done, I tell Kachera to go out and check the area to make sure no Driders escaped. By the time I have climbed back up to the cliff, she is back, and I can tell she didn't find any more. After dismissing Bones, we head back to the cave and I start cooking dinner. In the morning, I plan to have Kachera fly around the mountain and look for the other entrances to the city. Since she can fly, she will have a much easier time getting around. And since she can sense the barriers, it shouldn't be hard for her. While we are eating dinner, I explain to her what the soulscape is and as much as I know about how it works. Once she is done eating, she comes over and lays down next to me, and I put my hand on her head. Create soulscape. Once the soulscape opens, I invite Kachera in. I want her to come on her own rather than dragging her in. It takes a minute for her to appear. While I am waiting, I set the terrain to the normal forest clearing. She is immediately interested in running around as soon as she appears, and I let her play for a while. When she settles down, I create a group of humans. I make sure to include an archer and a mage. Once they are created, I tell her that they are enemies, and she needs to defeat them. But I don't tell her anything else. She shoots into the air and goes to attack them without any preparation. Needless to say, she gets a rude surprise. From the look she gives me, I can tell she is upset with me, but I tell her it is her own fault for underestimating her opponent. I explain to her that an adventuring group or any group with intelligence will try to have ways of fighting any opponent. Then, I start explaining what she should look for to identify different threats. Once I am done, I create another group for her to fight. Chapter 3:14. This time I make it a group of Driders, but I give one of them a bow just to test her. She pays attention this time and targets the Drider with a bow first. Once it is dead, she has an easy time with the rest. Watching her tear through the other Driders, I am fairly impressed with how strong she has become. She is definitely stronger than her mother was. I would have a hard time fighting her for real. The only thing she is missing is experience, and that is why we are here. Even though the soulscape isn't real experience, it is enough to let her make mistakes and learn from them, and with that in mind, once she has finished the Driders, I create a griffin. Ding, congratulations. Skill Soulscape has progressed to level 6. Soulscape level 6 Wiz plus 30. You can create a detailed soulscape. Wait, why did that level up now? I thought I could only level it up by creating the soulscape. This means I can get experience for creating things. Why didn't the dragon tell me that? By the time I am done fuming, Kachera has already killed the Griffon. She did take some wounds, however. Just out of curiosity, I think about healing her, and instantly her wounds are gone. She looks surprised, but happy, and then she flies over and lands next to me. After letting her rest for a bit, I ask her if she wants to fight more. When she nods, I ask her if she wants harder opponents. When she nods again, I create a pack of 6 of the bird things. She launches into the air and speeds towards them. At first, she does fine. She uses a dive attack and kills one instantly. But then the others jump at her before she can fly away. The 5 bird things manage to bring her to the ground, and I am forced to dismiss them. One of the bird things was about to bite into Kachera's neck. I do not plan to let her die in here. While death in here doesn't kill you, it does weaken your soul, and I don't want that to happen. Kachera picks herself up and shakes off, then walks back to me with her head hanging. After healing her, I sit down and tell her about almost dying the first time I met a bird thing. Then I go on to tell her why she should never underestimate an opponent or overestimate herself. This is especially true when facing a group. Even if individuals are weak, they can form a strong group. Once I see that she has taken the lesson to heart, I again create a pack of 6 and send her off to try again. I am glad that I thought to bring her here. A lesson learned with a little pain is much better than her dying. This time, Kachera is a lot more cautious when she approaches the bird things. When one jumps at her, she easily dodges, but as she dodges, the other 5 also jump at her. Luckily, she is maneuverable enough to dodge them. She even kills one before it lands. She takes her time to kill the others. It makes me happy that she has learned caution. One by one, I create the beasts I have run into in the underground for her to fight. She has the most trouble with the turtle thing, but she eventually beats it. Now the only thing left is the T-Rex. This time I call her over and tell her about my fight with it first. I want her to be prepared so she doesn't die in one hit. After telling her the story, I ask if she wants to try fighting it. At her nod, I create it. Just seeing the thing again sends a shiver down my spine, but Kachera launches into the air before I can change my mind. She almost dies right at the beginning. She wasn't expecting the T-Rex to jump at her. To be honest, I wasn't expecting it either. I didn't see it jump when I fought it, but I tried to recreate it accurately. It isn't like I am controlling the beasts I create. I just create them from my memories and leave them to move on their own. While I could probably control them if I wanted to, I would rather Kachera go up against the real thing, or as close as possible. Watching the fight, I am fairly nervous, and I am ready to dismiss the T-Rex in an instant. Kachera is staying in the air, but the T-Rex doesn't even have to growl. The sound of her wings is more than enough for it to see her. The T-Rex jumps and tries to bite her again, but Kachera is way too fast. She not only dodges easily, but manages to attack it. Unfortunately, she isn't able to do much damage. Her attacks just aren't strong enough yet. Even her wind blade, when she uses it, only causes scratches. Eventually, she flies back to me looking sad. After dismissing the T-Rex, I comfort Kachera and do what I can to cheer her up. I remind her that she still isn't fully grown, and that she will get stronger as her rank goes up. Then I tell her that she is already stronger than her mother was, which seems to cheer her up. And Soulscape! Even though it was all happening in the Soulscape, I can tell Kachera is mentally exhausted. After telling her to go to bed, I spend an hour reading. I am almost done with the basic combat book. Tomorrow, I plan to ask Kachera to fly around the mountain and search for the other barriers. She is the only one who can sense them, and she will be able to search the mountain much faster than I can. Being able to fly is a huge advantage, and now that she has gotten some experience, I am not as worried about her going alone. While I would love to ride her, unfortunately her wings don't really leave anywhere to sit. Also, while her body is long, it is lean and light, I can't be sure if she could handle my weight. Another option would be to have her pick me up with her claws. She might be able to do that, but probably not for long. For scouting, it is better for her to be unencumbered. But I will keep it in mind. With my mind made up, I send my power into her core, and then I go to sleep. When I wake up, I do it again, and then start making breakfast. Kachera wakes up as usual at the smell. As we eat, I start explaining to her what I want her to do, and I tell her to return if she finds Driders. Chapter 315. As soon as she is done eating, she rushes outside. She seems to be eager to fly around and explore, after stressing again for her to be careful and not do anything reckless. I let her fly off. All that is left to do now is sit and wait, but waiting is probably one of the hardest things to do. As I wait, my mind keeps running through all the things that could go wrong for Kachera, and I can't stop it. Everything from her trying to take a group of Driders on her own to a new flying beast attacking her. I try reading to distract myself, but I can't even focus on the runes, so I end up pacing back and forth. Slowly 2 hours go past, but to me it feels more like 2 days as I pace back and forth nonstop. Finally, I spot Kachera flying towards me, and I let out a huge sigh of relief. When she lands, I rush over and hug her before checking for any injuries. She doesn't have a scratch on her. Now able to finally relax, I ask her how it went. In response, she starts scratching at the ground. As I watch, she is drawing a crude picture of the mountain with a total of 10 X's marked on it. When I ask her if the X's are the barriers, she gives me a nod. When I ask if she found Driders, she shakes her head. When I think about it, it makes sense since we led the Driders to that barrier, meaning the Driders escaping was all my fault. But we killed all of them and repaired the barrier, so everything worked out. When I ask Kachera if she repaired all the barriers, I get another nod. So I pat her head and tell her she did good. Kachera looks tired, which is to be expected. So I ask her if she is hungry, but to my surprise, she shakes her head. Since she is almost always hungry, I ask if she found something to eat and get another nod. The fact that she found something and hunted it on her own makes me feel much better about her ability to take care of herself. Telling Kachera to go inside and take a nap, I sit down to consider my options. Since Kachera will need to visit the barriers every so often to keep them maintained, she definitely can't leave the mountain. Since I have no idea how long it will take me to take care of the temple, I am not sure if I should take her with me. Based on my previous movement speed on the mountain, I think it will take me a few days to reach the summit. Maybe longer since now I have to deal with snow, and it will only get worse as I go up. In fact, if it gets much worse, the cold might be the biggest problem for me. I really need some cold weather gear. Wait, if Kachera hunted and killed something, then maybe I can make myself some gear. At this point, even a heavy coat would do wonders, so I wait until she finishes her nap. When she comes back out, I ask Kachera if she saw a lot of beasts when she was scouting, and she nods at me. When I ask if she can lead me there, she seems unsure. She keeps looking off in the distance and then looking back at me. Guessing she didn't pay much attention to the terrain, I ask her to go find it again, and then come back while looking for a way I can get there. As soon as I am done explaining, she takes off and within minutes is out of sight. Luckily, she comes back in about 15 minutes. It is fast enough that I don't worry too much. She lands in front of me and folds away her wings. Then she turns and starts walking the direction she came from. I jump up and quickly follow her. Thanks to the snow, I find it hard to catch up to her. Kachera is walking on top of the snow and doesn't sink through. I, on the other hand, am too heavy and am wading through the snow. It reminds me of a scene from Lord of the Rings. And now I completely agree with the dwarf. Pretty soon, Kachera notices how much trouble I am having. And from the look on her face, she is finding it entertaining. Rather than slowing down, she starts stopping every few minutes to watch me struggle to catch up. Once I do, she again moves ahead for a while before stopping again to watch me. After a while, she gets tired of this, and instead comes back to me and starts running in circles around me. Having had enough of her teasing, I wait till I can time it perfectly, and hit the snow she is about to step on with a wind blade. Her feet sink into the broken snow, and she ends up with a face full of snow. After pulling herself out of the snow and shaking it off, she suddenly turns and tackles me. The tackle leads to both of us rolling in the snow, and it quickly turns into a wrestling match. By the time I manage to pin her, we are both covered head to toe in snow. As I stand up and try to shake off, I can't help laughing. Despite how cold I am now, that was really fun. Kachera also seems to have enjoyed it, and after she shakes off, she starts leading the way again. As we go, we both keep stopping to try and shake off the snow that is still clinging to us. Kachera has finally slowed her pace so that I can keep up with her. I guess we are even since I pinned her. It is only after 2 hours have passed that I realize I should have probably waited to start this trek in the morning. Now the sun is going down and it is getting colder, and we are pretty far from the cave. So I start looking around for some place where we can take shelter for the night. As we are passing through some trees where the snow isn't as deep, I notice an overgrown cave entrance. Calling to Kachera to stop, I walk over and take a look. It looks deep enough, so I squeeze through the bushes and enter. Since I can see in the dark just fine, I have no trouble looking around the cave. Most importantly, the cave doesn't seem occupied, and it is just big enough to fit Kachera. We won't have much room to move around, but at least we should be warm enough once I start a fire. To enter, Kachera has to push the bushes aside, and once inside, she basically curls around the wall, leaving a small space at the center. This is where I build a small fire. Luckily, I have taken to keeping firewood in my pouch. Once the fire is going, and with Kachera's body blocking the entrance, the cave quickly warms up. The cold never seems to bother Kachera. But once I start cooking dinner, she gets excited. Since she has done a lot of flying and burned a lot of energy, I make her portion quite a bit bigger than usual. Also, knowing the cold can make you burn more energy, I make myself some extra as well. After we have eaten, I lay down. There is just enough space between Kachera and the fire. Once I lay down, Kachera moves around a bit until she is curled around me, with her body pressed against my back. The warmth is quickly putting me to sleep, and I just barely remember to feed my sacred power to her core. In the morning, when I wake up, the fire has long since died, and the cave is fairly cold. Just enough to make me feel stiff. Quickly, I start a fire to warm myself back up. Once I can feel my hands, I start cooking breakfast. Normally, I would again feed my power to Kachera's core. But since we are out hunting, I decide not to just in case I need it. Kachera is awake by the time the food is ready, and after eating, we leave the cave to resume the hunt. Chapter 316. As soon as I step outside the cave, I notice the clouds and the smell on the wind. Looks like it is going to snow again soon. We need to finish this hunt and get back before it gets bad. Telling Kachera to lead the way, we quickly move away from the cave. As we go, I grab any fallen branches I see to replenish my firewood. As I follow Kachera, I am hoping that the beast we are after isn't too much further. As things stand now, it would take about 3 hours at least to return to her cave. From the look of the clouds, we probably only have an hour or so until it starts snowing. A half-hour later, Kachera stops on a rise. As I move up next to her, I see a wide valley just ahead of us. By following Kachera's gaze, I spot our target, which is a boar from the look of it. At first, I am disappointed because boar fur normally isn't all that great. Kachera leads the way down into the valley, and as we get close, my disappointment fades. The closer I get to the boar, the better it looks. For one thing, the distance made me misjudge its size. Now that I am closer, I can tell the boar is the size of an elephant, and it has a thick-looking coat of fur. As I look at the thing, I am not really seeing an opponent. All that I am seeing is a big, warm winter coat. As I walk into the area, I draw blitz and don't even try to hide. I want the thing to see me. As soon as it does, it will charge me. Then I will dodge and cut its head off. That way the hide won't be damaged. For some reason, I forgot everything I have learned in this world, and that all the beasts here cheat. When the boar spots me, all it does is turn, so it is facing me. It doesn't charge. As I continue walking towards it, trying to get it to charge me, it suddenly opens its mouth and spits a ball of fire at me. While I may be surprised, I was still ready to dodge already, so dodging the small fireball is still easy. The problem comes when the second fireball is already on its way, and there are more behind it. The boar is spitting out fireballs constantly. I am still dodging them, but it is getting harder. It doesn't look like the boar is going to stop anytime soon, so I need to move closer to it while dodging. At first, it is easy, and I make progress, but the closer I get, the harder it is to dodge. This isn't working. I can't get close enough just by dodging. But wait, I don't have to just dodge. Absorb. Holding out one hand, I let the small fireball hit it and watch as it disappears. Firebolt absorbed. +1. Fire resist. Just like that, I am able to walk forward, catching every single firebolt on my hand until I am close enough to strike. Firebolt absorbed. +1 fire resist. 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 With a quick lunge, blitz enters the boar's mouth and penetrates through the roof of the mouth into the brain. It drops dead instantly, and I let out a sigh of relief. Only then do I realize I made a mistake. If I hadn't killed it so quickly, I could have just kept absorbing the fire bolts and increased my fire resist. While gaining fire immunity would have been nice, it is too late now. I will try to think it through next time. I ask Kachera if she has seen another boar, but she shakes her head, so I start skinning the boar. I am very careful while skinning it since this was the whole point of the hunt. A new coat. As I am skinning the boar, it finally starts snowing. At first, it is light, but that doesn't last long. Once it is skinned, I put the skin in my pouch and start to quickly butcher the rest. As I work, I let Kachera have all the insides and organs except the heart and the core. Everything goes into my pouch as quickly as I can manage, and as soon as the body is gone, I get up and start retracing my steps. Even if we can't get back home, we need to at least get back to the cave we spent the night in. This storm looks like a bad one, and without shelter, I am likely to die. although Kachara will probably be fine. If we can't get back to the cave, my best option will be to have Kachara coil up around me as a sort of living igloo. What I really need is something like the boar that uses a cold-based attack so I can increase my cold resist. That idea will have to wait until after the storm. For now, survival is the priority. It turns out that me having to wade through the snow is a good thing. The path I made getting here is easy to follow. The storm will probably fill it in before long, but for now I can move fairly quickly. Kachara is having no problems at all. In fact, she seems to really enjoy the storm. Again, I can't help but feel jealous. Here I am working hard to move along and she is dancing around like this is a spring meadow. My feet are frozen so that it feels like I am walking with ice cubes instead of feet. The storm has lowered visibility to only a couple of feet, and the snow is coming down nonstop. I have already given up on making it back to Kachara's cave. My only thought now is reaching the cave we stayed the night in. The wind and snow suddenly die down a bit, and I quickly realize we have entered the trees. That means we are only a few minutes away from the cave. Looks like I am going to survive this time. From now on, I am not going to underestimate the weather on this mountain. Finally, reaching the cave, I quickly duck inside and shake the snow off of me. Then I move to the center so that Kachara can come in and I start building a fire. I can't wait to feel warm. Chapter 3:17. As soon as the fire is going, I remove most of my clothes so that the heat can reach my skin. Thawing myself out is kind of painful, but at the same time, a huge relief. If I didn't already have some cold resist, I would probably already have frostbite. But when I check my fingers and toes, I am fine. After rubbing my feet to restore some feeling, I notice Kachara is watching me, and she seems to be laughing at me. Thinking about how I must look to her right now, I guess I can't really blame her. To distract her from laughing at me, I start cooking some nice big boar steaks. As expected, as soon as I place them over the fire, Kachara's attention is glued to them. While they are cooking, I pull out the boar's core and examine it. But as expected, it doesn't give me an option to absorb it. It really seems like normal beasts do absolutely nothing for me now. This is going to make getting stronger a lot harder. Taking out the heart, I start eating it. But I soon notice Kachara's head is right next to mine, and she is watching me intently. Not wanting to lose the buff, I put the heart away until the food is done cooking. Once I have given Kachara her share, I take the heart back out and resume eating it. Devour activated. Endurance plus 10, fire resist plus 5. Since I have only eaten about half the heart when Devour triggers, I toss the rest to Kachara and eat my boar steak instead. Once we are done eating, I climb over Kachara to take a look outside. If anything, the storm has only gotten worse. So I return to my nice warm spot and take out the history book to read. Now that I am confident in my ability with the language, I figure it is time to learn more about the city and the temple. So it turns out that Altsvein is the name of the city I found. The race calls itself the Desgarin, but based on how they look, I am still going to think of them as elves. It doesn't say much about the race that built the temple. It only refers to them as the first ones, which I find rather annoying. Apparently, the temple is only one of many ruins the elves found that were built by the first ones. I wonder if the goddesses know anything about the first ones. Or am I just destroying the temple blindly? While the book doesn't say much about the first ones, it does say that the elves built the city to guard the temple. However, it doesn't say what they are supposed to guard the temple from or why it needed to be guarded. It does say that any mages with wind-attributed magic would journey to the temple, and if they returned, their magic would be a lot stronger. It is the if they returned part that has me kind of worried, but the book doesn't mention what is inside the temple. Even though it isn't giving me much useful information I keep reading, I am wondering if it will mention the Driders at some point. I am reading out loud so Kachara can follow along, but at one point she stops me to point out a mistake. It seems she has gotten even better than me at reading the Elven language. Seeing where I made a mistake, I correct it and continue reading. But before long, Kachara interrupts again, this time by growling. When I look over at her, she is staring towards the cave entrance, and as she is growling, lightning is playing over her teeth. Looks like I may not need to teach her about her breath weapon after all. Trusting her senses, I stand up and draw Blitz. When Kachara moves her body out of the way, I can see a creature in the cave entrance. As soon as I see it, I relax. No way is that thing a threat. It is tiny and fairly cute. It is pure white and looks like a cross between a bunny and a fox with a single tiny horn growing out of its forehead. It looks to be a baby, or at least very young, and I am about to see if I can make friends with it when Kachera pushes me aside. She moves her head right up to the little thing and gives out a snort of statically charged air. The poor little thing gets shocked and runs away. It vanishes into the storm instantly, but I can still hear its cries. The cries fade away quickly, but Kachera is still growling, and soon I can hear a responding growl from outside. After a minute, another figure can be seen in the storm, a much bigger one. As soon as it comes close enough to be seen, I can tell it is an adult version of the little one, maybe a parent. Almost instantly, I notice something strange. As the beast walks closer, it is not leaving a single mark on the snow. Also, the snow is not sticking to its fur. Like the little one, it is pure white with ice blue eyes and a horn on its head, although it looks more like an icicle than a horn. When I notice its tails is when I get worried. Unlike the little one that only had one tail, the big one has 6. It looks enough like a fox that the multiple tails worries me. In most manga series, if a beast has more tails, it is a bad thing. The fact that it is staring at Kachera and still advancing also worries me. After all, she isn't a weak-looking beast. The other thing that worries me is the fox is now in the cave entrance. And inside the cave with Kachera, there is very little room to move around. If it comes to a fight, the cramped space is going to be a problem. But even if we manage to push it back then, we will have to deal with the storm. Something tells me that fighting this thing inside the storm would be an even worse situation. The way it is advancing, and only looking at Kachera makes me think it either hasn't noticed me or is ignoring me. Not really wanting to fight the thing, I decide to get its attention. I step forward and activate my lightning aura. The fox instantly stops moving and looks at me finally. Now it knows it is facing 2 opponents. I only take a single step forward. I am waiting to see if it still wants to fight. It looks back and forth between me and Kachera. Then it takes a single step backwards. If it is retreating, I am more than willing to let it go. But just as I am thinking it is going to give up, it opens its mouth. A huge blast of snow and ice comes roaring out of its mouth, easily enough to fill the cave, and we have nowhere to move. Chapter 318. Having no room to dodge, I instead move forward, heading straight into the blast with my left hand out. I am really counting on Absorb at this point. If it doesn't work, I just might end up as an ice sculpture. Absorb! Ice Storm absorbed, +5 cold resist. Tenbin, congratulations. Skill Absorb has progressed to level 2. Absorb level 2 cost 5 SP. You can absorb low to mid-level spells. Even though I absorbed the spell, my left hand and forearm are completely covered in ice. My guess is it is because the spell was a higher level than I can absorb. That may be why the skill leveled up too. Either way, the fox looks surprised, but only for a second. It quickly recovers and fires another blast. Absorb. Ice Storm absorbed, +5 cold resist. As much as I would like to continue building up my cold resist, the ice is now up to my shoulder, and I don't want to take another blast. So I move at my fastest speed, and as soon as I am next to the fox, I swing Blitz down at its head. With a metallic clang, Blitz is stopped by 4 of the tails. At the same instant, the other 2 tails stab at my thighs. Unfortunately, for it, the tails are unable to penetrate the Drake armor, and the fox gets zapped by my lightning aura. I quickly flip my grip on Blitz and use it to stab straight down at the fox's head. Again, Blitz is blocked by the tails, but this time, it uses all 6 tails, and despite my strength, I am not able to push through the defense. So I smash my other arm into the cave wall and shatter the ice. But I still can't feel that hand. Since I can't grip a hilt, I activate my Mind Blade and imagine it as a gauntlet, covering my hand with a sword blade coming from the back of the hand. Before the fox can even see what I am doing or react, I stab the Mind Blade into its beautiful blue eye. The fox drops dead, and I let out a sigh of relief. Then after getting Kachera to make a bit more room, I drag the body into the cave. Just as I am about to tell Kachera to block the entrance again, I hear a soft little mew sound. When I look over, I see the little one from before coming running in. It goes straight to the big one's body and starts nudging it. Instantly reminded of the situation where I met Kachera, I just can't bring myself to hurt the little one. So I put Blitz away and then I bend down to pick up the baby, and I do my best to comfort it. When I hear Kachara growling behind me, I turn around and give her a few pats as I tell her not to be jealous. As I am holding the little fox, I can easily feel its ribs. It looks like it hasn't been eating very well. Reaching into my pouch, I bring out a small chunk of boar meat and offer it to the baby. It snatches the meat with its front paws and starts eating quickly. To me, it looks just like a squirrel with a nut. So cute! As I am watching it eat, I notice its paws are more like hands. Even the thumb is visible. Maybe calling this thing a cross between a fox and a squirrel would be more accurate than a bunny. Either way, it is just too cute. No way can I leave this thing to die on its own. After giving it another chunk of meat to eat, I convince Kachara to be friendly. She leans over and licks it a few times. That gives me an idea. If I am going to have to leave, maybe this fox kit can stay with Kachara so she won't be so lonely. A quick scan shows the fox does have a core, but it is the lowest level of beast core. After eating a third chunk of boar and having a drink of water, the baby falls fast asleep. After making it a bed, I start talking to Kachara about how they are similar. They both lost their mother after all. While it is sleeping, I check and confirm that it is a female, and so is the big one. So once again, it looks like I have killed the mother and adopted the daughter. This better not become a habit. As I examine the mother's body, I am amazed at how soft the fur is. Considering it stopped Blitz, I was expecting it to be hard. The fur is beautiful, so I take my time and skin it very carefully. Once the fur is off, I proceed with butchering the body normally. I won't feed it to the baby, but I won't let it go to waste either. I am fairly surprised when I remove the core. From what I know, the fox was fairly close to becoming a sacred beast. I can't absorb it, but that means the baby should have that potential as well. Looking over at the baby, I can't help but smile. Kachara has curled around the bed I made for the baby. Kachara was acting like she wanted nothing to do with the fox, but now I can see it was an act. This makes me happy, and it seems like my idea might just work out after all. As I remove the heart and set it aside, I am thinking about how Kachara's core is working. I had the thought of trying to do the same thing using my sacred power. If I can figure it out, I can use it on the fox. If I can make sure she will grow up to be a sacred creature, then she will be a perfect companion for Kachara. Since I haven't used my sacred power much, I still have plenty to experiment with. And looking at the storm, we aren't going anywhere anyway. First, though, I finish up butchering the fox, and I make sure to clean up as much as I can. No reason to leave any reminders for the baby, so I feed the extras to Kachara while I sit and start eating the heart. Devour activated, agility plus 30, intelligence plus 10. Looking at the boost I got from Devour, I am thinking that it was a good thing we fought in an enclosed space. If its agility was that high, I might not have been able to catch up to it out in the open. Letting Kachara have what is left of the heart, I sit back and start playing with my sacred power. Chapter 319. First, I move a small amount of power through my body to my palms, and then I move it out of my body. Under the control of my will, it forms a small sphere floating above my hands. At first, I am just entranced by the pure golden color as it spins above my hand. Since I am keeping my will focused on it, it retains its shape and stays still. But as soon as I release my will, it dissipates into the air. Just knowing I can control and shape it outside of my body is useful. But now to see if I can program it. Creating another ball of power, I try to tell it to look like a fire once it hits something. When I throw it on the cave floor, it turns into a small golden flame for a few seconds before it fades away. So I really can program it. And if it is inside my body, it should last longer, especially if I use more power. However, I don't want to just jump to that stage yet. There are other experiments I want to run first. After all, I just got done going through all that work to build my core up. The last thing I want is to mess it up now. First, I test a bigger ball of power, and as I thought, it takes longer to dissipate. Putting a tiny amount into the center of my core, I can verify that it doesn't hurt or dissipate. Now the final test, putting a larger amount that is programmed to slowly improve my core. Thankfully, it doesn't hurt, and it absorbs the smaller energy from the previous tests. Once I release it, I can just barely see it starting to work on my core. But there is no progress showing yet. It makes sense since I am a higher rank that it would take a lot longer to have an effect. I will just check it in the morning to see if it is working. At this point, I have decided we are staying the night. The storm is not as intense as it was, but it is late enough already that I don't think it is worth the risk. Looking over, I notice that Kachera is napping while curled around the fox. Come to think of it, I should probably give her a name, but not right now since it will take 1,000 sacred power. Trying to think of a name, I think back and try to remember any fox names from various anime, but for some reason, I am coming up blank. There were foxes and fox girls, but I can't seem to remember any of the names. The only name that keeps popping into my head is Asuna from Sao. And while she wasn't a fox, she was definitely cute. Since I can't think of any other names, for some reason I decide to just go with it. It is not like anyone in this world would recognize it. Maybe it is stuck in my head because the big fox was agility-based and Asuna was a speed-type fighter. Either way, it is a cute name, so it will work considering how cute the little fox is. With my mind made up, I check the time and then decide to start cooking some dinner. As soon as I start cooking, Kachera wakes up and even the little one shows signs of stirring. As obsessed as Kachera is with food, maybe I should have chosen a different name for her. But I guess it is too late now. After giving Kachera her dinner, I go to the little fox and offer it a choice so I can figure out what it likes. After sniffing and licking both, she takes the cooked food from me. It seems I am cooking for 3 from now on. After offering a few other things, it seems she doesn't eat fruit or vegetables. Watching her eat, I check her teeth just to make sure. She is a pure carnivore. Luckily, she is small right now and doesn't eat much. But if she grows fast, it might become an issue. It is already hard enough to keep Kachera fed considering how big she has gotten. I think from now on, when the weather allows, I am going to have her go hunting. As soon as the little one has finished eating, she goes straight back to sleep. Considering how thin she was, it isn't all that surprising. She probably has some growing to catch up on. As much stress as feeding her might cause, I kind of want her to grow up fairly quickly, at least until she is big enough to play some. I want her to be able to play with Kachera. I want them to form a bond before I have to leave. That way, I can be more confident that Kachera won't be as lonely when I am gone. It may be a silly thing for me to worry about considering what is going to happen in the future, but I can't stop myself. Since the little fox is asleep, I take out the history book and read to Kachera for a couple of hours before going to sleep. In the morning, I get woken up fairly rudely, as suddenly a cold, wet nose gets stuck into my ear, opening my eyes to find the little fox standing on my face. I can't help but let out a groan. The fox immediately jumps off me like I startled her, and as I sit up, I can see Kachera is still sound asleep. Looking around, I spot the little fox hiding on the other side of Kachera. When she spots me looking at her, she tries to act innocent. Holding out my arms, the little one quickly climbs up Kachera's body and then jumps into my arms. Little one, I am going to name you Asuna. Spee, 725 divided by 1,725, exactly 1,000 again. I guess it is a set amount. The light show is the same as it was when I named Kachera, and it does wake her up. When I tell Kachera that I have named Asuna, she seems surprised but quickly accepts it. Instead of bothering with the new name Kachera, seems more interested in why the fire is cold and no food is cooking. While I start cooking breakfast, I ask Kachera to dig out the snow that has covered the cave entrance. As soon as she does, I can see sunlight, which means after breakfast we can head back home. As soon as we get back, I will start preparing everything I will need to head to the temple. Chapter 320. As soon as breakfast is ready, the 3 of us dig in. Kachera and I are having meat and fruit while Asuna is just eating meat. Once she is done eating, Asuna quickly falls asleep, but I was expecting that, so I pick her up and put her on top of Kachera's head. Kachera doesn't seem to mind, and she just moves a little slower than usual as she is being careful to keep her head steady. This actually makes it a little easier for me to keep up with Kachera. I am struggling because the storm dropped about 4 feet of snow. With the snow up to my waist, most of the time I am not able to move very quickly. After an hour of trudging through the snow, I am already starting to feel tired. Even with my stats, it is a lot of work. Right as I am about to call Kachera to stop, so I can take a break, I see Asuna wake up and look around. When she spots me, she runs down Kachera's body until she is close enough, and then she jumps across to my shoulder. As soon as she touches me, my next steps put me on top of the snow. And for some reason, it holds my weight. It must be a power of Asuna, and as she sits calmly on my shoulder, I am able to walk across the snow as if it was solid ground. Now, I am able to walk at my normal speed without getting tired. I thank Asuna. and reach up to pet her as I walk. With this, we should be able to get home before dinner time, if not lunchtime. In fact, we make better time heading back than we did when we came this way, mainly because even then I was wading through snow. When Kachera's cave comes into sight just before lunchtime, I quickly realize that Asuna's power could be very useful for me to get to the temple. Once we are inside, I start cooking lunch, while Asuna runs around exploring the cave. Kachera curls up in her nest and watches the food cook. Asuna climbs up and explores around her. Seeing this, I think I should probably make Asuna a nest as well. I don't want them getting jealous of each other. With that in mind, once the food is ready, I make sure to give them their shares at the same time. As long as I can keep anything from happening until they get used to each other, I think things will work out how I want. After eating, I ask Kachera to do a check on the barriers, and I tell her that while she is gone, I will make a nest for Asuna. She doesn't seem to mind, and she even gives Asuna a lick before she leaves. With a full belly, Asuna quickly falls asleep. I figure while she is napping is the perfect time to make her a nest. Again, I am going to judge by her mother's size and make it big enough for double that size. This way, even if she ends up growing the way Kachera did, the nest will be plenty big enough for her. While I am at it, I widen the main chamber of the cave. Since there are 3 of us now, it just makes sense to have a bit more room. It is fairly surprising that Asuna sleeps through all of the noise I am making while I work. When Kachera returns, she takes one look at all the mess and starts using her tail to sweep the cave. Of course, this is when Asuna wakes up, and she quickly starts trying to chase Kachera's tail. Kachera is more than willing to play and keeps her tail just out of reach for a while before suddenly reversing direction. Asuna has no time to react and gets caught by the tail. But all Kachera does is ruffle her fur gently before letting her free. After that, the game reverses with Asuna running away from Kachera's tail. Watching Asuna, I am amazed at how quick and nimble she is, even considering her current size. Again, I find myself feeling glad that I fought her mother in a confined space. Considering how thin Asuna was, I can only imagine her mother was desperate to find food for her. It makes me feel bad for having killed her, but I didn't really have much choice. To make up for it, I will make sure Asuna grows up strong and healthy, just like I am doing with Kachera. Once all the work is done and everything is cleaned up, I question Kachera about the barriers. After giving her 5 stones, I ask how bad the barriers were, with each stone having a value. She understands easily enough, and when I am done, she pushes 1 stone forward, meaning the barriers were not bad at all. From that, I can estimate that Kachera only needs to go and check them once every 2 weeks or so. Of course, to make her understand this, I have to explain what a week is, but once I say every 10 sunsets or so, she understands completely. Again, I am reminded that I don't even know if this world uses a 7-day week or not. Since I still have some time before dinner, I pull the boar's hide out of my pouch and start working on it. It is big enough that I should be able to make the coat I want, and use the rest to line Asuna's nest. Asuna comes over and watches what I am doing. She seems fascinated, and it reminds me of Kachera. When I find myself with a strip of hide that won't be useful, I give it to her to play with. The effect is similar to when you give a piece of string to a kitten, and Asuna is soon wrestling with the string. Kachera just watches her play, except when Asuna gets tangled up and can't get out, then she helps her. As I work on the coat, I start to realize my face is hurting. When I realize it is because I have been smiling way too much while watching them. Deciding to finish the coat after dinner, I rub my sore cheeks before I start cooking. As soon as I place the meat over the fire to cook, I have both Asuna and Kachera watching me intently. While they are eating, I take some of the boar hide that I have cut away and make a small nest for Asuna to sleep on. After I am done with the coat, I will make it better, but for tonight, it should be plenty for her. As soon as Asuna finishes eating, I can see her eyes starting to close, so I scoop her up and put her in the nest. She snuggles in happily and is soon fast asleep. And then I sit with Kachera and read for a couple of hours, since that has become kind of our routine. Once Kachera climbs into her nest to sleep, I go back to working on my coat. I want to finish it so I can head to the temple soon. Chapter 3:21. It takes me another couple of hours to finish the coat, but I should still get plenty of rest before morning. Before I go to sleep, I walk over to check on Asuna. Putting my hand on her side, I scan her core again. Seeing how small it currently is, I decide to only put a small amount of power into it. I don't want to stress her young body. If I just make small improvements to her core, it should strengthen her as she grows. Once she is a bit older, I will be able to increase the amount. This way, she should be able to become Kachera's equal. Since I only use a small amount of power on Asuna, I use the rest on Kachera's core. Then I curl up on the floor and get a few hours of sleep. I wake myself up when the sun comes up. Both of them are still sleeping, so I do my best not to wake them as I get up and move around. Deciding to let them sleep a bit more, I take what is left of the boar fur and make it into a proper nest for Asuna. Only once that is complete do I start making breakfast. As soon as I start cooking, the two of them start waking up. As the smell gets stronger, they finally open their eyes and get up to stretch. Asuna is the first to leave her nest and come sit by the fire to watch the food cook. Kachera just watches from her nest. She knows by now that she will get the same amount no matter what she does. Looking down at Asuna, I would say she has grown a few inches already, and she seems perfectly fine. That should mean the little bit of power I put into her core didn't cause her any problems. After handing out the food, I eat my portion quickly and then finish setting up Asuna's nest. Then I put on my new coat. I am quite pleased with how well it turned out. Once Asuna is done eating, I pick her up and put her inside the hood of the coat. She quickly curls up for her nap. When Kachera is done eating, I walk outside, and she quickly follows me. The weather looks pretty good, so I set off down the slope and then start following the path once again. Kachera looks curious, so I explain we are heading for the temple. As soon as I say that, she gets excited and starts jumping all around me. She only calms down when I say she is coming with me. Looks like she was worried she was going to be left behind, which I guess is understandable. While she has an expressive face, and I can mostly tell what she is thinking, I can't help but wish she could speak. Although Great Mother Wolf was able to talk. So maybe as she gets older or higher rank, she will be able to as well. After a while, Asuna wakes up, but she seems perfectly content to ride along in the hood. The only real change is she sticks her head out to look around as I continue following the path. This makes me happy, since as long as she is with me, I have a much easier time crossing the snow. Apparently, she also makes it easier to keep my footing even when I am walking across ice. All in all, having Asuna with me is going to make it a lot easier for me to reach the summit where the temple is. I am fairly sure I could just go straight up the mountain instead of following the path, but I decide to play it safe. After all, the path was made by mages. Maybe if you don't follow the path, you can't enter the library or something like that. For all I know, the path might only exist as some form of test for mages. It is better to just play it safe and stick to the path, especially since I have already followed it this far. When I round a bend and spot another slope with some trees on it, I decide to stop for lunch. After collecting firewood and starting a fire, I let Asuna down to explore. I make sure to keep an eye on her, though. I notice Kachera is also keeping an eye on her, which makes me happy. After lunch, we continue on. Asuna is once again napping in my hood, but that is the main reason I added a hood. Unless I am in a bad storm, I won't actually use the hood since it will limit my hearing. After the experience I had hunting, I am well aware that there are predators on this mountain. They are just really good at hiding. So I have all my senses turned up to the max. I don't mind fighting, but I don't want to be ambushed. Most of the time, Kachera is flying around rather than walking. So between the two of us, not much should escape our notice. This is especially true for Kachera. It is a lot harder to hide from something that is flying. Again, I find myself wondering what it would be like to be able to fly. Then again, I think everything born without wings dreams of flying. Maybe one day I will be able to fly, but for now I just keep trudging up the mountain. For the entire time since lunch, I have been keeping an eye out for somewhere to spend the night. I would prefer not to be in the open. If I can find a good place, I will even stop and camp early. Having some sort of shelter is more important than making a bit better time. Unfortunately, by the time the sun starts going down, I still haven't seen any shelter, so I ask Kachera to look around before the light fades. She quickly flies off to have a look around, and I stay put so she can find me easily. It only takes about 10 minutes before she comes back and starts leading me somewhere. Since the path is a slow spiral around the mountain, there is plenty of area that the path doesn't cross. Kachera leads me to a cave entrance, but I stop before reaching it and crouch down. The snow in front of the cave has a lot of strange holes in it. When I take a closer look, it looks like a spike was driven into the snow repeatedly. As I look at the holes, I am remembering that the Drider's spider legs ended in spikes. I didn't really get a chance to see what their tracks looked like, but I would imagine it is close to this. When I ask Kachara if she senses a barrier, she looks around and then nods at me. When I ask if she has been to this one before, she looks ashamed as she shakes her head. Reaching back, I draw Blitz and tell Asuna to stay in the hood. Then I slowly walk into the cave to have a look. Chapter 322. Kachara is right behind me as I enter the cave, but so far I don't see any Driders. Following the cave, I soon reach where the barrier is, but it is barely a few shreds of black floating around. I can see that it is already starting to recover now that Kachara is close by, but I won't relax until it is fully repaired. Watching the black pieces of the barrier slowly grow and start joining together is fascinating. Even being able to see the mana flow, I don't understand how the barrier even works. The elves who made this were far beyond my understanding of magic, which makes me wonder how they lost to the Driders. So far, I haven't really had any trouble fighting the Driders other than when they far outnumbered me. Even then, I was able to kill a lot of them as I was escaping. So how were they able to defeat the elves? Maybe it has to do with whatever is controlling them, or they have other forces that I haven't seen yet. There was a visible difference in power between the undead and the living Driders. So it only makes sense that there might be something above the living Driders. They might be all I saw because they were the fastest to wake up, but quite some time has passed now. This is the second breach we have found, and it is possible for there to be more. I will have to send Kachara out scouting again. I make sure she knows I am not mad at her. After all, the mountain is huge. Besides, Kachara is still young and has no experience in this sort of thing. Suddenly, I start to hear skittering sounds, but I can hear it from both ahead and behind us. Telling Kachara to focus on repairing the barrier, I get ready to face those coming from the front and summon Bones to guard our backs. When the Driders come in sight, I quickly count them. 24 undead Driders with around 30 undead in front of them. Wanting to prevent the barrier from taking any more damage, I step through it and start throwing out wind blades. It is so nice that I finally have a ranged attack and can hurt things before they reach me. Not to mention, every time a wind blade takes down an undead, the fallen body slows those behind. Hadding Tinding, congratulations. Skill Wind Blade has progressed to level 4. Wind Blade level. 4 SP cost. 40 blades fired. 2 damage per blade. Int X 2.5 in the end. I am able to take out all the undead using the wind blades. In a narrow tunnel with no room to dodge, they are even more dangerous. Now, all that is left is the Driders, with the melee type leading the charge. Rather than wait, I move forward to meet them. The first Drider is cut in half before it even has a chance to swing its blades. The second falls just as easily. Knowing their weak spot and how they fight makes it no challenge at all for me to kill them. The next 2 die as they are climbing over the first 2's bodies, and now I have a wall to fight behind. Defending is always easier than attacking, and a wall just adds to that, even if it is a wall of corpses. The fact is, it is very hard to defend yourself while climbing. Even I would have trouble. They are basically sitting ducks, and I am able to cut them down easily as soon as they get in range. Even when they are out of blitz reach, I can cut them down using my wind blades. I am having such an easy time killing them that I almost feel bad, but I try to think of it as more ending their suffering since they are undead. Soon, the last one is cut down, and for the moment, no more are coming. Looking behind me, I can see the barrier is about half repaired. There have been sounds of combat coming from the back, but I trust Bones to handle whatever is there. Even if he has more trouble dealing damage, I know he will be able to hold them in place. Just as I am thinking that I hear a crackling roar, and looking back I can see Kachara using her breath weapon. From where I am, I can't see the Driders that are hit, but I doubt they are doing well at this point. I never got around to helping Kachara figure out her breath weapon, but it looks like her instincts are all she needs in that regard. Feeling movement on my back, I turn to see Asuna has stuck her head out of the hood to watch the light show. The show only lasts for around 30 seconds, but that is still enough to do a lot of damage. As if to prove that I suddenly get a whiff of burned bug, that is going to make camping in the tunnel unpleasant. As soon as the barrier is repaired, I will need to clear out the corpses on that side and maybe figure out how to air out the tunnel. Bones has gained a level. From that, I guess some of the Driders survived the breath weapon, and Bones was able to finish them off. Soon, everything is quiet again. I turn and watch down the tunnel, expecting more Driders to appear. It takes about an hour for the barrier to become solid once again. Driders attack 2 more times, but only from my side. While I don't have any problems dealing with the attacks, I am more than ready for a rest by the time the barrier is fixed. Kachera has to reach through and pull me through the barrier since I can't pass on my own when it is repaired. As soon as I am through, I head down the tunnel to where Bones is. There are around 20 Drider corpses, most of which are burned. Grabbing 2 of the corpses, I start dragging them out of the tunnel. Once outside, I toss them a good ways away. As I am turning to go back into the cave, I spot the bodies of a couple of beasts. They certainly weren't there when we entered, so the Driders must have dropped them there. The question is why? Were the Driders out hunting for food for the living ones? Or were they gathering food for something else? Since I don't really know enough, I can't even guess what they are doing. The fact that gathering food is important to them is a surprise. I thought the ones escaping would be trying to get off the mountain. The history book still hasn't said anything about them, but I am not quite halfway through. I am still hoping that they are mentioned in the book or one of the others I picked up. Even if they don't manage to escape, I still would like to know more about them. Chapter 3:23. Especially whatever is controlling them. From everything I have seen, I don't think it is a normal creature. Also, if it does have stronger minions than the Driders, I would like to know about them before I run into them. I am still toying with the idea of trying to clear them out to free Kachera, but I want to know what I am dealing with first. The books I have are my only hope of finding out without going into the city again. I rather doubt that the Empire's mages who put the library here had any idea what was locked away below them. They had an empire behind them. If they had found the city, they probably would have taken it over. Since they didn't, it is safe to assume that I am the first one to find the city since the elves fled and put the barriers in place. Even the goddesses didn't seem to know much about the elves, or the temples for that matter. By this point, I have dragged the last of the Drider bodies out of the tunnel, so I decide to take a look at the 2 beasts. Unfortunately, the hides are not worth saving. They have been seriously cut up. This tells me the Driders had a hard time killing the beasts, which since I have seen the melee types fight isn't too surprising. However, the meat of the beasts is fine, so I take them inside and start butchering them. As I prepare the meat, I give the bones of the beasts to Bones, and he starts munching away happily. When Kachera and Asuna make begging noises at him to my surprise, Bones gives each of them a bone to chew on. I have never seen him share with others before. I know he has been leveling up slowly, but maybe he is growing in other ways. As the 3 of them happily munch on the bones, I place the meat over the fire to cook. Since there might be more Driders still roaming around outside, I decide to keep Bones around even after he finishes his food. As soon as the food is ready, the 3 of us dig in. Bones, having finished his food, is looking at Asuna. Bones says, "Master, that is Asuna." Bones, she is a friend. Bones says, "Cute." "Yes, she is. You can say more now?" Bones nods and then shrugs. I guess he only has a few new words. But it must be because he leveled up. So if he levels up more, he may be able to talk normally, which would be nice. Lately, I've been feeling a little weird being the only one speaking. Kachera can answer, but not verbally. Asuna is already asleep when I check on her, but she ate everything I gave her. Kachera is also finished eating, but she is still awake. So I pull out the history book and continue reading as she follows along. After a couple of hours, Kachera moves to curl up around Asuna and goes to sleep. After putting the book away, I go over and feed my power into Kachera's core. As I do, I notice that her core looks like it is getting close to completing the next upgrade, which will make her rank 2. As I am settling down to go to sleep, I remember that I never checked how my core was doing. Core status. Core upgrade progress, 4%. So for the amount of energy that would have given me 1%, I instead got 3%. It is a slower process, but for the amount of energy, it is at least decent. With that settled, I drop off to sleep, only to wake up a few hours later when I sense something weird. The first thing I do is look for Bones, who I left on guard, but he is standing keeping watch as he should be. Looking towards him, I notice the tunnel is brighter than it should be, and when I turn around, I can see the source. Kachera's entire body is glowing. It is the same bright gold light that I saw when she became a sacred beast. She must be going up to rank 2. I was expecting it after seeing her core, but I didn't think it would happen in her sleep. Then again, the energy in the core works nonstop. That is probably why it is more efficient than the way I have been doing it. After a few minutes, the glow fades away, meaning the upgrade is complete. And Kachara sleeps through the whole thing. Since she doesn't have a system like I do, she will have to figure out the changes on her own. It also makes me wonder, do I glow like that when I rank up? Since I am always meditating when I rank up, I have never noticed if I glow or not. Since no one was ever around when I ranked up, I can't even ask someone. Not that it really matters, but I am fairly curious. If I remember next time I rank up, I will summon Bones to watch me. Going back to sleep, I get a few more hours of rest before Dawn and I wake up feeling fairly refreshed. Bones is still on guard. Looks like nothing else happened during the night. Kachara and Asuna are still asleep, which is no real surprise. But Kachara looks a little different. She doesn't look to have grown any longer. It is more like her figure grew a bit. Her scales look thicker and more defined, and her body isn't quite as lean as it was. Overall, she looks more mature somehow, or at least more muscular. Even her wings seem thicker. Checking her core, the energy inside is still working. As it stands, it is probably enough to get her to rank 3. While I am at it, I check Asuna as well. Her body looks to have grown a little, and her core also seems a bit bigger. While I don't want to overwhelm her, I figure just a little bit shouldn't hurt. So I put a small ball of energy into her core. With that done, I start a fire and start cooking breakfast while I think about how I want to do things today. Scouting needs to be done. Kachara needs to find any other barriers she missed the first time, which means she needs to check the entire mountain. We can't let the Driders run around loose. Based on the numbers we fought yesterday, I am worried that even if she finds another barrier, she won't be able to handle all the Driders on her own. Yet if it isn't close by, it would take a long time for me to get there on foot. And I also don't want to delay going to the temple. Splitting up would be the best bet, but I can't seem to convince myself that Kachara will be fine on her own. Before I can make up my mind, the food is ready. Kachara and Asuna are already awake and waiting. I continue to try and think of a plan as the 3 of us eat. Once we are done eating and I have cleaned up, we head outside, and I decide to try something I thought of before. Kachara, come here, I want to try something. Chapter 324. Kachara looks at me curiously, but she comes over like I asked. I turn my back to her and ask her to grab my shoulders. When she does, I explain to her that I want her to see if she can fly while carrying me. As soon as I explain, she starts flapping her wings and lifts me into the air with her. It feels just like being in an elevator, except I can see the ground moving away from me. Kachara takes me around 20 feet up and hovers for a few seconds before we start going back down. From the way she is panting when my feet touch the ground, I realize I am too heavy for her. That is actually what I was expecting. She is a lot bigger than me, but I am denser than she is. At a guess, I would say I am actually pretty close to the same weight she is. I was hoping I could fly with her, and I am disappointed, but only because I wanted to fly. Then I notice Bones standing and watching us, and he gives me an idea. He is all bones, so he shouldn't be very heavy. Calling him over, I ask Kachara to try again with Bones. She grabs him and flies up without any problems. Even though she hasn't had a chance to catch her breath, it is obvious he isn't a burden to her. Waving her back down, I explain. I want her to fly around the mountain again looking for other barriers. She is to take Bones with her, so if she finds any Driders, he can help her fight them. I also tell her I will take Asuna with me and continue following the path. She can find me fairly easily from the air. Kachara nods her understanding and flies off with Bones held in her claws. I pick up Asuna and put her in the hood before walking back to the path and resuming my hike. While I am worried about Kachara and Bones, I do my best not to think about what could happen. Kachara can always fly away and Bones should be immortal, at least from what the description of the spell said. As long as they don't run into a large group of Driders, they should be able to handle things just fine. Thinking about their current fighting ability, I think they can handle anything under 50 Driders. Although, since Kachara just ranked up, she should actually be stronger now, so maybe they could handle more. Of course, it would also depend on the situation, but I am fairly confident they will be fine. Unfortunately, following the path is fairly boring, so my mind just won't stop worrying. To try and distract myself, I move Asuna from my hood to my arms so I can pet her as I walk. After a bit, I start talking to her and pointing things out. Like Kachara, she seems to understand easily. So I start talking about things to watch for and different ways to fight in each terrain I see. Asuna not only seems to understand everything I say, but as far as I can tell, she is enjoying herself. We stop for lunch, but it is just the two of us. I still haven't seen any sign of Kuchera and Bones. I admit, I am getting more and more worried as time passes, but I keep reminding myself that the mountain is huge. In reality, even flying it will probably take Kuchera several days to completely scan the entire mountain. It will take even longer if she finds driders to fight or barriers that need maintenance. While I am enjoying my time with Asuna, I would enjoy it more if I didn't have this worry constantly nagging at me. Bones has gained a level. While Bones gaining a level should reassure me, in fact, it does the opposite, because it means they are fighting. Since Bones leveled up not too long ago, that must mean they have been in several fights already. When Asuna is done eating, I put her back into the hood so she can take a nap. Then, I continue on the path. But I am looking at the sky almost as much as I am watching where I am going. I blame being distracted as the reason I didn't spot the drider until it jumped at me. As soon as I see it flying at me, I take a single step backwards. That is enough for the drider to miss me. I watch the drider until it splatters on the rocks below. The path at this point is going along a cliff face. That is probably why the drider jumped at me. It wanted to knock me over the cliff with its body. I didn't get a good look at it, but I am pretty sure it was an undead melee type. Seeing more driders and undead coming out of hiding, I reach back and draw Blitz. They are coming at me in a semicircle, so I have nowhere to run, and the cliff behind my back. Before they can reach me, I throw out some wind blades to deal with the undead. Now there are only 5 melee types and 6 caster types. All of them are the undead driders. Even with a cliff behind me, I am not too worried at these numbers. All I have to do is watch my footing. Suddenly, the melee types all charge forward and throw themselves at me. It seems they know they can't win normally. Or at least whatever is controlling them has realized their normal tactics won't work on me. But their new tactic is even more of a mistake. I don't even have to swing Blitz. All I do is dodge. The 5 melee types all go plummeting to their deaths on the rocks below. The 6 caster types freeze. They should have been the second wave, but now it looks like they are getting new orders. Not wanting to wait and see what they might try next, I throw out 3 sets of wind blades and cut them all down. Just like that, the fight is over. But now I need to see if I can find out where the driders came from. Moving off the path, I start following the driders' tracks. Luckily, they don't seem to know how to hide their tracks. Following the tracks leads me up away from the path and around a rock outcrop. As soon as I walk around it, I spot the cave. But this one looks different from the others I have seen. As soon as I step into the cave and my eyes adjust, I realize why it looks different. This cave is new. It has only recently been dug out, and I can see a bunch of what look like large beetles. Counting them, there are over 50 that I can see just from where I am standing. Chapter 3, 25. Each one is about the size of a pig, and they are currently eating away at the rock walls widening the cave. So far, they are completely ignoring my presence. But I don't want to just walk past them and leave them behind me. That is just asking to be swarmed from all sides. So I take a swing at the closest one with Blitz. Instead of severing the head, Blitz stops about halfway through the neck. Enough to kill it, but not what I was expecting. These things are a lot tougher than I thought. And with the death of the first one, all the others stop eating the rock and turn to look at me. Looking at the next nearest one, I throw out a pair of wind blades, aiming both at its neck. The first one only cracks the carapace, but the second one hitting the same spot manages to cut through the neck. At the death of the second beetle, all the others in sight suddenly turn and flee down the tunnel. This is not what I was expecting, to say the least. I was ready for them to swarm me. What makes me curious is the tunnel is already bigger than most of the ones I have seen. So why were they still working to enlarge it? As I walk down the tunnel, I soon reach a point where I can sense a barrier. But this is a new tunnel, so how is there even a barrier? It isn't visible, but that is probably because it has been damaged to that point. Maybe I have been thinking about this all wrong. Instead of there being a separate barrier for each entrance, maybe it is just one big barrier. To see if I am right, I slowly extend my senses and try to merge them into the barrier. It takes me several minutes to figure out how to do it. But once I do, I learn a lot about the barrier. Originally, it was a protective shield for the city. It is now working in reverse to keep things inside. It is a huge bubble centered around the big pillar in the middle of the city, and the Guardian is meant to be the power source. While I am connected to the barrier, I am able to sense where Kachera is. She is currently repairing another breach. From what I can tell, the energy she is feeding to the barrier is something separate from her core energy. It must be what makes her the Guardian, but she has to be within a few feet of the barrier for it to transfer. There are many weak points I can see in the barrier. Energy from other areas is moved to try to repair breaches, but this weakens the entire thing. Just to see if I feed a little sacred power into the barrier? It has worked before with other things that have mana. To my delight, it works, and the barrier where I am in the new tunnel is suddenly visible. As I feed it more energy, the black wall repairs itself, meaning the Driders can't get through. Then I notice something strange happening. The sacred power I put in is moving throughout the entire barrier. I thought I was just repairing the section in front of me, but somehow the power is moving further than that. As I watch and trace where my power goes, I can see that it is slowly moving to the center of the barrier. For some reason, even though my power increased the amount of mana in the barrier, it is doing something else as well. As I watch, all the sacred power eventually ends up going into the pillar in the center of the city and vanishes. Now looking at the barrier, a lot of the weak spots have disappeared, and the entire thing looks stronger. As I am examining the barrier, I notice that Kachera's cave is right up against it, meaning she has been feeding it power whenever she is in the cave. I guess that makes sense. After all, providing the energy doesn't seem to weaken the Guardian. If the barrier has enough energy, then there would be no need to constantly fly around to all the various caves to repair the barrier. The entire thing is a very efficient and elegant design, and it is a spell on a magnitude I doubt the humans have ever attempted. Two things make me curious, though. One, what is in the pillar at the center of the city? And two, if it was a shield for the city, how did it get breached? I am still hoping the history book will provide me with more information, but so far none of this has been mentioned. In fact, according to what I have read so far, the shield wasn't part of the original city. Since there is only a couple of hours of light left, I decide I may as well camp here. Before setting up camp, I head outside and build a small fire. That way, Kachera can find me fairly easily. Then I go to take a look at the two dead beetles, cutting them open. I am surprised to find that, like the Driders, they don't have a core. I eat their hearts, but to my disappointment, Devour does not trigger, and what is worse is they taste nasty. The only thing useful about them seems to be how tough their shell is, especially the part on their backs. After a few tests, I find that not only can Blitz not cut it, but even punching it with my full strength doesn't damage it. After scraping out the rest of the bug and getting rid of it, I put the two shells into my pouch. While they may not be useful to me, they would make really good shields for a human. After I have been sitting and reading the history book for an hour, Kachara finds me and lands nearby after dropping off bones. Smothering the small fire, we all move into the cave and settle down near the barrier. As I build another fire and start cooking dinner, I tell Kachera what I figured out about the barrier. Since I don't know why my power went to the center, I am not sure if it is a good idea to give it more power or not. I should probably try to find out more information before I do any more experimenting. With that in mind, as soon as I am done eating, I go back to reading the history book. So far, I have read through about the first 1,000 years of the city's history. While it has been really boring so far, I am hopeful that somewhere it will have useful information. Since Kachera is still eating and can't read along, I read the book out loud for her.